welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. Erangel's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tego. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, good night, no matter where you are. Expect some good PUBG. That is what's happening today here at the PUBG EMEA Championship for Spring, the last chance qualifiers, the final day for teams to battle it out over 6 games to determine which 8 teams will be going through to the grand finals. My name is Sam. I'm going to be your host for the rest of the day. Joining me here, we have Elfish Guy and Saga ready to bring you all of the PUBG insights and big brain knowledge you need to make sure you can follow along. How are we doing, gents? Saga, you good this afternoon? I almost said this morning because I'm on Jordan's time apparently.
Dang. I'll tell you what, I have a box of freshly chopped melon on the desk, so I'm ready. I'm ready for whatever is thrown in my direction, whether it be hot games, cold games. Bring it on.
Bring it on. You're ready. You got your fruit. You're good to go. Jordan obviously coming to us all the way from down under. I mean, the dedication to EMEA, we love it, but it's quite early in the morning for you. You feeling good, friend?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. I just went for a run, which is crazy to think because it's 3:30 a.m. in the morning. But I'm awake. I'm feeling ready to go. As soon as we get into game, I'm going to make a cup of tea, so that'll keep me pumping through the day. So yeah, I'm feeling good.
That's amazing. I wouldn't go for a run in normal hours, so I'm impressed. You know what? Let's get into. Yeah, there we go. He's going to be awake and ready to showcase exactly what's happening. And if you've just joined us, let me explain exactly what is going on. We started with the group stages last week, and we had 24 teams fight it out to get to the grand finals. The top 8 teams made it through, and the rest of them have made their way here to the last chance qualifiers. It is all to play for, of course, 8 spots in the grand finals. The 8 teams that are not in the one side of the leaderboard will unfortunately be ending their PEC spring journey today. So all on the line. There are only 6 games. And of course, in order to make it to the top 8, you've got to finish high each game because those elusive placement points are going to allow you to get points and move your way on up the board. Saga?
Yeah, so if anyone's in the chat thinking, where's Twisted Minds? Where's Na'Vi? Where's Ascend? They're in the grand finals. If anyone's in the chat asking, where's Sonics? Get a grip, mate. Like, come on. Be serious about this. This is the last chance qualifier. We don't have time for messing around. This is the final day for all 16 of these teams to lock in their slot and potentially get that chance to get some PGC points, to get the cash prize on the board. And it's definitely not a prize that is anything you're going to want to miss out on.
Those PGC points, so important, Jordan. Why do the teams want them so desperately?
Well, obviously the big TLDR is, I guess, so that they can go to PGC, right? That's where it all really comes down to at the end of the year. That's what everyone wants. That's what everyone in the PUBG world is kind of working towards every year. That's the main focus. And so it's always good to sort of start the year getting those points on the board early, sort of relieves a little bit of that pressure as you're going into some of the later tournaments, although generally speaking, the tournaments later on in the year are a little bit more valuable in that respect. So there is that catch-up potential. But yeah, it's always, it's always a focus. But I think at this stage, early on in the year, teams are really just focusing on getting themselves prepared, feeling comfortable heading into the year of PUBG.
I love the fact that my only job is to walk you through that entire tournament explanation, and today I just handed it over to the analysts, and they did such a good job. Well done, boys. High fives all around.
Thank you.
These are the teams that you have seen compete. They are on your screen right now. You'll see some of them today. Others have already made it through to the grand finals, like Saga explained. So you're going to see some favorites, some old names, some new names today, and it is so damn close. Gents, I think when we think back to yesterday, we got to see 6 games. For you, Jordan, what was the standout highlight, if you had to pick one that really kind of was burnt into your brain?
Do I have to pick one moment or do I pick one team? Because I really feel
whatever
like at this point, it feels like there was a couple of instances in both cases, right? BBL was definitely the standout team. They were the most consistent across the board. A couple of first places, a second place in there as well. And like even their quote unquote bad games were generally not too bad. Like they were able to keep the scoreboard ticking over in a sense. So that was a highlight in and of itself. I thought Howl in their game that they won, where they got 15 kills, that was on Vikendi. That was a really impressive performance as well. I mean, they got a favorable zone shift, but it wasn't until quite late in the game that happened. So they actually had to work quite hard for that win. So I thought they were, again, in terms of just an individual moment, that was probably the highlight moment for me of the day. But if we're talking about a team, BBL for me was the highlight team.
For sure. So maybe some of your moments will be up because we do actually have some highlights from yesterday just to refresh your memories if you were watching, or if you weren't here, where the hell were you? You get a chance to watch. But Saga, I'll pose the same questions to you. For you, what were your highlights?
It's honestly hard to say anything now that BBL has been claimed by Jordan. They got 2 wins.
I took the easy one.
Potentially, they should have had a third as well on Miramar. It was an extremely dominant day. I think realistically, the sort of wild card maps is still what we call them. Tego and Vikendi, that's where we kind of started to see things get shaken up a little bit. A couple of teams started off a little bit slow on Erangel, but picked up the pace. And again, Win or Die is a team that, through the group stages, they absolutely dominated their Vikendi games. They came out here from like an impossible position and managed to pull out a second place, get some good points on the board, and put them in good standing to make a run here as well. So I actually think the sort of the Tego Vikendi is definitely some big highlights, and it's going to have a lot of impact as well, because we'll look at the leaderboard shortly, but given how close it is, it's a big opportunity for those teams that maybe don't have that level of experience to profit and get some big points on the board.
Just to refresh your memories, of course, yesterday BBL taking 2 wins. FaZe, a fan favorite, was able to claim a win early on Erangel. Foot Esports as well, and HAL, so all the big names up in there. And then, of course, we got to see Perry Esports also claim a win on Miramar. They are the newly named Sticky Gummies. You'll remember them as that from the group stages. And, of course, all those highlights on your screen right now. What we're seeing there, the Foot play at the end, that was kind of what I was expecting to see from Foot back in the group stages. But you know what, we won't talk about my opinion on that team. We'll talk about the leaderboard, because this is very interesting. Still extremely close, Saga, for all of these teams, and an opportunity to make it into the final 8.
Yeah, depressingly close, honestly. 8 points difference between 8th and 16th means that literally a win, a 0-kill win, is enough for Carnivores to push themselves up into the top 8, and that is the team in dead last. So for the teams that have made really good progress at the start, of course, BBL and HAL looking by far the most dominant so far on day number 1, and the points really reflect that. For the others, it's still a little bit sketchy, but teams like Foot and Entropic have built themselves a bit of a buffer, but really anywhere below that, and you cannot be feeling comfortable, feeling safe coming into today, because towards the bottom of the leaderboard, everything is just so damn tight.
Jordan, those teams from 9th to 16th, I mean, they're all, I don't want to say unknowns, because we know these teams, but they're not necessarily the big names that we usually see, like the BBLs and the Foots and the FaZe. Do you think they could potentially cause a little bit of an upset today and push themselves through into the top 8, considering how close the points are?
Yeah, I mean, it's possible, definitely. We've always seen sort of crazy things happen in PUBG Esports, and especially when it comes down to sort of the final day of any given group stage, or any, not even necessarily group stage, but it can be final stage. It can be the final day of a competition. You know, one team can pick up the final game of that competition just to win overall. So it's never out of the world of possibilities. But if I have to be 100% honest with you, I kind of feel that the level of consistency that is being brought by the top teams is going to be a hard task to sort of topple. I think at least, especially in the case of the top 4, you mentioned BBL, HAL, Foot, and Entropic. I think it's very difficult to imagine that any of those teams at least don't have, like, for example, one decent game today, which is going to put them well and truly over the line to at least make it into the top 8. The rest, I mean, FaZe, they're kind of on the cusp for me. Really, all it takes for them is one decent game. We've obviously seen that they can do that if the circumstances provide the opportunity for it, but they didn't really show enough consistency yesterday necessarily to say that if everything's working against them, can they pull that out? So maybe from FaZe downwards, you could still raise a couple of question marks, but yeah, look, I think with that buffer that they've given themselves, these teams in the top 8, really all it requires from them is one decent game, and for those teams below them from 9 to 16, you're probably looking at 2, 3 plus potentially games that were decent, or wins, or even, you know, really, really big games to actually keep yourself in that race. So kind of a bit of a loaded answer, I guess. It's a bit of a generic one, but yeah, I think the top 8 are looking pretty comfortable in my opinion.
So, we already have 8 teams in the grand finals. One of those teams is BB Team. They absolutely dominated during the group stages, and it seemed like a good idea to catch up with the boys from BB to give us some tips and advice moving into the final day of the last chance qualifiers. So this is what they had to say.
Hi everyone, my tip is about Villa House. This is called Villa House. And for example, if the guy is staying in the other room, you can just break the door. You can just pull a nade on him without him seeing you. You just aim in here, and it's blowing up right on his face. Okay, next tip is walking this hangar. Like and if you have a folder shield, you need to be on these boxes. You're just staying straight next to the wall. You're just using your shield. Then you jump in on this corner of the shield, like this way, jumping again. And after this, you can see this position. Here's one molly, which can help you to kill the guy inside the shack really easily. You can just, you're just pulling a molly and throwing it straight on the door, and the guy who is inside will be burned because molly is working inside.
Sometimes when you're playing on scout role in your team, you have to scout a lot, and like sometimes you don't have a time scope, for example. Like you can have a red dot or like red dot. So if you have to scout something, you can just press shift and look like on top of your screen, but aim and like on the ground, so you can see some buildings without a scope. The second tip is gonna help you also in esports games and probably gonna save your life. So for example, like if you alone in the good compound in the like almost middle of zone, so you have to show something like some sound there, some noise, to avoid the crashes to your compound. No, you just have to loot the second EMEA and shoot like from both inside of compound. People are gonna think there's a minimum 2 players here.
It's pretty useful tips and tricks, helpful for us. I think most of the pros playing Saga probably know some of that already, but we can all improve because we know that if we're here on the analyst desk, it's probably because we're not at competitive level just yet.
You got to take notes, man. Any team that starts with BB is just like dominant so far, so they have all the tips and tricks, and anything that they can tell us, anything that we can learn from is always dominant. Let's be real, I wouldn't be surprised if we started seeing teams rebranding to like BB Phase or BB Foot, just with the things that all those teams starting with double Bs seem to be at.
I mean, it could happen. Right. I think that we need to be a little bit tough here because it's the last day of the last chance qualifiers. Gents, who's making it through to the grand finals? I mean, Jordan, put your neck down on that chopping block. Let's do it.
Okay, I'm prepared to lock in BBL, HAL, Foot, Entropic, Phase, win or die. I think top 6 doesn't change. Maybe the order changes a little bit, but I think top 6 for me, good enough yesterday to say that they should be able to make it through from today as well. Newgate Para, I don't know that I'm necessarily 100% convinced by them just yet, especially in the case of Para Esports, who I felt like really only saved themselves with the last 2 games that they played yesterday, one of which was a win. So I'll give them the 2 Miramar games because Miramar was the map that they performed better on yesterday as well. If they're not doing too well after those first 2 Miramar games today, I'm going to start questioning Para quite substantially. And Newgate, I mean, it's a little bit of a harder question because they were, like, in theory, a little bit more consistent across the board. They weren't like quite as bursty in the same sense as maybe what Para was. But for me, those are probably the 2 highlight teams I think that I'd be looking at right now and saying, after these first couple of maps, we'll have some questions maybe starting to get answered about those 2 teams. But for the top 6, I'm prepared to, not, you know, you can't lock them in, but I would be pretty surprised if that changed up too substantially.
I'm so surprised that you said win or die over Newgate just because of how consistent Newgate was yesterday. But there you go. Interesting choice. Saga, how about you?
You know, I actually agree 100%. The top 6 right now will all make it in. Everyone below that is in the danger zone. I mean, Win or Die only has 5 more points, but that is a team that we've seen them at high levels. They were so damn close to getting to global events last year, only a point or 2 away at the end of PEC Spring. So they have that sort of longevity and experience. And of the other teams, Newgate is definitely one that is on the list of teams that I think could make it through. The other one that I'm almost certain should make it through is Fairy Tail. They've actually looked really, really good, and a big part of the reason why they fell short, particularly on Erangel, was just the constant hard shifts. I mean, twice the zone just completely trolled everyone, sending them north of the zone and going, psych, we're going back down south, and they kind of fell victim to it a little bit. So hopefully if things settle down a little bit on the circle side, we get to see a bit more of the Fairy Tail like what we saw from Zubila on Tego.
We're going to take a look at your schedule. There are 6 games today, 6 opportunities to get your points and only 6 chances to make it through to the grand finals. We are starting off on Miramar, as you can see, and we'll end the day on Erangel. Saga, so both Win or Die and Fairy Tail was super close to actually making it through to the grand finals. They were sitting on that cusp of points. It's interesting for me that you're pushing the Fairy Tail narrative. I mean, really? You believe that strongly in this team, that you see them going through?
So the big issue that Fairy Tail have was 0 points on both Miramars yesterday. Literally, if they got 2 points on each Miramar, they would be in 8th place right now. It's only 4 points away. So it's only a very minor difference. But again, I spoke earlier on about some of those wildcard maps, the Tego Vikendi being a place where teams that are down towards the bottom can differentiate themselves. Well, across those 2 maps, they picked up 21 points. So certainly towards the middle of the day, Fairy Tail can be a team that shines and pushes themselves up to be one of the top contenders for that top 8 spot.
Are you worried about win or die and their possible chances just because of the inconsistency we've seen from them, Saga?
We're playing Vikendi today. They'll be fine.
There we go. There you've got all the big brain analysis from Jordan and Saga, but it is time now to go to the big voices. Toby and Kylaris are ready to kickstart the day.
I'll be honest, I did think Sam was going to go a different way with that, being like, it's time to go to the Neanderthals to see as they shout things really loudly. But no, we are here. We're going to break down the games. My name's Kale. Of course, we've got Toby as well to break everything down. How's it going, buddy?
I'm good. I'm excited for today. I love the way that the desk broke down their thoughts and like the thoughts on the teams that they're expecting to go through. Because I think I, for once, can say that I pretty much agree with the entire desk on their predictions for who will make their way on through.
Is that because I'm not on this desk? I'm just here?
Could be, yes. Could be, yes. Now we have the wise people on the desk. Yeah, true.
There you go. I heard Jordan's getting ready for tea. I've also got my teacup ready to go, Toby. We've got to have a cup of tea, lad.
Mm-hmm. I'll just drink my water, I suppose. Which is just cold tea without flavor.
Unreal.
Yep, that's me.
All right, well, of course, yesterday we had an absolute belter coming out from BBL. They were able to take that first place spot. They almost had 3 wins on the board. They were just pipped at the post on that last one, of course, by Pera being able to take them out. It wasn't the biggest win for Pera, but it did push them into that top 8. The problem for these teams, Toby, is that it's still unbelievably close. The fact that Broken Bones moved up to 10th after being in 16th after that last game as well shows that still anybody can be in the running.
Yeah, it really was the final game of yesterday that really squeezed all these bottom 8 teams together. I mean, I guess including Pera as well. Them set at 27 now, just 8 points between them and 16th. It's going to be a wild race, and as much as I say, of course, we're going to have top 6 going through. The same way that this said, I mean, there is a world where some of these teams, we've seen them fall apart before, could do so again. And I mentioned it yesterday, and I think it's worth mentioning once more. Keep in mind that if you fumble today, regardless of whether you're sat in the top or down the line, if you, for whatever reason, do not make top 8, you're looking at a 3-month dry spell with very little to fight for in terms of competitive PUBG before the qualifiers to the Esports World Cup. So you gotta give it your absolute everything if you want to stay in the race for this one.
And despite, it's kind of surprising as well, because you were saying you were agreeing with the desk. I was also kind of agreeing with the desk. I was particularly agreeing with what Saga was saying in terms of Fairy Tail. I think that, you know, they look like a fantastic team despite having a Weeb logo, but I can get over that for a moment. You know, guys like Zubila, I was speaking his praises earlier. Saga was referencing the fact that hard shifts and circles were really not going their way. But also, I do feel that this team is not afraid of the fight at all. And sometimes in high-level lobbies, that can be a boon or it can be to your detriment. And, you know, they're losing players here or there in some of those fights, but they still look great whilst taking some of those fights. But if things go their way today, I'm expecting more points today as well.
Yeah. Definitely could be the case. I think also, I mean, as we get our way into the first match of the day over here in Miramar, I think an important thing to keep, not just in mind, but to kind of keep an eye on is how well are the teams we expect to play well going to come out the gate. Because if you see FaZe, Entropic, Howl, BBL, Foot, the likes of these top teams that are already set in the top, just instantly starting to demolish the other teams on the server, which we know they're technically capable of, but just haven't done recently since they are here in the last chance qualifier. If they just say, you know what, we're the ones controlling the race today, then it's going to be very hard for some of the teams with less experience to start racking up points of their own. So we'll see. We'll see. I think early on, you really want to set the tone. We mentioned it with BBL yesterday and said how they were able to kind of dictate the flow of certain engagements that they were on, or that they were in. I think that's going to be important for many teams today. Set the tone for the game that you want to play. Don't just be the kind of the guy that follows along with whatever anyone else that you do.
All right, wake up, chat. Wake up, viewers. It is game number 7, and already we are seeing developments from day 1 to day 2. We see as Newgate has moved away from the Chumacera drop and somehow found Smash in a little bit of a ring around a rosy, and will be able to move away. Will Smash, so that's okay for him. But most importantly, no hot drop. Newgate understands the severity of what was going on yesterday for Miramar. They want to be able to circumvent that.
Love to see it. Love to see it. They went back, they watched the games back, they said, oh wait, there's actually a ton of space on the southern side of the map. Why not just go elsewhere? And indeed, now they did.
Entropic as well, whilst they were opening their parachutes and kind of maneuvering around, they were in a very defensive posture whilst those parachutes were going on. They were split a little bit, kind of creating a barrier with those parachutes, looking at where Newgate was going, realized they weren't coming their way, and was able to just even flex out a little further than Chumacera. So Entropic also made slight changes in how they were dropping whilst watching Newgate pass them by.
It's pretty incredible when you see the difference in kills for the likes of Pera and Foot. And Foot actually only had, I think it was 600 or 700 damage more than Pera over the course of the entire, or the first 6 matches of yesterday. So I mean, it goes to show that you gotta be able to find your flushes for starters, and also it's. I guess that's actually the whole point. You gotta be able to get your flushes because they had a ton of damage, just could not find any points with it.
Well, Baron Peak was up there with the best of them, right? Mixon from Young Danes, of course, was up there alongside the usual suspects, i.e. all of BBL. Ruin from Howl, Jeems is up there, Vard is up there, Code Marco, but Mixon, Baron Peak, Zubila, of course, that I mentioned before, all up there, really putting in a great performance yesterday. And Newgate, it's funny because they didn't have a absolutely disastrous Miramar yesterday, but they know that they can get more out of it. I think it was like an 11th place and then a 6th place from their Miramars, despite the hot drop scenario that was going on, and some disengaging, of course, but it slows you down anyway.
Exactly.
So this is unfortunate for them in terms of where the circle has popped, but at least you would imagine either they go E pickup or they go a big eastern rotation from where they currently are.
I'm seeing a nice scenic route down by the water past Impala, and because of the plane path, they should be well aware there's going to be room for rotation up there too. Now look up towards the north and the center of the circle. FaZe, you could argue, a bit split out with how James' position fell towards the west of Cruz del Valle. I think he went up on the mountain just to, get an idea of what's happening around them. As we take our eyes towards Correxy and Fex, you can see Gustav in the distance there as well. FaZe yesterday came off to, yes, I know that they won the second game, but the first one, losing a player very early on, I don't think they want to instantly fall into stuff like that today. It's just not the way you want to start the day. You've been preparing the entire day and the end of yesterday, talking over what went wrong, what went well in the matches. You want to come off to a good start. So hoping to see, for the likes of FaZe and really most teams here, not making any mistakes in the early game.
And it's good to negate the fact that they don't have to be rotating to a circle like this, right? So slightly fortunate on their end to have this ability. But as you say, with James going over to what is a compound that gives you insane lines of sight, there is world where you could have got caught off guard from transitioning from there to there, but you should have assimilated enough information to know that it would be open to get back with the rest of your squad. But we will see the crunch down on the middle of this circle quite quickly, I would say, for the most part. Again, just a very heavy center start for a lot of these games here. BBL is also on the move as we're on board with Pera, who's also decided to go east. And I like it from Los Leones. Why would you just head straight north when you know, as you mentioned before, with the plane path, it's probably going to be a bit jam-packed that way?
You get that sign on the highway, say, big traffic jam up ahead. Get off the highway while you can, and that's exactly what Pera has done. While we're looking at all these teams rotate through the magnificent scenery that is Miramar, I can only, again, strongly encourage all of you to have the map feed open as well. I know I say it all the time, but it's because it's that important. If you want to fully understand and comprehend what goes into rotations in competitive PUBG, it's either it's a tab on your browser, Control 1, Control 2, have them both there, or it's a different monitor if you're cool enough to have 2 or more of those. So again, strongly encourage you to have multiple with that. And yeah, there we go. Smash, able to find one, saying power falls, nice trade.
There was almost a world where they could have alleviated this if they'd have run over Smash earlier on in the game, but no, they still run into one another. Here comes the reinforcements, though, looking down the hill to try and see if they can get any points themselves. Charging a nade is Prot to try and throw that on in there as Smash shot Voldemort. He was already down, shot him, and then he's down again. That's interesting.
Get knocked down and I get shot again. Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely not what they were looking for. I like that Sheila instantly ran up towards the north side, trying to wrap around the ridgeline. Unluckily for him, got spotted by Toby, is what I'm going to call him. Probably not how you're supposed to pronounce that name, but I like that pronunciation more. So Sheila now able to defend for a little bit longer and successfully actually force off Newgate.
A disengage. Just since they are now disengaging, I want to reinforce your point about the map stream, because for me, actually the shooting is the least interesting thing about PUBG. What's more interesting to me is the macro plays, like how the teams move, how they use information in order to be able to get away with what they can potentially get away with, especially when it comes to circle shifts. So if you want all of the information at your fingertips, then yeah, the map stream's essential.
Especially in the early game. Especially here in the early game. Seeing, I mean, yes, right now, young Danes rapping through Crater Field might not seem that important to you, but later down the line, there might be a fight happening with Fairy Tail and them up just west of Campo Militar. You go, why would they fight there? And that's when you realize, oh, they were backfilling one another. They never knew. And all of a sudden, that fight can end up having a big impact on what's happening, because now both young Danes and Fairy Tail up to rep north of San Martin, and look at the amount of space that opens up down towards Water Treatment. Your understanding of the game, your understanding of kind of the whole butterfly effect of this happened because that happened because this happened, it gets exponentially better with that map feed open at the same time.
And let's talk about this. The glider.
The glider.
At the end of our group stages, there was an interview with Aduzi, and he literally said that the gliders are OP in terms of gaining information. You don't have to use this for rotation purposes. You do not have to use this for aggressive purposes. You use it for reconnaissance and intel. And that's exactly what Baron Peak's just done. He now knows that they actually have quite a lot of room on this east side. So why not, bide their time a little bit? They know they're safe in their current 2-2 that you can see on the map at the moment. So it's great usage as Lazar just moves a little bit further away.
And they became even more giga buffed with the ability to just parachute all the time everywhere.
Yeah.
Because before you could get kind of get caught in the air in one of those things. Now you can just go nope and dip out and land somewhere, hopefully close to your teammates.
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, it's an early game tool. If you're using this mid-game and late game, in a lobby like this, best of bloody luck.
Now I just want to see like a Lustly Onus city ending with the UAV in the air, just doing circles. That'd be absolutely amazing. Highly unlikely, but hilarious.
You're going to get shot to bits.
Yeah, probably. There is a chance that you would die.
All right, well, epic up on the way for good old Entropic. They have got themselves in a decent position so far, 45 points. The second and third really were a huge boost to them throughout the middle of yesterday. And but on Miramar, it really didn't materialize in too much. I think it was 6 kills as well as a 5th place. But this squad does have the ability to be able to make this work. They're just joining, again, a very central, heavy game.
Yeah.
So they probably will do what you usually suggest, Toby, which is dropping late up near maybe Campo Militar, looking for some vehicles and maybe playing edge up there.
Yep, I think, honestly, they would have been better off. And again, these are micro things, but that's the corrections that these teams make because they've already kind of narrowed down all the easier parts. I think they would have been better off waiting with their E-pickup for like another 10 seconds. If they had hit the circle right as the new circle popped, they could have opted just to crash a compound. Now they're going to be over the middle a little late, so we'll see where the circle is going to take them as it pops and it goes towards the west. And you can see already now, if you look at the map feed, they're a little far out on that eastern side already. Had they been later to it, it would have been easier to adjust. That entire western side would have been up for grabs for them. Now they're forced to jump late. They have no cars at all. And if this next circle, still talking about Entropic here, goes anywhere but east, they could be in very big trouble.
It's kind of an aggressive drop. They've identified that FaZe is a little bit split here, so they're going to drop right on 2 of them. The other 2 members are not here to be able to reinforce. Fex will try and get Porky, but Dedrix is there to respond in kind. So an aggressive drop. As soon as that circle popped, you saw the direction in which they were looking instantly change. And they were able to react to that very quickly to be able to pick up this nice location.
Yep. In the meantime now, fights happening over towards the southeastern side of the circle too as Carnivores, a team currently set in last place, take on Howl, currently in second. They found the first knock. Good eyes on Code Margo as well. He's kind of caught out in the open. This is not an easy place to play from.
No, it is not. No, it is not here. Now server will light up. There is a lot of room over on the west right now, which maybe Young Danes can exploit, but the Howl situation will continue on for the moment. Charging up a nade, seeing if he can get this done. Peeks around the corner there, but Carnivores will trade in kind. Alpha tier, good stuff to be able to react to that angle being attacked.
Yeah, this is the awkward timing of the fight too, because everyone else is rotating for positions. And yes, of course, this is inside the circle, but this is where you'd be scouting westward. This is where you'd want to try and keep track of everything currently going on with the other teams, but both Howl and Carnivores forced to kind of double down on this fight as the Mad falls down once again. Carnivores able to stand their ground here.
Not bad at all. There are other teams hearing this, but they don't really want a third party. It comes around the corner here to be able to take out Code Marco. And now, blow for blow alike at the moment. A lot of utility going out here from Kesh to try and deal with the threat that is lurking on their barrier. Is there anything more available to him here?
Oh, back again. I thought they had the fight locked down there for a second, but Ruin says no. Top fragger, or top damage deal, I should say, of yesterday. Absolutely phenomenal performance by him. Finds one more. This fight is not over, but look at him. It's just him left alive. 2 bullets in the chamber. Has the swap guns, and it's not going to happen. Howl falls down. Ruin almost made the impossible happen, but it wasn't to be.
If he'd have taken 3 there, that would have been a pop-off and a half at the start of this day. But
here comes Food.
Yeah, they can clean this up nicely. They've seen all of those knocks in the kill feed. They know exactly what is available to them here. They know where the smokes are, they know where the cover is, and exactly where these players are. So they'll be able to barrage this location.
Damage done already. They haven't even had a chance to heal up yet. Beam able to find Alpha tier. They know exactly which tree. They have the last player down behind. And again, we talked about them yesterday, and I'll mention them once more as AXA is able to steal one away. It's the fact that Foot are playing this kind of hybrid edge playstyle. Yes, they play edge, but as you can see, if you look down towards the South Beltanini, they're spread out. They're trying to take control. Young Danes doing the same thing on the northwestern side. Foot play edge, but they do so sat together. They move around. They try and punish a lot of these splits that other teams try and set up. And you saw it there. As soon as that fight escalates, Beamy is instantly in a car trying to get to that position as fast as possible.
Ultimate opportunists. I loved everything about that. It's like, okay, well, this is happening right next to us. Let's just shut this down. And yeah, I mean, the edge play that they've been playing so far is good, and they have been rewarded for the current edge play that they sit in right now. And the circle does still give them a bit of room to wiggle around. Now, of course, some of their threats that do exist is actually Entropic that dropped in via E pickup alongside FaZe here as well. But NoTag's going to put some bullets into Boldanini as they are crashing on in. Mercel will take out Scream very quickly.
That is a very important knock because, as you can see, the rest of the teams, the rest of the teammates aren't here just yet. Grandy's able to find one stack from a distance as well. So a lot of damage coming through onto NoTag, but at least they're doing some in return. Mercel will fall down. Will he be able to get one stack up outside? I'm not sure. Axa peeks in, finds Explicit just off the bike, and finds O'Connell at a distance too.
Nicely done. Really nicely done. Great hold overall to be able to push. Well, I say great hold. They were able to wrestle that away from them. So great pushing, I should say here, because I correct myself. But August is rocking up as well. Everybody knows now that it is going to be crunch time for it to be able to take these proper spots. Nade goes forward. Doesn't really do much for Mr. Shimada. Genji would not be proud.
It's it's not exactly the best place to try and take an open fight, because yes, they can sit and eat their kind of parts of this compound, but trying to traverse from one side to another, now you have Entropic with a perfect overview of everything that is out in the open here. We've already seen 2 players knocked by them. I think everyone is very hesitant to try and make an aggressive play here.
Arm in hand.
Wait, was that Wait, okay, someone got headshot. That was just a really weird timing, because it was headshot for 70 damage. I was like, well, that's not how the arm works. Maybe did they nerf it without me knowing 70 damage headshots now? Is that a thing? Nah, it is. Then you can see here again, Granny's just full vision, I should say, down towards this compound in the south. Because again, I mean, they want to keep track of what's going on down here. If this next circle swings south, keep in mind Entropic right now only has 1 vehicle. They have Fex's car because they flew into the position, right? If that fight pops down there, they need to be ready to make a move instantly.
See what they can do against FaZe. Already taking a bit of a nade to the back there as Parrot is going to sit down and heal on up. Baron Peak gets away with just a little bit of life force left. And it's going to be up to the other boys to try and cover this, as well as maybe find themselves a little bit of a position to start moving towards, and then maybe find a flank against FaZe here. But a 3v4, technically the numbers advantage, very much in Para's favor. But FaZe has the guns. They have the ability to be able to make this work. A peek over, Gustav realizes he doesn't want to take it. We'll be cautious.
Yep, it's a much-needed fight for these two teams to get done with quickly. They do not want to allow for Foot to get any closer. Now Foot has opted to slow things down, spread out a bit, but if Nox start coming in, especially if they come in on both sides here, expect Foot to full-on corral up to this northern position, of course, depending on where this next circle is going to take us.
I mean, AC's already taken a shot or two across that way, right? So definitely the information, the intel, and the angle is there. So yeah, these teams got to be a little bit wise about how they approach this. Searchers of God goes for a touch across, does not hit Gustav, but now Gustav knows where those fire shots are coming from, and he's a little bit not separated from the team, but a little bit further away. So if things heat up really quickly and FaZe can somehow eliminate that line of sight whilst it heats up, maybe they can kind of conquer these numbers.
I think FaZe are smart in trying to slow things down here a bit. They know they have the circle. They know the Para has to come to them. As I say that, they do try and flex up towards the northern side. But that graveyard they're currently sat with control of has such good vision over everything that happens to the south and to the west. So it's a position they don't want to let go of. A position they don't want to allow for every other team to take while they're fighting Para towards the north. I think that's why they're leaving teams further behind.
Unfortunately, we missed the arm shot, but it's fine. It happens from time to time. Mogo here being able to connect with one, but again, when it's compound to compound conflict, yeah, you get the knock, but that's all you really get. You might get a helmet or something like that.
Helmet, yeah, exactly.
But usually, you know, you're probably going to be able to find one in one of the compounds anyway, so as a replacement. Unless they've been in a lot of conflicts before, which I don't think they have been at present.
They should be all right. Should be all right. Newgate now. Backfilling, going up towards Para. FaZe here's these vehicles, and you can see they instantly run off. They go, yep, we don't want any part of this, because this could very quickly become very chaotic, and chaos can lead to a lot of unwanted results. As I say that, though, Newgate able to find the first two, but now the trades come in return, and there they go. 8C, the one from afar, able to find him in the back.
Yeah, it was a big wraparound from Newgate, and I don't think Para was fully aware of exactly what was going on just then. So it looked like there was a little bit of, I want to say brain lag, but it was just delay, you know, in how they were going to actually receive that fight going down. But yeah, FaZe is very welcome to be able to try and exploit it. James with the M249 on Baron Peak shuts him down. But it looks like Fairy Tail's going to come and rock up on this fight as well.
And this was where, this is why I was talking about wanting to see them back off towards the position behind, because there's simply too many open angles here. Now, Fairy Tail allowed to just run on up, catch teams in the open, find one. They're trying to make their way back to safety, but Gustav has fallen as well, and that is going to be the end of FaZe. They tried to make their way back towards the graveyard, but wasn't able to get there in time. As I say, that makes it able to catch Iroh in the open.
Finds one for free. What more can he get done? Yesterday, I already mentioned it earlier, he was an absolute force here for Young Danes. Despite them not being in the best of positions just yet, they're just shy of being able to break into that top 8. It is so close here, coming into day number 2. Extents as well. Trying to find a cheeky little angle here against all trolls, any trolls in chat.
It's again, they're the ones on the southern side here. They're the ones to kind of deny for any trolls in chat to make their way close towards them, because they know they too have to make their way south eventually. But until they clear out the entire northern side, they can't really fully focus towards the south. So they gotta, or want to, get this done with over quickly. Good thing for them is the circle did stay towards the north to some bit, so they'll be allowed to stick around for a little while longer.
Big conflict down towards the bottom. Boldenini as well as Auglas. They have to weed each other out, or the other one, in order to be able to make a move. So, of course, how are you going to do it? Panzerfaust.
When you don't know what to do it. Panzerfaust. Boop, yeah! There it is. Right in the face. And CC can't do nothing about it. Nate to follow. We'll see if they can get the flush. Mercil, it is the second knock. Should be able to get back on his feet. But, of course, they're aware that there are multiple teams in the nearby vicinity. So we'll see if Baldini opts to go for the push, which indeed he does.
Trying to come in. How much can he see at the moment? That is a shield actually down, I think, but it might be wrong. Owner is on here as well. No, it's not. It's just the pedestal. Will come in, clean everything up. Auglas actually wiped off the map very quickly, but now they've got to be turning their attention towards BBL. BBL, do they have Voldemort looking towards Young Danes, keeping him in check? But BBL really wants to make sure that they can take them out so they can try and move. Otherwise, they're going to be backstabbed.
Yeah, I think BBL's realized now that, well, this fight ended much faster than we thought it was going to. Mogo does go down. Maybe that's going to have them kind of reconsider this engagement with the circle already closing in and them being in a position from where they can hold them out. They should be all right. Issue is, as you can see here, Entropic has kind of their route back towards safety completely blocked off.
Yeah, I think they've overstepped the mark here a little bit. I think Baldanini still has enough to be able to hold this off. And it's all about Entropic in the distance trying to kind of effectively third-party this fight and cause them a lot of problems. Shimada goes down after the blue zone nade is able to do a significant amount. And Entropic's just having free pickings here. Their 2-2 is really strong. Looking at this fight and also looking towards the fights going in the north as well.
Ooh, yeah, and you gotta hit those. Finds him in the end, and that should be an easy flush for him too. Entropic rewarded with their E pickup, and a couple of circles gone their way after they secured the compound from Vex earlier. And now again, I mean, perfect overview position. Foot has up, like managed to wrap north of it and taken over the graveyard that I was talking about earlier. So we'll see. I mean, there should be a fight brewing between Entropic and Foot at some point soon, pretty much regardless of where this next circle is going to take us, because they are the two only teams up here on the plateau.
I feel like Voldemort's playing for his life. I mean, not just in this game, I mean the last 2 days. Yesterday, he was the top of BBL when it came to the numbers, and now he's the last one alive in the first game of the day.
I mean, it is what it is, you know. Sometimes you got to bring on a lad, and he just shows up. Same thing with Sparking during Brutality for FaZe, maybe. Voldemort was who they needed. Oh, Yanni! Down to 1 HP, the level 3 vest able to keep him alive there.
And gonna have Hawkeye reinforcing to try and make sure that you deal with this, but he is able to already flash them and send a nade over. If that nade had just rolled 3 more meters further, that could have done significant damage to Entropic. Oh, Maruna! Oh. Yes!
It's you know what? It's for young Danes. I kind of feel bad for Beamy because he got 2 knocks there. But these mortars, they're on point, getting everything they absolutely needed. When you only have a Rich and 2 cars for cover, those cars quickly turn into explosive oil barrels. And yeah, that's what mortar's going to do to you.
I mean, you may be like, damn the mortar, all this stuff. But Young Danes was always actually going to have a really difficult time transitioning from where they are currently on that side of the map, considering that there's a road in their way and all this stuff. But I mean, regardless, I love it. Maroon lined that up perfectly in order to be able to exploit their position where they couldn't really move from at a swift pace. And if you do, you then expose yourself to lines of sight, right? That's exactly what the mortar exploits.
Voldemort still not done shooting yet, trying to take on now the entirety of Entropic by himself. Not sure that's going to work out for him. But again, I mean, be a nuisance, be the guy that denies the other team their win, and you can be sure that your team will be happy with it. In the meantime, Broken Bones trying to make their way up the ridge as well. Again, the fight for high ground control here is going to be huge, especially with the circle just having swung up here.
How many arms are in this game? Bibbin's on one as well. Oh, no, that's an M24 in the distance. Never mind. It's bright side here for Fairy Tail. Trying to use Zubila as the one who's scouting forwards here for them to try and get themselves a decent spot in the next circles. Holding this plateau as long as kind of Foot doesn't look down at Fairy Tail is great for a while. And it seems like Foot is more preoccupied with the idea of shutting down distant threats.
Yeah. And which they should be. I mean, they've already got 2 knocks on Fairy Tail earlier, not getting any kills with them, but I think Fairy Tail are 2. I mean, there's no reason to take a kind of a even fight with the team up above you if you can just third-party shoot the guys that are running around below you. It seems like a truce between Fairy Tail and Foot going, yeah, you know, let's just get the points from them early and then we can fight one another later.
Yeah, how many times have we seen like, oh, take the shot. No, never mind. Oh, it's a P90. Get rid of him quick. He's got a P90. No, how many times have we seen like teams exist in the middle of other teams fighting, right? Like in terms of dips and just allowing those teams to kind of fight and squabble over the position themselves. And then eventually that team in the middle is able to maybe do something, but oftentimes they end up dying. But, you know, at least they're able to get, you know, at least another team's worth of position points.
Again, big fight brewing here. Hawkey's able to find Squincy first with a nade. That's the P90 out of the equation early on. As Foot take their attention further east. I thought they were going to come down and kind of commit to this fight, but we'll see. With 5 teams still left alive, the plateau is definitely there to be fought for, and with Win or Die and Fairy Tail down below, you'd imagine that Foot is going to focus south, but right now they're actually looking towards the north instead.
And Entropic's been inserting a lot of control for their area for quite a while now. They're not doing too badly. They've sort of given up a lot of high ground, and now they're going to be the ones having to push into where Broken Bones is. But as they push, if HC and Foot are so inclined to look over that way as well, they will have lines of sight on Entropic. So as much as I was praising the fact that they had control earlier on, the circle has not been kind to them.
I mean, AT is just playing with his head on a swivel right now, running one direction, nope, other direction, nope. Like he's constantly checking, waiting for the fight to pop off in either direction. They know that they're sat in between two fights bound to happen eventually. The question is which one happens first, and how can we instantly be there to kind of gain something from it. So very nice from AT that you could see it in his movement too, just constantly back and forth, never just eye down one angle. Always got to be on the move here.
These hills have eyes, and they are looking at these teams that, like Broken Bones, for example. Saw Freekill trying to push up towards 80, but then 80 was effectively covered by Entropic because Entropic can see him trying to push up. So the team synergy of them kind of reluctantly working with each other does pay off. But now for a win or die, I'm interested to see how they're going to solve this, because being on the low ground in a scenario like this, unless you get just big hardships towards you, it's going to be a tough transition.
Yeah. I would imagine this circle is win or die, saying, you know, we're going to wait this one out. There's no reason to go aggro now. Let's just save the smokes and wait for later. In the meantime, it's Entropic that has to make a play here. Are they taking the fight straight on to Broken Bones? I would imagine that's the case, and then leave one to try and fend off against Foot. Even better, can they get a knock on one of the Foot players to then take the fight? That'd be absolutely perfect. But here it comes, the fight that was bound to happen.
Steady as she goes. No, it's not going to be steady at all. Bibbin instantaneously is able to jump on Dedrix, who was quite far up for a little while. He will fall, so will Maruna take Hawkeye. Very, very difficult here for Entropic to make this happen when the teams have been stalwart in their defense, knowing that a team was going to have to come in from this angle and absolutely shut them down as soon as they had to peek.
I mean, while overall Broken Bones haven't had the best tournament, yesterday their final game was absolutely huge. They had a really good finish just north of Saint Martin, as Entropic do fall down, and it was Maruna doing a lot of the damage in that northwest Saint Martin finish. So good to see them once again stand their ground in similar fashion here to what they did yesterday. 5 kills already for Maruna.
But will they be able to deal with Foot? 4-man strong up on this high ground. The other two teams kind of locked down in the low ground at the moment. If Broken Bones can't find a solution to the Foot problem, then it may end up being Foot taking yet another win away from them, considering what we saw in Game 6 yesterday.
Let's see, now things have slowed down once more, at least a little bit. 8 smokes for Freekill. They could really set up a kind of just a perimeter here if they wanted to, but the thing is, right now they're waiting, they're hoping that this win or die versus Fairy Tail fight happens eventually and that Foot would focus it. At least good for them is that they haven't taken any casualties on Foot in this up-close engagement. Foot was the team to deny them their win in the Miramar game yesterday, so we'll see if maybe they can get themselves a bit of revenge here.
Yeah, they're sort of hunting them at this point a little bit. Just trying to make sure that they know that this is the biggest threat. They know that the teams in the north side cannot just scale a mountain suddenly. So it will be very wise to be able to shut this down. A shot comes in from Bibbin in the distance to see if he can shut down Foot, but does not really connect too much. Foot is just going to try and create a perimeter here to deal with it. But you've got to be careful. Norm is still in play, but T-Bone opens on Zubila, who was trying to scale that mountain. And let me tell you, if you don't have rock climbing gear, you are going to be spotted instantaneously.
I love how Foot is just desperate to not become the initiators of this. They will just wait. They'll do everything they can to hold their positions tight and say, you have to move eventually. We'll sit here, wait for you. But not just sit still and hold one angle. As you're seeing here with AT constantly moving around, trying to make sure no one is gaining a footing on them. Because that's kind of the issue for Foot sometimes, where things are starting to go their way, but then very quickly it all crumbles too. Here, 9 kills. They're all on the board. No casualties so far. This is looking like a very solid Foot that knows how to bring this one home.
That has a Panzerfaust in hand, man. Like, I guess they're preparing for some potential explosive action here, but it looks like Gedrox and Extends will be able to peek on over there, deal with Fairy Tail very quickly. T-Bone, likewise, though, sees Helamibad in the distance, it knocks him, and that puts the fear into win or die. You cannot come up here unless you want to endure the wrath of Foot from the heavens.
Again, suppress as best as you can, because now they've dealt with one team, now they can take their full attention to Broken Bones. Look at this, 3 of them down on the southern side trying to fend off. This is huge. T-Bone is single-handedly kind of dictating the north side fight, while the remaining teammates here from Foot can take their attention southbound. But the fight didn't happen at the pace they wanted to, so now they back off once more.
Foot's been great. Just don't flash yourself, and we'll be all right. We'll continue this on. They're still doing all right as Win or Die now finishes off Fairy Tail. They were caught in a bind. And Win or Die is able to shut it down super fast with a nade there, but now you're still on the low ground. Can you somehow wiggle through? They're actually closer to the middle here. Gedrox takes down Beamy, but Foot has been pushed into Broken Bones here. This could be win or die, capitalizing on this very swiftly.
It very well could. They're trying to set up full control play, kind of doing exactly what Foot did before, just from the low ground opposite. We'll see if they're able to hold off, as these players will eventually start pushing down the hillside. Oh, there comes the sword off. Not able to find Bivin with it instantly.
Not bad at all, but still, there is going to be another threat coming along your way. Broken Bones only down to 1 man right now here, whilst Foot is on 4, but here comes Win or Die, and they're spraying into some of these smokes, causing a lot of problems. Hello, my bad, or it takes T-Bone. Gedrox as well. That is 2 for, and I don't know how Foot is going to be able to deal with this, but 80 on the return with Hello, my bad. 80 taking down Leosh as well, but Leosh and the nade. Oh, it's only 1v2.
Yep, just Vard left alive, and if there's one to be able to bring it home, it would be him. We'll see if it's going to happen as Maruna peeks on over. He's not going to find anything, and now Extends and Gedrox up against Vard. Haven't been able to commit to the reses just yet. Lobbing more nades on over, trying to see if they can find anything with him. No, not going to happen. Hello, my bat will fall, and they will commit to the res on Leosh.
It's tough. There is a timer against him here for Vard, because he knows he needs to move fast for the reses. He does find one, does a lot of damage. He actually goes prone, trying to avoid that. He knows the reses probably already happened. Sees him on the edge of that smoke. Vard's able to get it. If they spread through the smoke, they might be able to hit him as well, but Vard is on the warpath. He's reloading the sawn off.
This man has all the guns at his disposal. We'll see what he can make happen with it. The smoke is going to be there for long enough for him to get the heal on up, and it will. 2 bullets in the sawn off could be enough to win him this fight. Spots the first one, finds him through the smoke, gets back into it, reloads, peeks on over once more, spots him, but it's not going to happen. Extends, able to bring it home for Win or Die.
Oh, that was like chills almost there, man. Chills. That was very, very close. Of course, of all people that you probably want in that scenario, Vard is one of the guys you want in that scenario. Yep. But Win or Die takes the win. They're able to cover themselves, sticking the res and knowing that Vard has a lot of mental gymnastics to do in that moment. How far do I push? How aggressively do I push? I know you're resing. All of these things, you've got to be super careful there.
Definitely have to be, and I think for Win or Die, we kind of counted them out when the circle went uphill, but they played it incredibly well, and Broken Bones just didn't want to allow for Foot to take a fight with them. But yeah, that was one hell of a start to the day.
It was. Oh, I'm happy again. All right, time to go to the studio here. A great win for Win or Die. Let's hear from the desk.
Holy hell, that is a way to wake up the Aussie on the desk with that sort of play right on day number 1. Vard blew my mind there, Jordan. I actually thought he might have had it at one point.
I tell you what, if my microphone was live during that end game, people on the stream would have been hearing a lot of, ooh, oh, what? No. Because there was a lot of that going on between myself and Saga, at least, as we were watching that. Vard, I thought he was going to do it. I honestly thought he was going to get it done there, especially when he got that 2-tap right towards the back end in the 2v1. But maybe just didn't quite recognize that the second player was coming from the exact same angle, and so overexposed around the side of the smoke. Either way, almost a heroic effort from him. And look, I got to say, I think in general, it came down to Foot and Win or Die from probably like Zone 7 was at that point where you could say, okay, well, it's going to probably be one of these two teams depending on which way the zone shifts and how teams kind of push in and move their way around that zone. I think what ended up actually being the big problem for Foot was that they had to end up fighting Broken Bones up for that high ground. And in that meanwhile, Win or Die was able to take so much zone control right there towards the end game, which made it quite favorable for them to actually close that out. And it only came so close because Vard actually popped off individually, but actually it really should have been a bit of a cleaner win for Win or Die. But the thing that I want to touch on quickly here is that Foot, 18 points out of that game. They were the best performer yesterday on Miramar, 12.5 points on average on Miramar, and they're continuing to improve upon that today. So they have really rocketed up the standings over the last, now if we consider the 3 maps in a row being all Miramar, those last 3 maps have been fantastic for Foot. So that form, it seems to be coming together as we head into day 2.
It's going to be great for them. We'll take a look now at the leaderboard because obviously things are going to change up. And I'm so impressed, Saga. Both you and Jordan mentioned at the start we need to keep an eye out on Win or Die Fairy Tale, and look at that, they're in the top 8. It's almost as if, as analysts, you actually do know what you're talking about.
No. We didn't predict Broken Bones would be in the top 8. We are clueless. And honestly, we probably thought that FUT Esports was going to win that game for a good long portion of it. But playing on the high ground and lurking, pushing up over the top, it was T-Bone who's kind of holding the backline angle, watching over the fight between Win or Die and Fairy Tale on the low ground. But it almost came to backfire them, the fact that they were too clean in wiping out Fairy Tale. There was no damage dealt to Win or Die. They were just able to take full control of the west side of the zone because the close range, grenade range threat was just eliminated. And it really funneled both Broken Bones and FUT Esports to fight each other on the hilltop, and coming down from the hill with limited utility is always going to be a difficult task.
We've spoken a lot about where they found themselves at the end of the game, but I think it might be fun to follow FUT Esports through this particular map and just figure out how they played this and how they got into the position they did, Saga. So can you break it down for us?
Yeah, of course. So as Jordan said, FUT Esports technically back-to-back on Miramar if they were able to close this game out, but they unfortunately weren't. But they still would have been top 8 from just the 2 Miramar games yesterday, but this was huge for them because this game looked pretty doomed at one point. The phase 2 shift, they were holding an eastern edge, Para wrapped in behind them. They had very, very limited space. FaZe was on the hilltop ahead of them, and it looked like they were just going to have to play for fights. But no, really, really solid. Just paying attention to everything going on around them. They spot out that Howl is just griefing carnivores again. They push down, they clean up that fight, and then they spot, okay, Para has now pushed into FaZe, Fairy Tale is sending it in, Newgate is sending it in, and they third party that fight as well. And crucially, as FaZe has pushed forward to deal with all the teams pushing from their northeast and wrapping in from Cruz del Val, they take away the high ground position. We actually looked at this before and said, FUT Esports has a chance to push in and take the south side of that compound, and then it's doomed for everyone else. And thankfully they identified that as well. It's just really, really smart and heads up play. It's almost a masterclass of playing from the edge, playing patient and waiting for those opportunities to arise, but making sure that you recognize those opportunities, pushing forwards, taking the spots that are available to you and punishing the teams who leave them behind. And it came so damn close. It really looked like they were going to win this game. It was just this sort of opportunity now where peeking over the top, yes, they get some damage onto Win or Die, but they can't secure the flush. If Hello My Bad goes down there, maybe VOD wins that fight at the end. There's one less player to deal with, but you know, even on the side of a hill, a sawn-off shotgun like this is just in the hands of VOD. It's a deadly weapon regardless, and he really put up a very good fight against Win or Die, but unfortunately just one step too far.
Yeah, the thing I want to say about this one is it sort of reminded me a little bit about game 1 yesterday, which was on Erangel. It felt very reminiscent the way that FUT was playing these 2 games, right? They were put in awkward positions, but they were always able to get themselves into a better position based on the way that they played. You know, it's kind of a case of get lemons, make lemonade in the case of FUT, right? And I really appreciated watching the way that they worked their way through the map, and I thought that they found themselves quite a lot of really nice third parties. So it wasn't as if that game was easy for them, and I think watching that and seeing that they make so much out of a difficult situation is a really positive sign going forward. So great stuff from FUT, and we'll see if they can keep it up.
We've said it so many times, but we'll say it again. A fantastic first game to start the final day of the Last Chance qualifiers. I'm expecting the same confidence, the same aggression, that same fast-paced gameplay at the end. I think it's going to be coming the rest of the day. So take a very quick opportunity to go refill your drinks, get some snacks, and when you return, we're going back to Miramar.
to be playing like...
No, God.
Stay here for guys.
Take it on blue, okay?
There is a new car on orange. You should take it if you have bus, Sparta.
Sparta is gonna die.
On where? Orange?
The worst path.
Okay.
I knock him. It's face on orange.
Wait, they have a massive.
It should be yellow on yellow as well.
Yeah, would you want me to take orange on pop teams if it's good?
Yeah. He's stopping on yellow to scout. He should shoot his tires soon when he gets out.
I had him in the bank, was maybe headshot.
Yeah, you beamed him. That's good. Gustav's knocked.
I'm knocked. Pick up my field flex. Full team.
Just get away from
on me. I can't literally on me.
There he goes. Let's do it right flex.
Yeah, go.
Don't go to him. Don't go to him. Just come play under me, by the way.
car's stuck here.
They're gonna have one res right now. 2 active probably right now.
Yeah.
They're in the dip on the left side, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, smokes on me, yeah. He's running over.
Yeah, jump up.
I'm
just going in. I'm going in.
He's on yellow VAD, on yellow. Right now.
Too active.
Yeah, he's on yellow right now.
He died.
Nice.
Good job.
Just to keep the car safe.
I'm staying up here in the dip.
Low HP, 1 HP on me. He's inside my house. Why you let him come, bro? He's 1 HP.
Knocked from the other side.
Yeah.
I need anything outside. Don't go outside.
Okay, Van is crushing you.
Bro, why no one of you shoot them? Why no one of you shoot them, bro?
Just play it for like my help, you know?
One of the 3 breaks in front of you.
Yeah.
I'm nading that.
I cannot contact.
Headshot him. He's no helmet.
I'm running below him. They have good race now.
Yeah, they're not get 2. We should clear
This is
this.
good.
Go left with me and clear this shit. Don't get knocked from green now, guys. You're full open to green.
Yeah.
You're full open to green. Come left.
knocked. Para's 1 active.
In front of me, one guy.
That's the last guy.
We coming to you, James. 1 active NWG.
Insta.
Yeah, one active pair, I think.
I need to move now.
Kill that guy, that's good stuff. Like, if we kill that church's team, it's only 2.
I killed one of her now.
One is like playing out on yellow as well.
Yellow.
Compound's full spam. Compound can come out now. Up and down can come behind us.
Are
they even playing at the shadow?
Go church.
Okay.
They're like max 1. Go 2-man church right now.
Yeah,
one knocked.
He is 2 active.
1 active.
Take nice. Go church.
You see in front of me,
It was fantastic to be able to get a glimpse into the comms that are going on, but I will never get over how abrupt and southern T-Bone's entry into comms is. They're in the building! They're in the... I love it so much. Especially being a northerner, I don't hear many southerners, so there you go.
There you go. And I was just complimenting Beamy for talking to, so we get the Danish guy in there as well. Look at that. Oh, yeah, full circle.
Yeah, it's good times. Good times for Foot. They're able to put up a ton of points. I mean, at this point, they're almost guaranteed to be in top 8. Being able to move into that grand final as long as nothing absolutely crazy doesn't happen amongst the other teams that are actually trying to qualify. And now we've got one more Miramar on the cards. We have the plane ready to go here, Toby. So why not let's get into game number 8 here of The Last Chance.
This one is a pretty interesting one in particular too. I mean, it doesn't seem like a crazy wild plane path of that any kind, but if you keep in mind how many teams we had loot the northern side of Miramar, in the previous game, a lot of these teams' kind of home turf loot spots are north of Picado. So curious to see how things are going to spread out here, how many teams are going to opt to go for alt drops, and how many are just going to say, yeah, you know what, that's just an additional minute and a half of rotations.
It's a tough spot, especially for some of those teams that we were watching conflicted in those southern scenarios, right? Where, okay, now, yes, you're not going to Chumacer as Newgate, but what other teams might be dropping around you because of a playing path like this? All things that you do have to consider. You're already seeing, for example, Carnivores trying to move over towards what I assume will end up being a trash drop or moving a little bit further onto Valdemar. It might not impact Newgate too much just yet, or Entropic or the like, but it does mean that on rotations, you've got to be a little bit more cautious, etc.
Definitely. Ooh. Well, let's see here. Win or die. Any trolls in chat fighting for vehicles? It will be Sparta to claim it, get away with it. We did see them fight in and around this area quite a bit yesterday. Sparta having a back tire pop here ain't exactly going to make his journey any easier either. But at least for now, the next 5 seconds, he's going to be in cover. Issues, as you can see here, no back tire means they're very hard to control that vehicle.
At least taking away from win or die. It's a very minor victory, but it is a victory. As long as you get out with your life, as he is doing.
True.
Because that's one thing about Power Grid that is actually not talked too much about, is that as much as, yes, it's a good drop, it's very central, you do have opportunities to be able to, kind of move pretty swiftly in games. I would say in terms of car spots, you do need to flex out a little further than just your initial drop to actually get some really kind of decent mobility on the go. So you got to take 1 or 2 risks here and there, but once you do, you're going to be quids in.
Yep, definitely. I mean, if you're any trolls in chat right now, I think you're going to be pretty fine. I mean, I'm curious to see if they're going to opt to stay up on the plateau, kind of scout forward, of course, depending on the util they're going to be able to find on the ground. But whether they're going to send players down the hill itself towards where Orclus, BBL, and Fairy Tail are currently sat, or if they're going to opt to stay up on the mountain itself.
I like the mountain, but of course, it's early days, eh? we have got ourselves an opportunity here to take a look at Fairy Tail. They're already ready to go. FaZe, of course, lost one of their members very early in the previous game, and because of that, it was a little bit of a crippling blow to them, but still got a few points here and there, right? And found themselves in quite a few skirmishes in the northeast of these circles, not really going their full way, but I do think that they're going to be able to do enough to stay in this top 8 here.
Oh yeah, they should definitely be able to. Curious to see how the likes of FaZe and Foot are going to opt to rotate into this. It's whenever you have Los Leones in the far southeastern side of the circle, it takes out a pretty big chunk of what is comfortable pathing. So I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, to see FaZe grab all the way south around. Maybe not Prison Island, but something far south would be would make sense to me. Also, I'm kind of curious to see why Bibbin is. That's because the rest of the guys are hidden behind the countdown timer or the map timer. I was gonna say where's the rest of Broken Bones, but they're on the southern island. That makes sense.
Yep. It's one of the more recently added locations, as much as it's
overlay.
Yeah, it's obviously not recent. This rework has been gone on for a while now, but actually there's a lot of loot down here. And one thing that's cool about the loot here is that actually a lot of it is just in the open in Partona. So you can just run between a lot of these like festival locations, be able to pick things up. You can see your loot from very far away as well. So actually, sometimes, as much as it's not the greatest spot to rotate from, you can get looted up very quickly on Partona. I don't mind it sometimes.
And worst case, you can zip line back to the mainland.
Wow.
Yeah, that's something we don't see enough in competitive PUBG. Zip lining.
Was it the group stage that I saw someone do it in? I think it was, or Protality. Regardless of which one it was on the stream, and I was very excited because as you say, it's uncommon.
It's the smallest. It's the small things in life, It's we're happy with it. Hal opting to set up on the western side of Picado. I kind of like this. Only have one player move into Picado proper, but have kind of a full perimeter set up so you can pretty much see and allow who gets through and who doesn't. They know that they have more teams in the northern side they have to care for, obviously, but they're going to be able to hear those vehicles coming in whenever they do. In the meantime, Orclus able to group up here down towards the south. They did lose one earlier, and I'm not sure Lyron... Yeah, he's going to get picked up by a friend. That vehicle lost a couple of tires, I think.
I mean, even if it didn't or did, I'm not impressed by the parking job whatsoever, all right?
No,
like, just whatever that is, you're losing your license, all right? It's stuck. It's not lost tires. It's stuck. You see?
It's not optimal. Not optimal. Circle closing on in. There's plenty of space towards the southeast in territory that could, with the eastern shift, become very, very kind of high priority. So already now we can kind of start lining out who would get the better of that, of course, depending on whether they dare to make a run for it or not. In the meantime, FaZe opting to wrap south around here, playing it slow, scouting their way forward as they usually do. Teams looking towards the south to make sure that no teams are backfilling them. Makes perfect sense. Again, spread out, take control, just make sure that should something go wrong, that you have a teammate close enough to come to your aid.
Yeah, not going for the widest of wraps, just kind of sending it straight on in. But again, yeah, there is still, if they do not get a south shift, you're going to have a lot of work to do with a lot of teams to have to plow through as time goes on. But see Foot on the move as well. They are coming in basically dead last, as you kind of alluded to yesterday in terms of how fast they would like to rotate in, all of that edge play that they like to utilize. And to great effect in a lobby like this so far, 64 points on the board. As we see Newgate still just doing some scooted about themselves as they coincidentally find themselves next to Entropic once again in this area. They're probably very aware that Entropic is still lurking somewhere in this area.
Yeah. But would they be expecting them to be this high up on the southern side? I'm not quite sure. Usually the south here is where you kind of loot and get going, especially when the circle is more northern skewed. But them only having one in the, let's say, the low ground part of Chuma is not something you see too often.
BMX Master.
Well, technically it's a mountain bike, but that's okay.
All right, it's a bike. It's a bicycle, okay? I do love them. I oftentimes just, find them, keep ringing the bell, driving around my teammates saying, and they say to me, can we please play the game? And I'm saying, I am playing the game, and continue to do what I was doing.
I thought for a second there you were talking about in real life and how you love bicycles. And I was like, if there's one thing that I could never imagine, would be James Carroll on a bicycle.
I don't know what it is. I can't escape bicycles recently as we look at a crate. I go to the UK 2 weeks ago. My brother's like, who's not like an athletic person at all. He's like, I thought maybe renting bicycles would be fun. No, I'm going to put everybody under the bus. Get ready. All right. He's like, would renting bicycles be fun? I'm like, I've rode a bicycle for 20 years. No, it probably wouldn't be fun. I'd probably fall off. I come home from the UK. I talk to Natalia. She's like, do you know what we should do? Completely independent of one another, these scenarios. We should rent bicycles. I'm like, what's going on? What is this bicycle hellscape I've suddenly landed in my life? And sorry, anyway, I'm done.
I mean, they are pretty convenient.
Rubbish. I don't want them.
No, I know, which is why this whole discussion started to begin with. But yeah, there you know, everyone. James's take on real life bikes, no. James's take on in-game bikes, yay.
Yes, correct. I'm glad we've locked that down.
Yep, there you go. If there was a Twitch bicycle emote, I would like for everyone to pop it in chat right now, but I don't think there is one. If not, then maybe it's a good excuse to bring one up. There it is. The instigator of discussions that lasted at least a minute. In the meantime now, as we see the circle close on in, I'm liking Pero's position right now. They have full high ground control up towards Church. They have pretty much the prio spots there, potential threats on lockdown, and they've also got Baron Peak on the low ground further towards the north. This is arguably the best center position a team could have right now. Of course, depending on where the next circle is taking us, but for Pero, a team who has kind of struggled to get things going on the grand scheme of things, they won a game from this area yesterday, and I would love to see them have another good one should the circle go towards them, which, well, there you go.
Bam.
It does.
And the scary thing about this circle is up near where Baron Peak is, right? Because a lot of teams start kind of congregating in this area because they know it's hard to transition to, but great to defend for a lot of these compounds. So we'll see these teams start moving. As you can see, Parrot is saying, yep, we want a piece of that. They're all moving towards where Baron Peak currently is, or at least trying to situate themselves in compounds closer to him so that they can defend a 2-1-1, a 2-2 split as time goes on.
Off of the rotation we just saw from Pero, them grouping up further towards the north, I'm very curious as to who actually saw them leave Church. Because you had No-Tag in the valley on the southern side. You have Entropic on the move. FaZe, I think, would have seen it. And James and Fex are currently driving towards that area of the map. That would be a huge take for FaZe if they're able to come up and claim that. Because as you can see, Church is open for now. I honestly don't think anyone saw Pero leave. They were in the low ground, aka, thank you so much, observers. Can't see that position from down there while you're on the road to yourself too. So NoTac has no clue the church is free. I really hope FaZe saw it and they instantly sent it there.
Yeah, the only thing you might get is the whiff of a car sound in the distance, but even that is very, very far away. So you're right. And the one thing that you don't want is you don't want Entropic being able to realize that that is open and get over there as well, because they had quite a bit of success with it themselves. But FaZe is now on the move. They do see Broken Bones moving against them as well here, but it looks like Drexy, Fex, and Jeems trying to scout it out, maybe looking around. They're going to take the schoolyard for now.
Free kill E pick up on it. That's
amazing.
Clutch. The only way you play church is if you have cars to leave with.
Yes.
Free kill flies over, doesn't see a vehicle, goes, guys, it's free, it's ours, let's take it. And they get massively rewarded for like kind of split rotation with one guy in the sky. It all comes down to free kill scouting on the fly here. He flies in, sees no cars, the rest of the team can pull up and they beat FaZe to it. That is a huge play for Broken Bones to come up and claim this position.
Yeah, it's a good shout. It's a really good shout, Toby, considering that, again, people were not working with information. How do you alleviate that up in the air is pretty good. So not too bad. It is not a game-winning position just yet, of course, but it does give you a decent chance at being able to gain better information later. If it does go south, then maybe it will be a game-winning position. But anyway, Fairy Tail in a bit of a loggerheads with Newgate. We'll back away from that, realizing that they're a little spread out. Doesn't want to be risking too much here.
Exactly. I mean, look at what Brightside is looking into. That entire north stretch is just compounds with players in them. I mean, it's not where you want to be fighting in the open. Right now, we know that some of these compounds are in fact free, but BBL has line of sight. Get Drugs from the north side mountain has lines of sight too. And you had carnivores kind of creeping up in this direction as well. Very, very wise disengage in what could kind of fool you to look like a fight you'd want to take, and a fight that might even look to be in your favor. Very nice understanding from Fairy Tail. Yes, we might get a knock here, but we could also all, in a matter of seconds, get caught out in the open. So I like that play.
And they know that they've got so much more room that they're going to probably have to clear come this later stages of this game. Newgate, likewise, is just now rotating around them, going up towards the north. We're on board with Young Danes as well. They're also on wide wraps in this circle, trying to figure out an entry point. And let's be real, Picardo is usually not that entry point. And neither is the Warehouse South, which Foot have kind of got control of, considering that's almost always going to be taken in a circle like this. So waiting for the pop. They do have an opportunity to try and wiggle on through here towards Foot, but that is a difficult team to try and take out here.
Where does NoTech go on this? They see Baldanini in a split position. I think that, yep, nice disengage again by that Baldanini player, able to get back up the hillside up towards his teammates. NoTech does get a few shots on towards him, but nothing more is going to come up. And in the meantime, as you mentioned just before, Young Danes trying to maneuver their way in from the eastern side, and they're getting instantly punished by the other Dane. Beamy setting up, shutting down two. We'll find the third as well as Vart's doing. And now it's just Hjort left alive. And yeah, Beamy, he might be a Dane as well, but not their teammate.
He's absolutely blasting them along with the some real supporting fire coming in from Foot. BBL's going to want to get on out of there pretty swiftly. There's some great shots from Jani here. Is able to knock down two and finish him off alongside Hawkers and Grendies. That is brilliant stuff by them to be able to greet them upon arrival. But, I mean, on the other side, as we were mentioning with Foot, I mean, Beamy has just been the bad man. He's been laying in the boot against so many of these players in the previous stage, never mind this one.
Yeah. Playing phenomenal. Even with that said, though, we will all be expecting him to make a tweet after today's over and be like, oh, I played without my arms today. Because that's usually how it goes, regardless of how well he plays.
That's true. He's like, yeah, you know, I was able to defeat the entire
It's not a day of EMEA
but,
PUBG if you don't get a Beamy tweet about him saying he wasn't playing well.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Let's see if Zubila will be able to play well, though, as he takes down the remaining members of BBL. And, I mean, again, for BBL, they've done their sponging yesterday. They know that they're probably through. There's not really too much onus on them to be able to perform here. But they're going to be taken out pretty swiftly. And that gives an opportunity for all of these teams to get a few... Oh, that was cool.
Style points. I like it. Cool. No risk involved. Just casually doing a barrel roll when you're parking.
Yeah. I'm all for that. That was awesome. All right. Yep. Anyway, he shut down my point completely. Thanks, Kurexi.
Means it probably wasn't all that important in the end.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's true.
Yep. I like the reactional play, though. FaZe kind of split out. I think they split out anticipating that whoever is set up here in church will leave eventually, should a better circle come to them. And obviously, because FaZe can't just fully commit over the ridgeline into effectively the unknown in the low ground, they want church first. They want to be able to scout and make their way forward based on info they've garnered. So wise that they sit around for a little while longer. And as soon as Broken Bones left, they were in their cars, ready to make a play, and now have the position they effectively would have wanted one circle ago.
But teams have leapfrogged forwards into the middle of the circle. So as much as they do have this scouting opportunity, they will have to be very cautious about their next approaches. Keep those cars readily available to them. They know that there's movement on their northwest side, as Entropic. I mean, they already saw those guys being able to absolutely blitz a BBL as they were entering. And now the transitions down towards this circle for those teams in the south become quite treacherous.
This is going to be a very hard circle to play. Curious to see what Paris is going to do, especially now with both Entropic and FaZe up above him. As soon as one of these two splits go to join the other, which you can see now Judge of God is going to start making his way towards his teammates along Lhasa and Baron Peak. Who gets it first? They now see it's free. Who gets in there? Cargo stuff is already there. You're seeing Hawkey as well. This is going to be a race for that south side compound because there's nothing else for FaZe nor Entropic to claim.
Got to try for something. Got to try for something. There will be the onus on those who are able to take the initiative very, very quickly. Hawkey is massively leapfrogging ahead of them here.
But he's alone.
Yeah, that's true. They could crash.
They could and they should, honestly. I mean, James is staying up on the hillside behind and he's seeing everything here. FaZe comes full speed forward. They're going to pull up in the compound. There's no other way around it. They have to make the play. Issue is the cavalry has now arrived. James is not here, so let's see who comes out victorious. 1 for 1 so far. Make that 2 for 1. As Grentis finds Correxy as well.
Gustav still on the board, trying to get himself something done here. Goes for the molly all the way through, and as I was able to hit Detrix with that, that'll knock him. Will he be able to get more done with this? There's still James trying to get down here as fast as possible. Give those reinforcements. Come in here for Gustav. Sees a nade come through. Nice dodge for that one. But here comes Carnival.
It's a whole other team. Having a hint of a party going down that they want to be part of. And here they come. Good thing is Yanni's able to hold off strong where FaZe is kind of still stuck in the building inside. Finds the third. Ace prevails as he finds once more. Gustav now shuts down the party as he peeks on out and finds him. So it's just one left alive from the side of Carnivores, a team who I think thought they had all the options here to come in and just kind of claim the finish, or the win, I should say, in this fight, but not meant to be.
Poor Janny, he's having those all stolen away from him as well. He put in so much work against Carnivores just then, but FaZe is looking to mop it up. At the same time, though, Grentis in the distance, spray goes down. Gustav with the blast is able to take the head straight away from him here as Entropic is trying to salvage the position, trying to recover from the losses they've taken. He sees through the door. Oh.
The timing, I love these. Just playing off of audible cues alone, trying to pre-fire the angles, knowing what he would have done in a situation had he been the one inside the building, thus trying to peek those exact same angles. Gustav now wrapping around the side, but getting shot towards by Screams, so he's going to have to reposition. James is still alive and nearby as well, but what can he do? He's one up close, spots one inside. James! Oh, with a flick of a mouse, able to take down Detrix.
And no bad mouthing about James here. Fantastic stuff from him to be able to bring in the reinforcements, and the cavalry comes hollering. We have got ourselves only Hawkey left to try and hold off FaZe. That being said, though, still Carnivores have been able to leapfrog ahead of it a little bit here. They're in the blue at the moment. They're going to be taking some of this ticking damage. Timer's against them here. James is going to end up going down to this blue. Oh, unfortunate. All things considered, what can Gustav do? He could go for the pickup here, but again, they're leaving themselves dead to rights as Hawkey comes around the corner, but he will be shot down by Carnivores in the distance. But now they know that this angle's being covered. Is this nade going to be able to connect?
It does, but not enough damage on. Thank you for the no spoilers trajectory on that grenade there. leaving it for us to speculate. I kind of liked it, not gonna lie.
Yeah,
as we can toggle X-ray on and off, we can do so with the grenades as well. We'll see now, though, if Gustav and James, with Azazel well aware of exactly where they are, will they make their way out from here alive? And even if so, how do they proceed?
My head just almost blew up on that. Like, because Azael knew exactly where they were for that, so it was so close. I loved the play. I loved the attempt at trying to get some utility in there. He knew that they were knocked in that only single position, so why on earth not? But now FaZe has recovered. They're going to be on the hunt here for Carnivores. and seeing if they can finish them off and try and transition into another position. But there may be other teams that are lurking around to be able to shut them down when they come out of this compound.
How do you get out of here alive as well, even if you come up victorious in this fight? You can see James trying to get a better angle, and he's instantly taken down to low HP. It's not going to be easy, but hey, there's a bicycle, James. Maybe that's what's going to keep them alive.
Little ringing the bell as they come out and get shot by the whole lobby.
You never know. You never know.
Well, another molly goes through. They've been pre-firing the corners, knowing that he's in here somewhere. This is a haunted house for Azael at the moment. He's going to have to get out. Meanwhile, on the other side, Newgate actually shuts down the rest of Young Danes. They already took casualties earlier. It was always going to be difficult. But Azael trying to find... He sees Pera. Pera is just waiting for this to be cleaned up.
Yep, it's doomed, I would say, for both Carnivores and FaZe at this point. Gustav tried to make a play again as well on the bike, instantly taken down. And now, Azazel will line up some smokes, but that's going to be the last one. And he's still going to be at least 50 meters short of the next circle. And Pera are just sat here ready and waiting with open arms.
James just chilling in the blue, waiting for an angle to potentially present itself. Newgate goes down, Foot still taking scalps. Another 6 kills on the board for them. They see no tag in the distance, and they have high ground. They have a strong split against some of this. They do actually have one knocked, though. The Mad was able to take down Beamy, so maybe that 2-2 split not as strong as I initially imagined.
I think it's going to be all right. Maybe just not overstepping, but peaking a bit too hard there. But of course, that's why you play a 2-2 position. Had Beamy been alone, he probably wouldn't have been as aggressive. But knowing that he has a teammate nearby to rest him should something like this happen, I think it's definitely worthwhile to get extra intel on exactly where your opponents are. New circle, it's going to pop. We head back towards the west once more on Foot. Oh, Foot, how do you get down this hill?
And just to address the south side situation, of course, as we have this firing going on, Carnivores was taken out by Baldanini. James is trying to wait out and effectively hope that the rest of the teams are going to forget that there is any potential threat down here, effectively. But, I mean, Baron Peak is still keeping his eye down there, and James will eventually bleed out unless he's got an infinite amount of meds.
I'm seeing Beamy with 4 nades in hand. He's still not within range, but if he gets one here, that's going to force Howl to commit to the rest. And all of a sudden, you only have one player holding the angle, which would be cut. But you can see now they're starting to group up on the northern side of the compound, too. So for Howl, they're well aware that a push from Foot is probably going to be imminent.
Should be. They can't just exist up here for as long as they want to. They will still be 4 strong. Eventually, it will go down. Baldanini is going to drop a few smokes here and there, make sure that they can keep themselves locked down for the moment, but once those dissipate, the lines of sights for no tag team will be open to them. So they're going to have to drop more smokes, try and push forwards towards as much cover as they can find. But look at how barren it is between no tag team and themselves.
I mean, if you're Foot here, I think, honestly, don't shoot at Baldanini. Yes, there might be a point or two for you to grab, but right now, as you can see here, all the attention of no tag is towards the south. If you're Foot, you full speed into something right now. Everyone in no tag is looking the other way. They're all playing the southern side of the compound except for Screams. Yes, there's one guy there to potentially deal with you. But, I mean, they're running around the open to take shots. Foot should try and make a play on this. But instead, they're going for the fight up towards Howl, which makes sense too. They got a lot of damage done just before. We'll see now that they're within nade range if they can find some kills with them too.
Yeah, being able to get this close up and then really put on the pressure like this actually really opens up the potential for them to do something here. Dropping some smokes, trying to be able to approach a little closer. Molly will go in, see how much he can actually connect with. That's how small house, and it might also have a wooden floor, which means that the Mad is going to be taking some burning damage. He's going to have to recover as quickly as possible from that. So it does look at all these smokes. It's a great approach by Foot.
Yep. It's the only way they can really go about it too. Let's see now if the nades in hand of Beamy can find the targets they so need. They have 2 players up close in the building next door. Vard is going to be the first one to fall, and lots of damage done to Beamy as well. And then, oh no, Ruin finds Matt. That's not what they would have wanted.
Finds him. I like how that's phrased. But yeah, really unfortunate, all things considered here. Foot is still trying to breach the location. If they can take this, they can try and recover, find some semblance of stability for the moment. And Pera on the other side, on the high ground, just trying to shoot at anything that moves. James is still down there. Baldanini is gone. I mean, it was always going to be hard for them to move into any compound against no tag.
James has been eating blue for the last circle and a half. Yep. Not sure how many first days he had before, but of course, I mean, there were along the lines of 12 corpses in that compound. Yep. Finally, he will go down, but placement points are acquired for FaZe Clan. Not the best result, not what they would have wanted here, but 7-point game in one that kept shifting away from them is it's not the worst that could happen.
Not the worst, not the worst. We can get Baron Peak up maybe here for Pera and then try and deal with Fairy Tail, who found themselves a great spot in the middle of the circle for the moment. It's only Zabilla and Kron, though, as now Screams from No Tag is trying to cross the road. That was probably going to be one of their bigger hurdles. 80, double though. The Mad Quepper down at the moment, going to be charging up a nade. That could be perfect. It bounces on in, he runs away from it. That's good here by Ruin, and he finishes him. Really good wherewithal from Ruin to be able to get out of that building as fast as possible once he hears the pin.
What a reaction play from Ruin, too. That's not the obvious angle to peek into, and he kind of just, like, quickly and hip-fired him to take out 80. Nice play, and most importantly, they get to keep at least 2 alive. Might even be all 3 of them still on their feet. Zabilla goes down as Touch of God was able to find 1. Para has been able to find a whole lot of kills so far in this game, but now they might just start farming.
Close calls all around here. Very, very open and barren terrain. Ooh. Little No Tag has a cheeky FAMAS on board here. It Screams. Going to be moving up, but he's blind. He can... Oh, no, he's just going to blindly spray into it, but Lazar will take him down. Baron Peak as well coming in to clean this up. Hera is doing well on this defense. Lazar once again. No Tag. They are getting absolutely dismantled.
And huge from Para that they're able to execute on this so quickly. That allows for Touch of God to stay up on the northern side. A few whiff bullets there, but spots him under the car. Baron Peak will take him out in the end. Because look at Orkless. They're trying to split further down towards the south, but because they're dismantling the opposition so fast and No Tag, they're able to maintain full control. Orkless denied on entry.
Lyram trying to deal with Howl as they move forwards, and yes, he will. Tap, tap, bang, as they will eliminate Howl very swiftly. Now we gear up for a 4v3. Perez had the lockdown on this location for a long time. Orgless is the one encroaching, but they've actually given up a lot of room here to Orgless to move up.
Yeah, very playable for both teams. Global Army able to find the first, going up against his former teammate in Baron Peak. This is James' fight to happen.
No, not Global Army versus Baron Peak, please.
We've been setting this narrative up for the last year and a half. I'm all for it.
I can't deal with the pressure. I need to breathe. Okay, let's see how this goes down. Already, they did get one knock, but the recovery is on the way. Nades are going to be thrown on forwards here. Global Army, there's like 700 of him. How are they going to deal with this?
It's not going to be easy. When you have the Baron and his peaks, you know there's definitely going to be a fight to come. They do manage to get him back on his feet. 4v3 still in favor of Para. It would be huge for Para to bring home yet another win in this area of Miramar, should they be able to do so. Not a lot of util to work with. A couple of mollies on the side of CC. 800 damage for CC next as well this game. Most damage done by anyone on the server. So absolutely huge game from Orkless, who didn't exactly have the easiest route into it. They were the first team, if I don't remember wrong, to lose a player.
I find it fascinating that they've been able to wrestle away so much of the circle from Para, who, of course, were preoccupied down towards the south here. But again, with a 3v4 disadvantage, they have more angles to work with here than Para. So let's see if that can outweigh the problem. The Baron Peak is gearing up for some utility here. As the circle gets more narrow, though, utility becomes more valuable because there's only so many spots that Orgless can be sat in. So if you've got some, maybe hold on to it until later stages.
You see CC look over towards the field on the eastern side as well. I'm not sure if Orgless is fully aware that it's a 4v3. Maybe they think there's a solo lurking somewhere. That maybe that's why they're a little more hesitant to try and make aggressive plays. Or maybe they're just expecting that perhaps Para could have a solo kind of trying to get an off angle somewhere. But we're, of course, well aware that... Para is playing as much kind of on top of one another as can be with Touch of God just off the left side here, trying to hold off Lyron in what could be a potential flank.
Yeah, he did absorb some shots there, did Touch of God, so he's going to move back knowing exactly where one of the off angles currently is. Para is playing very defensively right now compared to Orgless, who is trying to take swathes more of land. Schofield, though, going to be moving up. Here comes the aggressive push from Para. How much is it going to do? They're going to try and peek across. They know exactly where Global Army is. He goes down to Schofield. Will they be able to follow it up? Blinded for a moment. Baron Peak takes down CC next. That is Para absolutely blasting. You do not outpeak the Baron Peak.
Nope, does not do at all. Lyron does manage to get the flush on the Touch of God, but that should be the last it's going to find. As I say that, maybe not so. Down to have HP in a 1v2. Now barely a helmet or a vest left remaining as he tries to claim more points for himself. Schofield down to low HP. Molly's now been lopped on over, but he will have time to get at least the first aid off here. Got to reload as well. This suppressed M4, not something you see too often, but we'll see if he can make more of it in a 1v2.
Can the Baron do it alongside Lazar against Lyron here? He has been that off angle, and he is the only one now that's going to be able to try and hold the line here for August. 12 kills is brilliant, but can the Baron do it? He sees him in the distance alongside Lazar. They're going to try and peek at the same time here. We'll try and throw forward some more utility to make something happen. He saved it to the later stages of this. It's an Aug and a Beryl going up against this. Oh, he's 32, I should say.
I mean, this is terrible for Lyron too, because him splitting up to the west side means that Para got the dot. They're effectively now just sat waiting for Lyron to have to peek over, catches him in the open, fully blinded, and now maybe there's a push to pound, but no, not gonna happen. Double headshot, instantly connected after.
How are we here again? After game one, how are we here again? Can Lyron make this happen against Baron Peak over in the distance? Can he out-peak the Baron here as Lyron going to be trying to line this up again with the suppressed M4, but the blue is on his back. He's trying to try for one more heal. If he can't see his head, he's going to have to try and go for a big shot here. He's in the blue. He's taking ticks. He's going to try for the move, but no. Baron Peak will take it for Pera, and they solidify a win that should have been theirs for quite a bit of this game now.
That got way too close in the end. They instantly take down the 2. They're in a 4v1, and it got down to about 60 HP left on Baron Peak. That is huge, but also, I mean, gotta give credit to Lyron. He did not have good angles to peek, but every single peek he did, double headshot over, double headshot over. Incredible micro plays coming through from him.
We were posed with the question, can any games live up to game number 1 of the day? We answer it already with game number 2. So let's head back to the studio and see what they thought about those final moments.
I love how pressured all these teams are clearly feeling, and I think it's why we're getting these really fun games and we're seeing such competitive play. And at the same time, I don't want to take away from the fact that Pera just won this game, Saga, but you also saw there right at the end almost losing it because there is a little bit of nerves growing, right? It's the final last chance qualifier day. You don't want to be too aggressive. You kind of want to play it safe, and it felt like that's what they were doing in that end fight, and that was ultimately what led to such a long, drawn-out battle.
I think it's fair to say that there are some similarities that you can draw between MEA and APAC, where it's never really been about the macro, but when it comes down to the individual gunplay, goddamn, these boys are on point, and Lyron proving it right here as Lazar thought he had the opportunity, but stands up from prone, instant double headshot, and it really brought it down to very, very close to pulling off the impossible 1 versus 4, but the Baron Peak held the line long enough and held his nerve and finally got it over the line for Pera's second win of the LCQs.
I want to just draw your attention, Jordan, to Foot obviously sitting in third there because of their kills, and this was something talking about that individual, the individual style and gameplay. Like, you saw Foot down to 1 player. AC was on his own, and I know it didn't work out in the end, but he still went after that massive fight where he thought he could take out those 3 players. I'm kind of enjoying that cockiness and that aggression that we're seeing. We obviously saw it from VOD as well in the first game, but some of these teams at the top, they know now that they've just got to get as many points as possible, and it is leading to these very exciting games, like I just said to Saga.
Yeah, most definitely. And Foot actually have done enough to kind of get themselves up to the top of the scoreboard there. Now you can see them equal with BBL. And it's kind of what I was talking about at the start of the day and tying into that, that they, even when they have a bit of a bad game, quote unquote bad game, right? That's not their best game by any means. They're still actually keeping that scoreboard ticking over in quite a substantial way. We're not quite getting that same consistency today from BBL that we saw yesterday. So there is some moving and shaking happening towards the top of the scoreboard. But I also want to point out that for Pera, there's some moving and shaking going on for them too. With that win, I think we should highlight the fact that they were, at the start of today, 8th. So they were just making the cutoff. After game 1, they went down to 12th. Now they're back into the top 8. And that just goes to show exactly where we're talking about it at the start of the day, how close this middle of the pack is and how big a difference just one game can make. And for them, obviously getting that win, it kind of gets them right back into the conversation where otherwise you'd look at it and say, well, 12th, they've kind of dropped out of the running. So again, it can, in some cases, in a lot of cases even, just come down to just picking up that one important game at the important time. And hopefully for Pera, that's going to be it. And hopefully they can hold on to that top 8.
Ties really nice into what you're saying, though, is if we take a shift to Broken Bones, who came into this game sitting in the top 8, and now they're immediately out, because that is what it's going to come down to, Saga, these minute differences. If you're not consistently playing well, you're going to have a problem.
Yeah, and a stat that really works out in Broken Bones' favor is they are the only team in the lobby to not have had a single kill stolen away from them. So they're really getting everything that they can. You can't put anything like... Stealing a kill technically gets you an extra point, but takes it away from a team that would have had it otherwise. So they had that going for them. And it looked like this game was going to go pretty well for them as well. They couldn't make their normal drop spot of Hacienda, but this move from Free Kill to take the solo emergency pickup against FaZe no less, who kind of pioneered that move with Jeems usually being the first one to scout forward and feed the info. It's just this shift. That phase 4 shift was a huge problem for Broken Bones. They did everything right up to that point. They took the church, they flexed out along the ridge. Playing on a bicycle for Free Kill probably isn't going to be the best of moves. Sorry, James, that you had to see that, but it was pretty much an impossible push from this position. Boldanini up on this hilltop, and to make matters worse, again, 8C, Foot Esports, those teams that come in feeling confident, they're playing the edge, they're taking as much position as possible. He flexed down to the south and picked off Skinsy, who was kind of being that anchor as they made that push in towards Baldanini, just to make it that little bit more impossible. And unfortunately, the shack that Maruna found himself in wasn't enough to get him any points on the board from that spot.
We have seen 2 Miramars, but we are now going to be heading over to Tego. Yesterday, BBL, the team that dominated most of the group stages, they were able to get the win on Tego. Will they be able to do the same? We'll find out right after this.
Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations. An all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. Erangel's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and Tego. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
They're literally just driving on Beamy. Nice.
Coming to help.
One in my volcano.
Yeah. Next to me, driving. Under me.
Nice, Beamy. Just...
He hit a tree. He's low. Not low. He's knocked.
Nice. What's last?
Guys. No idea.
On blue with Beamy.
Guys, loads of guys in the green.
I'm going left side. Bar coming as well. One guy right side on 2-story. Main door, middle door. One from me. One more on me. 3 more on me. Inside. One up C3S.
My villa, one guy.
I'm close, Gustav.
Yeah.
He's nading or stunning.
He's
gonna peek.
There's 2 of them.
Not close.
Chill.
Yeah, I'm waiting. He's
Upstairs,
upstairs.
I'm healing.
I'm holding. He's down. He's down.
Downstairs middle.
He fell back.
One's running outside compound. 1 HP. Knocked him in the shed.
Miramar didn't disappoint here as we have got ourselves still 4 more matches to go. Miramar was awesome. Both finishes, I was on the edge of my seat. And now it's time to Tego. So will, Toby, this produce something? We are about to find out.
I could not imagine that it wouldn't, especially if you go off of yesterday's games. It's just how Taiko has actually kind of fitted in to the meta that is PUBG Esports. I like it for a multitude of reasons, one of them being you're forced to think very differently than most of the maps. It's a very nice hybrid of a little bit of Erangel, a little bit of Miramar, some of the open stretches that is Miramar, but some of the flatlands that is Erangel. So it's a lot going on this lovely pseudo-Korean peninsula.
Well, let's get to it. It is game number 9 of 12 here for the tournament. And what do you know? Our playing path is almost identical, just opposite direction to yesterday's, which means when it comes to the teams that are trying to stretch their drop a little bit, if I'm thinking about it, it was Boldanini who wants to either go prison or shipyard. They're once again going to have to go back to what is effectively a tertiary drop. Unless, actually, no, maybe they're stretching to prison here. Never mind.
Yeah, it should be all right. Should be all right to go a little bit further this time around. And yeah, I mean, overall, everyone should be able to go exactly where they want. Of course, Shipyard, yes, reachable, but a bit of a stretch nonetheless.
Yeah.
As we see now how one player kind of tangled up with any trolls in chat. Would not expect there to be any commotion off of that. Again, yesterday played out pretty smoothly, so why fix it if it ain't broke? Excuse me.
You're excused. We've got.
Thank you. That's a big one coming from you, teams. I appreciate it. Thank you.
It is, especially since I just gave our producer a ton of crap in the break, right? Like, no, I'm just joking. We have fun here when we're doing the PUBG shows, especially me, Mr. Sourballs.
Ooh, and as you're laughing off, I'm looking at this circle. I'm thinking spicy. Look at the amount of water out on the western side. I mean, let alone that is instantly, let's say, 45% of the map you can't rotate via. So these really long, like kind of stretched rotations, unless you want to take a boat and wrap all the way around, it's not going to happen. And boats are pretty scarce on this map too. So don't expect to see any wide wraps because it's literally impossible.
Look how long they had to drop. Jeez, that is.
Yep.
But it's worked. I mean, this is great.
They said the circle, so I'm not going to complain.
Yeah, for sure. They've actually flexed out even further, which I really don't mind at all here from Boldanini. Of course, they're in 11th. They are in striking distance of that top 8. They've not sent everybody over to prison, which I think is a wise maneuver, all things considered here. They know when they look at the parachutes, okay, yeah, people aren't really dropping towards that northeast side. We can take some of these trash compounds and be able to rendezvous a little bit later.
Look at the walk distance of all these teams. I'm curious if that includes vehicles too, because then the name is really misleading. If all the teams have run 14 kilometers at this point, I think that's incredibly impressive.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it takes into account cars as well. Yeah, that would be quite something. The 2-2 split for Boldanini now, actually. But beyond that,
it's wise. It's wise. I like it.
Yeah. Beyond that, though, they've got ourselves quite a lot of room open on that west side of the circle so far. We're checking in with BBL. They, of course, don't need to do much, as we mentioned in the previous game. They're kind of just using this now as a decent scrim opportunity against some of the teams that they will be playing against in that final.
Yeah, it's and for I think for BBL in particular, a team who again didn't have the best group stage, they across all maps just want to come off well. It's a new team, and yes, I mean, Taiko is somewhat. We can't really call it new anymore. In my opinion, it's you should have, if not enough or as much info on this map that you do in Erangel and Miramar, you should be close to at this point if you've played competitive PUBG for a long time. But with that said, the amount of games that BBL with this roster has on Taiko, especially with it being played less than both Erangel and Miramar, you gotta take every single competitive Taiko you get and make the most of it.
Yes, you do. There is very few. It's funny how few opportunities do arise in a game like this, in a competitive lobby like this, because unfortunately, whenever you're playing these kinds of lobbies, it's really just a different beast to how general competitive, ranked mode plays, right? There's so many more people alive in those later circles. There is so little room to be able to maneuver around. So it's a scary prospect playing this mode.
It's pretty much the polar opposite of ranked in terms of how many teams are alive. I played a ranked game the other day with 9 people alive in phase 2. I mean, it's a little different. yes, we do get some of those crazy game 6 of scrims sort of scenarios every now and again, but more often than not, especially in EMEA, where teams tend to be a little more cautious. As I say, that chaos might unfold in a second should Fairy Tail opt to shoot towards BBL. But no, for the most part, teams, they value their lives over potential 1 or 2 points in the early game.
BBL should be able to get away from all of this. It's difficult to be able to hit those SLR shots on a moving vehicle from that kind of distance. So Zubila is going to have to tuck and run away. He does hear FaZe in the distance as well, though. They're going to be moving slowly onto their position, so he will take a hidden spot for the moment. There is a car here, though, that would tip off FaZe if there was a look this way, that there would be maybe somebody here.
I just don't think it's worth it for FaZe to try and stop to take the fight, especially considering the fact that they're coming into kind of uncharted territory, haven't had a chance to stop and scout probably. Now they will on the fly. BBL's up to set up in the swamps here. Not a spot you usually see teams commit to, especially not this early on in the game. But we'll see if it's going to reward them or if they're simply too far in the open early on. Gustav's getting very close to this ambush.
Yeah, and an ambush it is. Great stuff for Aero to start this off here and be able to finish that as well. Voldemort takes down Fex. Jeems actually does trade in kind, but now a fight in the swamps. I have to completely agree. This was not on my bingo card. It is very rare you see anybody take cover in here, never mind a full-fledged fight.
And even more so, phase 1. That is as rare as they come. But BBL, I mean, maybe they had the intel. Maybe they knew what FaZe liked to do in terms of their usual rotations. And they might have caught them off guard. Now Fairy Tail obviously hearing the commotion. They want to see if they can grab some points off of this fight as well. As Kron is up very, very close to this engagement. Oh, gets one down to low HP. Peeks on over and finds Iroh as well.
Yeah, not only do I like that they rocked up, but also they've had so much information from the kill feed as well about how much of a fight has gone on here.
Yeah.
As they watch both of these teams actually rotate past them. Schiller in the distance throws the blue zone, but at the same time, Boldenini can see some of this fight going on. This is the problem with Swamp. If you have fights or want to take cover here, it's super open to the exterior of this Swamp area that you're going to be shot at by multiple teams.
Not what FaZe would want off of that rotation. But again, I mean, whether it's BBL with really, really nice prep, because you saw how committed they were to get to the swamp fast and just set up shop. They were there waiting for teams to come towards them. So whether they knew it was going to be FaZe or just kind of anticipated that other teams might trot the same journey that they did, it's a smart play that netted them quite a few points. Only issue for them is that they did lose one in acquiring their point forward.
Yeah, actually, I saw a mortar there be fired off, but it's like hiding in plain sight, right? Because exactly what we said, that might be amazing, Nade, by the way. Nope, never mind, it's rubbish.
There you go.
It's hiding in plain sight, because what we said, why would you ever set up shop here? Yes, that means more people have a propensity to maybe rotate through here because they assume that there won't be any teams here, right? And because of that, BBL was able to exploit. Where are these coming from?
When you thought Mr. Shimada wasn't in enough trouble already, he's getting a solo player in phase 1, getting mortared from half the map away. That's just ruthless.
Yeah, tough stuff. I think Zubila, it might have been just Fairy Tail, right? And Zubila actually had the exact read on where he was, so could try and calculate that distance. Meanwhile, Newgate employing the scout strat. I mean, they've been around for a little while. Where on earth are we? Hosan.
Prison.
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, down towards...
And he's out of gas, so he's casually just getting back on the ground.
Whee. All right, well, he'll have got some intel. He might have had front row seats to the ridiculous swamp scenario.
He definitely would have. And look at that perfect parking right back to his vehicle. Ta-da, ta-da. In the meantime, the fights ensue. I feel like as soon as I said we don't have a lot of early game fighting in EMEA, the entire server just blew up. And here we are once more. Foot this time around taking the fight to, well, one of the players from any trolls in chat. And Win or Die are sat just in front of them. The good thing for Foot is that they hear these shots from Getrox and Hello My Bad now as well. So they know not to full speed chase that duo down.
Thankfully, the Haze destructible, because that was... He's just looking the other way whilst bashing into things. But yeah, Win or Die, not too bad. 2 to their name. Gedrox is going to have to get back to this vehicle and get on out of dodge because there are shots raining down on their position. It's Boldenini again. They have a great little spot to be able to look at all of these teams around them. It is a good compound. This compound that they're in, we usually see that as a split sometimes where Auglis is as well, but because there was so much concentration on this first circle, you can't really make that happen. So everybody in there for Boldenini, they have great lines of sight.
They sure do. They sure do. As the circle keeps closing on in, another 15 seconds to go until the new one will pop. As Fairy Tail spreading down towards the southern side, maybe just trying to clear a little more space. They do see Newgate down here, but 3 in their car, just casually driving around, trying to scout out and see if anyone else is coming in from the southern side. Obviously, now having heard the cars, they're going to go back towards Sabila, fortify that position as the circle swings further north.
Pair are laughing. They have, of course, come off the back of a good win, and now they'll have pickings of wherever they want to go in their area. No tag team, though, looking to pick up O'Connell, as he was under some threat from Carnivore, so even dropping down the smoke to try and get on out of that. He's taking a lot of shots, actually picks him up, tries to take him in the shack, and will get him away. They're actually pushing on this, though. A blue zone nade goes down, another nade as well. That's quite ambitious to try and get the nade, and the blue zone's not that ambitious, though. Maybe it can cause the bleed out.
Or just do as Chris told you earlier, just lob a molly straight in the wall, and you might get the kills with it. In the meantime, no need for mollies when you have your nades and your blue zones. That's going to be one flush, one knocked as well, as one sack gets down on his knees. And now, multiple teams here coming through. Baldinini, one of them, Howl, the other. Everyone trying to get into this one position up on the northern side.
Yeah, it was great foresight because honestly, it's rare you see one blue zone nade alone without a double stack of 2 blue zone nades actually do much. But confirming the knock and also getting another knock, and now I mean they're kind of in no man's land. So really good play from Carnivores.
Sure is, sure is. Good pat. Alongside Ruin, the last 2 remaining players from Howl trying to get to safety somewhere. But again, this Western Peninsula, there really ain't a whole lot to play if you don't have compounds locked down. Hapo is on the very western edge of the circle, so not really a whole lot to come for there. So, I mean, already phase 2. You're looking at Howl that is kind of forced, really, to just hunker down in the open.
Yeah, now that I see their position that you're alluding to, it's eventually, I mean, if they stay alive during all of that, it'll be okay. But then you get into the scary situation of, oh, we're all on the same location, maybe nades, maybe mortars. Everything could go very awry. As BBL is still in the swamp, still fighting Fairy Tail. Zabila is down to a slither of health. He's going to duck for cover and try and get this going. He doesn't know exactly where he is. Oh, the car. It's perfect.
Don't get too greedy here, mate. You know he's down there somewhere, but do not peek at an angle from where your team cannot cover you. I like that he's repositioning, kind of thinking better of it for a second there. I can see Iroh up towards the northern side alongside Sheila. They can do all kinds of cover to his eastern side, but if he starts solo peeking on the west and he gets knocked from there, there's no help to be found from neither Sheila nor Iroh.
Yeah, I'll just continue to reiterate that I'm not a huge fan of the fights having to go down here, but I love the fact that BBL has been able to successfully engage a lot of their situations. They've only got 1 kill to their name, but they really put a lot of damage in, and Zubila will take even more damage as he does go down, trying to drive away from that, assuming maybe Smash would not react in time or just have gone away. But that is Fairy Tail losing one very important member.
Definitely. And again, very wise playing from Smash, not just instantly sprinting over the hillside to get the flush, trying to make sure he knows how exposed he is in this position. So jump around, see if anyone is shooting back at him off of getting the knock initially. And then when no one shoots, no smokes, no nothing's being deployed, no cast coming for the aid of their fallen teammate, then he goes for the flush. Other teams would have very often times, you can say gotten greedy or just kind of muscle memory. I get a knock, obviously instantly flush afterwards, and then they get to pay the price because they're being, or because they aren't being cautious enough. But Smash playing this one very wisely.
And Double has got a mountain to climb. He's already being shot at here, and he's sending it straight through, trying to find himself a circle. That is, it's a tough one.
It sure is. Continue your thoughts. Sorry, I cut you off there.
I mean, no, I'm just kind of alluding to the fact that Double's going to have a really hard time. It's really not gone well for any trolls in chat, right? And I do think maybe... Oh, my... Well, that was great extent. Yeah, nice. I like that.
That was the global parachuting army whose parachutes didn't really deploy when they needed them the most. In the meantime, now Honor, full speed sending at Circle Center. He has his teammates a little further back, trying to run the same gauntlet now. But of course, with the amount of shots fired, they might want to change their pathing just a little bit.
He stands as a kid in the candy shop. He can hear all of these cars coming past, like, what do I shoot at? What do I shoot at? And he did, of course, get one, which was awesome, but the rest will be able to skirt on away. Love the foldable shield, just to be able to cover some extra lines of sight. Realistically, it's a great dip with that rock, car, and shield being able to cover him, but Orky now very vulnerable here to Foot. Foot is also above him in all of this as well. Beamy is on the backside of this. So maybe Foot can do a pincer maneuver, but they do take down Hawk. It's 80.
I mean, you put it down perfectly. They have them completely in circle. Yeah. Grandis is in a decent position, but soon he will realize that he's all on his own, and the back angle is going to be open. In the meantime, Cutpa trying to stand strong alongside Ruin, peeking on over, finding one more. Ruin will fall to Lyon, but now it should be a 1v1, and there might be a Ruin to rest. Should he be able to get him here? And indeed he does. Issue is Ruin too far away, and now the mortars are coming in too.
Yeah, we anticipated maybe this location being naded, being mortared, etc., because it is just so vulnerable to those kinds of plays, but not to hit too much just yet. Meanwhile, we move back to the Foot camp. How much can they do here against Entropic, who feel like they have been smothered, basically, in terms of the position that they are trying to establish for themselves? But Janny is the last one alive, and he's not doing anything with this. Unfortunate for Entropic, they have been constricted by the boa.
Obviously, with no instant kills coming in, Foot is well aware there's at least one more Entropic player somewhere. And again, I'm liking the fact that they're not spreading out too wide here. Stay close so that if someone does get a knock, you can instantly trade it and make sure to stay safe. Yanni will get to live, at least for now. You can see this, they're all kind of driving away, but at the same time, one jumps out of the car to look back. Maybe they can bait the attention of Gianni with someone sat as a, let's say, quote-unquote easy target in a car, and the rest of the players can pick him off, but not going to happen. Foot thinks better of it, gets towards the circle.
Maybe, as we still have all of these teams jostling for position. No tag team on the edge, looking to try to shut down the potential encroachment from BBL. They do see them in the distance and know exactly where they're going to be moving, but a 2v3 would ensue if they do take this engagement.
Next circle, where are you going to take us? How ruthless are you going to be? We hard shift towards the south off the shorelines we go. And Carnivores, I mean, set very far down the leaderboard right now. This would be their game to turn the tide.
Would be. Calm before the storm for the most part here, as BBL is going to try and go for a bit of ascent through all of this. And luckily for them, of course, James is the only one and trying to lay low. They're actually already spotted here by no tag team. Is James trying to get out of there, but he knows that there is a team north of him as well, so he has to be very careful about where he moves because of the previous fight that was ongoing with Howl.
Yeah, he needs somebody to start doing some damage to no tag. They can't just be allowed to jump around up on the hillside. Of course, in 15 seconds they will have to move, but with win or die pushing in soon enough, many teams here really not liking that no tag is doing as much damage as they are preventing teams from doing scouting of their own.
Sure, it is rough here. Very rough indeed. I mean, you already said it when the previous circle actually popped. Like, there are some dips and divots here, there, and everywhere in this circle. And there's also still the fields that Fairy Tail has available to them, which actually would provide decent cover for some of those teams over on the west side. So then maybe they'll try and wrestle that away from Fairy Tail. But for now, you can see what teams like BBL are working with. They're having to make these pit stops at small locations. So, Carnivores, though, have found themselves Young Danes, and maybe they're able to actually shut them down. But it's still going to go all about the utility for the moment until someone peeks around here with these machine guns, because this urban warfare can get very, very messy.
It's a huge fight for Carnivores to finish as fast as they possibly can too, because you have Broken Bones coming in very close to this compound, hearing all this commotion, but have still yet to see a knock on the side of Carnivores. They'll be able to get the heal on up as they peek around the corner. Keta gone down as well. Again, super nice hold here for Carnivores, never playing alone, playing off the ankle that they get from their teammates. And Kershire will be able to wrap around the other side, but here comes Broken Bones. This fight just turned three-way.
Yeah, worth mentioning as well, James, whilst this was all going on, is up to 4 kills. He's still alive in that shack and was able to take out with the nades, but looks like Carnivores will shut down Young Danes. Nothing is going Young Danes' way here at the moment, unfortunately. And Carnivores is making a little bit more of a name for themselves. 6 kills on the board. Now they've got to deal with another encroaching threat. They can get the res on up here, but Broken Bones has shown in this tournament alone that they can do this urban warfare well, and they're even going to be utilizing some of the roofs here to try and make it happen.
Plenty of util and quickly isolating them to just one building. This is where Bluestone nades become lethal. Let's see if that nade is going to find the window, if it's going to get it in. No, bounce is just a bit short, no damage done.
Switching over to a molly for a second. Not going to utilize it just yet, as Squinzy is trying to find these angles. There goes the blue zone nade. They're not in that just yet here, but free kill starts things off against another Carnivores member. Oh, actually, so he was slightly in it, but he had himself a Jabber pack
through the molly, mate. You're not fireproof. You can't do this. You can't do this. Maybe it was flashed. I'm not sure, but it seems a little off for sure. And I mean, again, the approach here from Broken Bones, taking the fight exclusively with utility. They come in quickly. They spread out. They make sure that off of the knocks that came through, they can isolate. Like they can limit the buildings that they can have carnivores in. And as soon as they found out they're just in one building, mechanate it and take him out.
There's a world where they could do really well in this game. They've just been rewarded with crates, and then you move up effectively to where Fairy Tail is on these fields and try and play from there. Like, there's a great path for them here. But again, I said it at the beginning of that fight, Broken Bones can make these urban fights happen. They've shown it before, and they've just shown it here. That was picture perfect almost in terms of execution. They obviously had one knock, but they're able to recover it and keep on as 4.
Jenny will fall in the end, trying to sneak in from the east, but Win or Die got the better of him. And now they too are looking for a better position, or at least to try and clear out a little more of the snakes that are in the nearby terrain. They know they have Boltonini on the other side. T-Bone is able to find Myrtle as shots of desperation come flying from the MK12 of Getrox.
It's worth a shot. I mean, or multiple shots.
Gotta try, right?
Don't mind it, considering that they know Boltonini is really kind of up against it. I mean, of course, there is a rock there as well, so you would assume that they were behind that. But just in case they were in the smoke, may as well give it a go. Quetpa finally shuts down Jeems. As much as, you know, Jeems going out in 10th is unfortunate, still 4 kills is more than I think they could have asked for in this game.
Again, I mean, turn nothing into something. That's what FaZe has been doing the last couple of games, and that's why they're still set in 6th.
Not too bad, as for now, Broken Bones is going to move towards the south side of this circle and try and find entry points. Bibin moving forward a little bit closer towards Quetpa. Can Quetpa be the snake in the grass and try and ambush some of these players? Because No Tag Team is also alongside Broken Bones down towards the south. There may be conflict very soon for them.
I mean, Win or Die right now is blessed that No Tag is not closer, because T-Bone is popping heads with that Dragon up. You saw 2 instant knocks on the Win or Die just before, but they will be able to reset, get the Resistant up. And again, this is to do with it's just terrible terrain for these people to, or these players to maneuver in. And you can't really fully commit to one spot either, because obviously we're only in phase 5. So you got to keep your cast intact. You can't really just expend all your util on it either. As T-Bone does find one in the open. Again, headshots connected. And that's going to be the last of Boltonini down in 8th.
Yeah, honestly, when I go through this area, it's normally just to go through it and not stop.
Exactly.
Like when I'm playing games on Tego. And to have to fight in this area, you're seeing how many of these lines of sight are just open on some of these areas. I mean, for a foot, they're able to shoot all the way across the circle here and really put on a lot of pressure. They don't really gain huge circle favor, but there is still transitionary methods for them to be able to take down the line. Because teams that are in the middle of this circle, like August, like Howl, they're all kind of wounded. They've paid the price to be able to get to their initial spots.
Where do you go now, though, if you're foot? You could try and take the fight to Oculus, but you know you're going to get instant third party. If they find a knock here, that would be huge. If they can take one down, they have the next ridge to work with as well. You can see they can push it a bit further forward, and I think they're going to do it now, especially off of seeing one of the Win or Die players get knocked. That should be allowing T-Bone to push up. You can see in the minimap that he is indeed going to do just that. That's going to get him within nade range of Oculus as well, as Extends tries to stay safe. Wanted to save his teammate, but not possible.
How is Quetpa still going with this, though?
Just having a blast.
Yeah, well, literally, yeah. These nades are absolutely blowing up Win or Die at the moment. And we have Maruna still finding, oh, that's a cheeky angle against No Tag Team. Explicit's going to have to duck, dip dive, as he is under a lot of pressure. Broken Bones still finding themselves a few picks here and there, maybe. Sees him on the transition, actually takes a shot. We'll have to duck on back, but there's still opportunity. There's not much to play still in this circle. They want to weed out some of these remaining teams in the middle.
Yep, one nade here could spell disaster for Oculus, as Foot has managed to make their way inside the next circle. Win or Die is pushing further south, and I think this is playing pretty well into their favor. Keep everyone at a distance, and the further you can keep them away from you, the closer you're essentially forcing them to play towards the other enemies.
And Foot is so good at this. Foot is so good at this. Double for Vard, able to finish off Lyron with another one as well. And they will be able to wrestle this position, which could potentially be the winning position away from them. Great use of utility.
Sure is another great use here as Win or Die will take out the last remaining players from No Tag Team as they find their kill number 8. And Broken Bones now pushing in from the south as well. That's going to make things a little more difficult for Win or Die 2, who actually had to kind of leave the circle space they had just garnered from themselves again.
These kinds of plays, these kinds of games back-to-back for Foot, and after doing so well yesterday, it makes me think that sometimes this team can be on another level compared to some of these lobbies. Yeah. They are looking phenomenal. And once again, T-Bow, 912 damage in this game, and we still have 16 alive for him to fire off these guns at. So really good stuff by them. They need to deal with Win or Die at the moment. We're down to our top 4. Quepa's gone, a valiant effort from him, but now the nades will rain down on Beanie.
Yep, this could be Para coming in to try and apply some pressure onto Foot. They know they have them pinned in between two teams, so if they find another knock here, at least just get the flush and run. Oh, that bounce almost got the better of Vard. But if Para find at least one more knock, maybe with the help of Win or Die, that could be them taking over essentially more than half the circle they already have.
And Para had pick of the litter when it came to positions in this circle early. So the fact that they're able to flex out as 4, really try and shut down a lot of the angles from some of these teams and find themselves some stability is not too much of a surprise, as they've had success already today. Can they get even more on the board? I think for all of these teams, Win or Die is in the most unsalvageable position. They are going to have a very difficult time against the rest of these 3, unless they can pull out absolute magic out of a hat.
You have Foot and you have Win or Die, who's been fighting through the open for a while. Then you have Broken Bones and Para, who has had the comfort of compounds. Of course, Broken Bone had to clear theirs first. But if you look at the kind of the util available, I mean, Schofield, he's not even been hit once. Sure, Laza has a busted helmet, but the vest is perfectly fine. They're playing with all util at their disposal, and you have Foot and Win or Die, who's been in the open, brawling their way through no man's land for the last 4 circles. This is going to be a very uneven match in terms of utility available, but we'll see if that alone can make it a winning factor for the likes of Para or Broken Bones.
Yeah, and Laza was kind of controlling any trigger finger at the moment. He doesn't really have that many more shots on his mini, so you've got to be a little bit more cautious about how you're going to take these fights, especially if you end up in a prolonged one. Yeah, but they do see now Foot on the move. Great shots into that hut there for the moment. And really, if you're able to take him out, he doesn't have an MK12 in hand by the looks of things, so that would be a great way to start things off against Foot, but they have already found themselves a little bit of a fortification to now work with, throwing down the smokes, trying to eliminate those lines of sight.
So many players starting to play the ace that I feel like it's not just coincidence anymore. Well, let's see if they can make a good use. Nice spray through the smoke, kind of tracking him there. As Aloma Bat somehow able to survive a nade behind that tree. Second one will go too far as well as he runs on forward. How is he dodging and reaving all these explosions?
I don't know. Crazy stuff. Good survivability here for the moment. Hello, my bad is now down. If you get your grip of choice on an ace with full kind of equipped out, it is a blaster. But anyway, we have got ourselves the K2 of all things trying to do some damage here. And Win or Die is actually making it look all right against Foot. They're only down to extents now here to try and make something happen. They were always going to get pinched here, but they're actually trying to take a lot of damage with them as they go.
And where is the punish? Both teams wounded. Broken Bones has a chance to push up here, make a play. Squincy is in the blue. Got to get back there, mate. And Para on the other side now trying to apply some pressure towards Foot, but I feel like they have to move faster. Do not give them a chance to reset here. And there comes the vehicle explosion. Win or Die out in 4th.
Yeah, they were always going to have the hardest time getting into this circle, but now it looks like Para's going to try and exploit this as much as possible. They knew that Foot was on the back foot in this fight, so now Schofield lobbing a nade over towards Vard. Will that be able to connect? Yes, it will. There's only Beanie left alive here to try and salvage this for Foot, but Para still on the warpath once again. They've been at loggerheads with Foot before today, and it looks like they're going to be able to get the best of them again.
For 2 teams that could not get anything going yesterday, Broken Bones and Para were all the way down the bottom until Para got themselves their win on that Miramar game, and now both of them fighting for a top spot, a game that could shoot both of them straight into the top 8, or for Para's sake, further into the top 8 than they already were.
It would be quite vindicating if Broken Bones were able to do this. They've been on a lot of transitions in this game, found some great fights, and then been able to wiggle their way through to a pretty decent spot. Para, meanwhile, I mean, they've been in this area for a long time, as I mentioned before, but they've still been great in the fights. Shutting down Foot, that's great. Hitting them when they needed to, that's great. And Laza now trying to take the milk float
I mean, you might as well. It's extra cover. See if you can get yourself a little bit of it. He didn't have to use it for too long. Just get over across towards the other ridge line. And now, this 4v4 again. I mean, 7 kills for Broken Bones. Opting to use some early smokes, maybe to allow themselves to push further forward, or at least isolate this this northern flank opportunity for Baron Peak and Lhasa. But the smokes are kind of working in the favor, I'd say, of Para. It allows for them to push all the way up close and just hold off against Bibbin, who is the one who actively has to push into the circle.
And in Para's previous victories as well, they know when to turn on the aggression. That's the cool thing. They play very slow, very defensive, but then when that wave of aggression comes, they know exactly how to do it. So will he be successful here? We will see, as both teams, in terms of central position advantage, it's difficult to give it to either. Maybe slightly in favor of Para, I suppose.
I think a lot of this is going to come down to Util, which is why I'm kind of scratching my head again here, because Bibbin just lobbed 5 smokes and 2 flashes and didn't really make any sort of play off of them. He backed off towards his teammates, but he could have done that without using any of it. And now the smoke is coming over. But again, now the play has to be made too, because they're using all the utils. I say that those Squincy's still with 3 mollies, 1 nade left to work with 2. They're going to save these for longer. 4 nades for Judges have got 2, and now Blue Zone nades to be up. Again, both these teams came into the fights later down the line. They have barely taken damage, either of them, and still have plenty of util left to work with.
Yeah, love that both have some to go, as they know probably where that blue zone came from for that most part. So they were charging up their nades for the moment. Do throw 2 over and don't quite connect. Got to be careful as they utilize all of this pretty quickly, considering that the smoke has not dissipated. But as the blue zone is now pushing in, this terrain is becoming flatter and flatter. That's why when all of these smokes actually dissipate, there will be huge lines of sights for these teams.
4 nades for free kill. When are you planning on using them, if at all? Of course, the longer you wait, the less space the opposing team can be on, and therefore bigger chance for you to hit with him. But I like the fact that he's spreading them out now. He will hold the angle, allow for Bibbins if they want to use util. But they really just want to keep it... I feel like both teams here have enough util that they want to use the smokes to keep opponents at a distance and let the lethal nades do the damage for them. See if you can find something, maybe a lucky knock through the smoke with a nade. And there it is. There's the first one. Will they make a play off of it now?
They were trying to anticipate peaks around the edges of the smokes as well, even with a little bit of pre-fire, but it was not to be. But Para here, once again, coming in across this. We're able to take 2 very, very quickly. Broken Bones now only down to free kill. He is making the ultimate snake play, but he's found himself in the blue. He's on so far towards the edge that Para's probably just going to end up sweeping and taking him out, unless you go for the most insane res. But they find him and they take him out. Para with another one on the board, Toby.
It's very, very rare that you see a team so heavily depend on their utility. It was as if they just denied using their guns there in the end. Broken Bones, that is. They were sat with nades in hand, peeking smokes, peeking corners, waiting for the right time to lock one over. And yes, they had them at their disposal, but you gotta peek with your guns, mate. I mean, this is an up-close fight. I'm not sure what the play was there, but clearly, Para wanted it more, and they brought it home.
Well, regardless of the fact, I'm glad that both teams had so much utility going into the late stages of the game. It's great to see kind of, holding on to that for what is a very important moment, but Para, man, they are going to be solidifying themselves in the top 8 here. They're looking great. Let's head over to the studio to break down the numbers and break down this game.
Just like the boys in casting said, that's it. Para, back-to-back wins for them, and also the first team in the last chance qualifiers to get 3 wins, because of course they won on Miramar yesterday as well. That is a good chunk of points, more than likely going to throw them right up the leaderboard. We'll take a look at that. It is changing after every single game, Jordan. It is so close amongst these teams fighting for those 8 spots in the grand finals.
Yeah, you're right. And time is running out now as well. We're more than halfway through the day. We've got only 3 games to go, so for the teams in the bottom half of the standings, they are going to have to do some moving and shaking pretty quick smart. That's exactly what Para is doing as well, right? We were sort of not too sort of sold on them, I think, going into maybe round 5, 6 of yesterday, and ever since then, they've actually been one of the teams to beat. That was another really solid game from them. Bit of a weird one, right? The zones earlier on in that game were kind of difficult to play. A lot of unplayable terrain, a lot of water involved, and that type of situation. But Para got themselves into a good spot, and they were able to convert that one as well. So again, it's not a massive game. A 9-kill win is certainly not the biggest that you're ever going to see. But in the position that Para is in now, especially after having gone on back-to-back, I think that they might have actually secured themselves pretty comfortably now into the top 8 with 3 games to go. And there you see 66 points. Obviously, that's going to be attainable still for some of the other teams, but they're in a very solid spot at this point.
I mean, hopefully if they keep this momentum going, they'll be able to move further up. But the reason that you haven't seen them jump all the way to the top is because teams like Foot and Hal have continuously just made sure that they're getting 7, 8, 9 kill games no matter where they finish on the leaderboard saga. BBL, they were very lucky about yesterday because they haven't shown up at all today.
It has been a tough day for BBL, that's for sure, and part of it is definitely of their own making. But maybe it's just the case that, again, they feel like they did enough so they can take the risks today and not really feel the pressure and just play a little bit fast and loose, whereas that's definitely not the case for other teams. Pera, so far today, has really not been playing the style that we so often have to kind of call them out for, just making those over-aggressive sends, not really scouting for information. They've really seemed to have taken into account the way that those teams that have been dominating on day number 1 have been playing, and it's a lot more just take your time, play patient, don't get drawn into over-aggression, hold your control on the edge, and the opportunities will come to you. And yeah, while it might not be anything like an 18-kill win like we've seen a couple of times before, still getting the win on the board, getting the points, that's all that matters at this point.
So one of the teams that you highlighted at the start of the show, Saga, was of course Fairy Tales, and unfortunately for them, not a great take-o.
Yes, here's the opposite side of the coin of what we just praised Pera for. This is Fairy Tail getting drawn in to some of the shenanigans, and it's not often, I mean, it is often that it happens as well. Zubila, the highest damage taken from enemies in the lobby of any player, and a lot of it comes down to this kind of thing. They had a good, decent position, they held their nerve as BBL rotated past, and then FaZe Clan rotated past, and they got into an engagement in the swamp, and Fairy Tail thought, ooh, yes, that sounds fun, let's go in and get a piece of that, but it's the swamp. It's just a massive wide open area. Zubila pulls up, his car flips over, so once he gets into this spot, he's committed and he can't leave. He had to make that run forward to where Kron got picked off earlier on to try and find a vehicle to get away, and Smash kind of had the same idea. Pushed up close, and Zubila tried to get out of there with Kron's vehicle, got caught out, and from that point, game's kind of over for Fairy Tail. They had very little choice but to hop in a milk truck, send it to a shack, and unfortunately for them, just to the northwest of this position, that's where Pera were holding on for so long. They were under absolutely zero pressure the entire game. The only team that could really have pressured Pera was Broken Bones, who were playing on the North Island basically the entire time, but they wrapped further south, they cleaned up the carnivores in the compound, so Pera just had freedom to walk out of their compound, kill off Fairy Tail, and then just had full control of the West. And it's unfortunate because if Fairy Tail did have 4 alive, maybe they could have put a little bit more pressure onto Pera, maybe they could have contested for the hilltop that ultimately won Pera the game. It's just those decisions in the early game, trying to pounce a little bit too aggressively on the third-party opportunities, and ultimately just backfires, and they get nothing out of Tego.
We are heading over to Vikendi now, Jordan. Do you think it's going to change up as we've passed that halfway mark, a little bit more chaotic from some of the teams, a bit more increased pace in that desperate hope to get points?
I'd love to say yes, but to be honest with you, I'm still seeing the same teams continuing to perform, so I'm really not seeing much moving and shaking going on, especially now that Pera, it feels like, have kind of locked themselves in as well. So, yeah, jury's out for me, but I think now it's maybe a top 7 being locked in.
Let us know what you think in the chat, if you think things are going to change, or if you're with Jordan and believe that those teams that have been consistent will continue to do so as we move into the second half of the day. We'll see you in a bit. round 2 of the PUBG game show, and it is Pub Geography. This is everyone's favorite. You need to tell us where on the map a specific point is. Currently, this is how the points stand after round number 1. James and Dedrick are on 2 points. AT's on 1, so it is all to play for. Correct answer gets you 3 points. The closer you are, obviously, the more points you get. So lots to get into. Let's just start right away. Gents, tell me, where on the map is this?
Oh.
Lots of thoughts. Very
Boom.
silent. I'm taking it
Easy.
that this is a very serious thing.
Did I lock it? I think I locked it.
Right, good start for the players because James and AT, you had the exact same distance, so you both score 3 points. Dedrix, I'm going to give you 2 for that. Everyone knew exactly where it is. We're showing that to you on the screen. Good start. Bang on the money. Let's see if you can continue that as we move into the second spot. Tell me where on Erangel this is.
Ah, simple.
AT's super confident. How are we feeling, Dedrix? You confident as well?
No. I need lock. Boom.
Already?
Yeah, time's up, James.
I mean, this gotta be in 3 more.
I don't even have to do my job. AT's got it covered. There we go. Time's up.
I feel like this is in Primors, but I can't make sense of it.
Lock in your answer, friend. It's time.
All right. I'm locking in. Boom. That's my final answer. I'm not calling anybody.
Your final answer was the furthest away from the spot. So unfortunately for you, AT, AT was bang on the money again, right on top of it.
I
so
see
he
it in
scores.
Pochinki.
You've been learning here for like,
bro, that's
10 years.
Oh.
It's awkward for you, but for the rest of us, it's fun. Okay, we have one more spot for Pub Geography. This is your chance, James, to redeem yourself. Tell us where on the map is this?
Oh. Oh. Can you translate that sign, please?
I am just hired to host. I do not go further than that.
This is gonna be
Everyone
bad.
looks a bit stressed.
This is gonna be bad.
It's okay.
If I get this one right, it's my subconscious memory taking over. I'm locking in. Boom.
You know what's interesting to me, James, is that you loot somewhere for 10 years and you don't know where it is. But here, your subconscious memory gets you right on the money and you are the closest to the point. Like
Is it on the heart?
200 meters away. What?
Oh.
You get 3 points.
I took the wrong building.
Yeah, it was. Oh.
After round 2, Pub Geography, we have a clear winner by a whole 1 point. James is in the lead, but Dedrix and AT are tied on 8 points each. So now it's all going to come down to that final round.
Okay.
One on yellow mark. One on yellow mark.
One? What about the other one?
Yeah, one guy. I didn't see anyone on the other one, but...
Let's go kill yellow, guys. Let's go kill yellow.
One guy on yellow mark.
By the way, you have Dacia, our cars are slowing down. Like
Yeah.
Going
One guy on me as well.
Yeah.
We're stopping above this guy and peeking, in fact.
Yep.
Knocked on me. 2 guys
Still
on me.
yellow.
I'm not.
Knocked him.
I'm knocked him.
So 2 on orange, guys.
Add one guy on the next one on blue.
Yeah, 2 orange, 1 blue.
I'm nading for plus on you.
Yeah.
Yep.
They're gonna drive on you guys. That's fine.
Plus.
Company came out.
Stopped on blue somewhere, one guy.
Should be low numbers.
They're getting recrashed now. Yeah, we can kill him.
Let's go, I'm crushing.
People in the middle fighting.
Me somewhere. Across.
Here we go, boys.
Let's go.
And past me, nice. God, he's gonna run me over, bro.
The 3-man. Nice.
Yes, well done. That did not go as I hoped.
That's right.
It's 2-1 right now.
Nice.
One hell knocked off Org. Orga 2.
Oh. We're chilling. Don't worry.
Well, if my producer's anything to go by, he just said 45 minutes until the game. So I guess we're going to... No, it's about 45 seconds. So it's a close one. It's a close call. But we've got Vikendi on the way. Toby, I'm excited.
I am too. I want to see it go northwest. I don't know why, but I feel like you were talking so much about those ships and icebergs yesterday that I feel like today we're set up for it. No more southwest, no more grassy pastures on Vikendi. That belongs elsewhere. Let's go northwest. I like it. Yeah, and dinos. More dinos, please.
Dinoland and the Cool Breeze ships. Maybe. Maybe that's on the cards. Love me some Dinoland. It is where I always land when it comes to Vikendi because it's just a fun, happy place. Because all the other bits of it kind of look a bit drab. But let's get to it. It is game 10 of 12 here for these teams to try and put themselves in the top 8 because top 8 qualifies for the grand final to join the big dogs, the Goliaths of EMEA in that grand final.
Yep, quite a few should-be Goliaths in this lobby as well, trying to get to the grand final regardless of the path there. They want to be in it come a week and a half from now. So we'll see if which 8 is going to be able to make their way to the grand finals in the beginning of April.
Who's going to get to the grand finals to lose to BB team? That's
is that how it is?
I'm so hyped for this team, man. I really am. I think that, you know, the switch from Dante to Spiro is fantastic. I have it in my mind, this ridiculous idea that on international soil, BB team and Spiro win an international tournament before Twisted Minds does. You know what I mean? And there's just
that would be
there's some poetry there.
Yep, that sure would be. Sure would be. The problem all along was everyone but Spiro. Yeah, that would be quite an interesting result. But of course, that's not for now. That's for speculative tweets come the next couple of months. In the meantime, Circle goes north. You see? I didn't know I had this power, but I appreciate it. And James, I'm sure, is happy with it too.
We're going to the ships, the Cool Breeze. Let's do it. I'll be okay if that happens. Although, if it does happen by chance, just talking about that location for the moment, oh boy, is there no cover anywhere. It's a frozen lake. It's mostly rubbish, apart from those ships in the middle and maybe some little hills here and there. But yeah, if a circle boils down to that location, good luck, teams. It's rough.
And then imagine when we add the destroyable terrain with you being able to just pickaxe your way through the ice and just go swim underneath the map and come up somewhere else like a whack-a-mole. Now that would definitely make that whole area of the map a lot more interesting.
Well, yes, sort of. You get trapped below the ice. Hell.
Go full Napoleon on them and just blow up the entire terrain under their feet. In the meantime now, that's the MP in hand. Not something you see too often, but Marsalek makes great use of it. Finds the first one just 2.5 minutes into the game. They were kind of entangled a bit. Again, it's Newgate who, just for reasons unknown to me, liked to land close to opposing teams. And while they didn't really get punished for doing so with Entropic, Marsalek will have none of it.
Love me some MP5 whenever you drop in early. Getting yourself one here it's fun. It's a fun gun to use. Marsalek's going to try and use it to the best of his ability. Newgate, though, is on the rally. Senka Pow Pow going for an off angle, trying to find a way through. Double Ori takes Hopcock down and find himself a little bit more. Good start by any trolls in chat.
Yeah, a start they desperately need. Sat currently dead last, but even with just 3 games left to play, it's only a 20-some point run towards 8. So a couple of good games in a row here could have them fighting for it in the final match.
Not bad by Senka Pow Pow. We saw him absolutely pop off yesterday. We were shouting Pow Pow left, right, and center as they were able to do so much with a single nade. But now, it's a lot to do against any trolls in chat. There's not a whole lot for any trolls in chat to lose out on here. Sparta is going to try to get himself in some cover quickly. As now Newgate found themselves a little bit of cover on this bus, but he sees him down the right way. Oh, double. Underneath. Nice.
Yep, smart reaction play by Double there, knowing that there would indeed be vision underneath there. Able to find him, and again, Sparta peeking on what does not have a helmet to play with. Can't find him initially either with the hipfire. Goes down as well from a distance. That's Sparta taking him down. Fortunately, they do manage to get the kills, but now it's on Orclus. How much do they dare to go for this in the early game? Global Army is nearby. CC and Lyron are near as well. They are not done with this fight just yet.
CC next, yeah. Scary. Here comes the rock up now. They have a lot on their plate. Double gets the triple overall, and now Lyron finds himself a spot. Maybe not even going to be able to shoot underneath the walls here, trying to push up against with this nade. And see, Sparta is very, very low as well. Double is already down. This is going to be an easy cleanup for Orglus. They are coming in to mop up this fight.
There you go. There you go. Do not run into smokes, especially if someone could be waiting for you with a shotgun. If you have the nades, let them do the work for you. And what could have been, and I think for HSC should have been, a good Vikendi here to kick off a couple of good games in a wrangle, did... Well, I mean, it ended pretty much before it got started.
Well, the commotion normally doesn't boil over to have two teams down in the first 5 minutes, but here we go. We're still having more rock-ups going down. This is a massive crash forwards, but AXA will be able to take down. Touches God straight away. Very overzealous to be able to push in there. Pero is getting absolutely slaughtered.
What a stand. What a play here from Beldanini, finding 3 and approach. And again, I mean, Beldanini is a team that we haven't seen the most kind of highlight moments of, but the few times we have seen it, it's been them defending compounds, and this situation is no different. 4 players down, no casualties, taken instantly Shimada, and the other teammate spreads out to take control of the southern side. Again, they were in a 2-2 split. It was a nice read by Pera, but they stood their ground and they stood it strong.
Yeah, rough stuff. Rough stuff. Whoa,
can we stop fighting?
Hello? Okay, well, Young Danes don't want the fight, let's be real. They're currently, or maybe they do if they need some kill points on the board, but it's really not going their way. This has been an absolute butchering of some of the teams straight away in this Vikendi. I don't even know what to put it down to, really.
It's spicy. I mean, the plane was straightforward. The circle is right on the plane path. I mean, I guess one thing we can add it to is north, like this, we have been on the cool breeze ships, as you call them, out towards the west quite a few times in competitive play already. But like northern center circles are a little more rare. So maybe it's just teams expecting certain spots to not be, you know, super prio, and then turns out that other teams would be there earlier than they expect, and they run into one another. Of course, hot drops is what it is, but the fact that we lose 13 players 6 minutes into this game in what was, according to you and I, a pretty straightforward circle, followed by, I mean, with a pretty straightforward plane too. I think it's just a lot of uncharted territory up here in the north.
I feel like if I had to don my analytical cap for a second, there is a lot of stretching that would have had to occur for some of those teams to have potential spots to loot down to the south, right? Which means that a lot of teams are then congregated in the north, which means that there's more tendency to earlier rotate into one another. So I guess I'm going to put it down to that for the moment. But damn, what a slaughter. That was
slaughter.
That was fiery.
And honestly, it might make for a better game. Because if you look up towards the north, let's say we end north of Naros, there's not a lot of compounds to be had. There's plenty of open space, and as you can see here, these open stretches are not easy to maneuver. So the fact that we already lost 3 teams, that means less teams forced to play around in the open. It means more spots to pick and choose between for the teams that have managed to survive. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the game slow down drastically already now, and maybe even coming into the next circle shifts, especially because we've lost 3 teams already.
Meanwhile, once again, Foot is coming in late. And after, I mean, already having a second, third during the day, as well as doing well yesterday. Poor Schiller, he's going to get taken down by no tag team as they try and rotate past. You know, I mean, why not just play like Foot forehead or hard for Vard, all the memes that we can put in as much as possible? Because, I mean, they're playing edge great. I suppose saying play like Foot is difficult because not only are they good at coming in late, but also they're great at the gunplay. They're great at these detached fights from one another, right? Like individual skill, they're able to hold their own. As Beam is doing some scouting about.
Scouting about from up high. And yeah, he'll be sitting around kind of guiding 8C through the hilly landscape further towards the north. They still have both Vard and T-Bone far down towards the Camesto in the south, so not exactly in a hurry to sprint anywhere. But again, slowly making their way further north, and I think honestly appreciating the fact that there ain't really anyone around here. The closest opponent is Ruin, and he's a half-kilometer away.
That's the thing, right? Even if you do scout north from where Beamy currently is, there's actually a lot of tree coverage on Vikendi. So it does block a lot of line of sights. But again, as you say, I don't think they're too concerned about a load of teams being down here, considering the plane path, considering the circle, and considering the tendency of this lobby to just center up. And also all the fights that were going on. So as you said, there's even more room because there's less teams alive at a time like this.
Plenty of, I mean, just look at the option for them to wrap west on this circle. If you look at the map for a second, again, exclamation mark map in the chat, get it up. It'll only help you understand the game better. If they were to wrap west on this, infinite amounts of space for them to work with. All the way west of Win or Die. Of course, we don't know where the next circle is going to take us. We will know in just about 10 seconds' time. But plenty and plenty of space to maneuver towards the west. Instead, though, they're going for the mountain. Again, they want to scout further forward. They will have Ruin waiting up there alongside one of his teammates. But we'll see now if that's even going to be their thing to do. Nope, we center up. We go straight on top of Face.
And you would imagine from a circle... No!
Peter.
Oh,
Not
yeah, we called it
Peter.
Yeah, that's James's fault that we called it Peter. But speaking of FaZe, for a moment here, yeah, it's been a rocky road throughout this, despite themselves finding themselves in 8th right now, but that's not where you would expect a FaZe to be. Now, the focus will be on them for a good chunk of this game. They have a 2-2 split. They have a decent central position. They need to be scouting out any potential breaches that may come along their way. August is slowly moving towards them, but not going to try and crash just yet. But this is going to be their game to try and make something happen and get back on the road.
Yeah, they definitely do need to get something going. Howl's on the mountain. We don't care. We'll just strafe straight past you. And they will be able to come in the northern side of Naros. In the meantime now, obviously Howl would have heard this. And, he's great here. Is it bait for 8? Indeed it is. That P90 in the hands of Kutpup will melt through the arm of any opponent coming nearby. And 8C, well, got a bit too close to the sun there.
Terrifying gun to have to go up against.
P90 and MK. Whew.
Man, he is... Okay.
Give
this man the trophy now. Give him the trophy.
Yep.
Actually,
if this is not a 1,000 damage game for Kepa, I'm going to be disappointed.
Yeah, to be honest, I mean, before the P90 was introduced, MK14 was my favorite gun, and then the P90 became my favorite gun. So, you know,
there's a
Kepa's
DPS
living my
lying
dream
somewhere that's crying right now, James, and you know it.
Well, yeah, it's fine.
Can't just give up on your DBS, bro.
I do like the DBS. I was about to say I like the DBS in mobile more than PC, but anyway, I just I play both versions, and it's still cool. But you never see it anymore, man. In PC, you never see it anymore.
Too rare and too many pump actions that people find easier to maneuver with. In any case, let's hop back to this one up towards the north. This fight between No Tag and Carnivores might not seem of massive importance right now, but if you look at their place on the leaderboard along with the position that both these teams can claim off of winning this spot, because right now with them being close to one another, it's really working against both teams. Neither of them can use this position to what it's actually used for. You're up high, you want to scout, you want to spread out and take control and look towards the south and the west to kind of figure out where to go once or if the circle shifts away. But because they have opponents nearby, they have to focus on what's next to them, which means that this spot, which is only really good for scouting forward, they can't really use it for that.
And Carnivores is going to find themselves in a fight pretty soon here if they're not careful. No tag team. They will be looking for fights. They do not mind taking them if they can so choose. They need a lot of points on the board as well, because now the gap between 8th and whoever may be lying underneath it has significantly increased relative to the start of the day. The top teams have been doing good. Carnivores also being hunted by Entropic. Hawkeye does see him. Perfect lineup here with the Dragonov. Perfect distance to be able to utilize its absolutely explosive potential as well. Oh, but they do find Explicit.
Yep, instant punish in return. Kershi able to fight one out the side again. A freeway fight here with despite one kill coming through in the hands of Carnivores, it is them taking the majority of the beating. They're completely surrounded. They can't really stay hidden from both angles here. And now the circle swings and it goes away from them. Send us up once more. FaZe enduring every single circle shift we're seeing here.
It's got to be a good game for them. Now they're going to start trying to regroup up here a little bit. They're moving away from where August was potentially, putting down a little bit of suppressing fire on them in that compound. But they realize a 2-2 split at this point might just be a bit too much. Meanwhile, we have Carnivores just being kind of torn apart up towards the top. The pinch is really going to be hitting them very, very hard in a moment. Fex and Gustav. Oh, they're running back. Ah, okay. Yeah. Interesting.
Is this them not having vehicles? Or are they just saying, nah, we'll run. This is fine. I think the issue is with Orclus now, just going to say, across the street this close, they have to fortify this position. And I think they were running back, but forced because the shots fired to get back into the compound again.
Yeah, probably. I do wonder if James as well as Corexi have vehicles themselves, and maybe they can be the ones to rendezvous later on. Which might be, the lesser of two goods. No, that's not normally how that phrase goes. But you know what I mean? Like the fact that they've been forced back to that compound is interesting, considering that there was a big commitment on foot.
Yeah. Especially now with Gustav getting knocked as well. It's not exactly going to make things any easier. Yet another attempt is going to be made. Fex is going to go for the run once more. And there is a car in here. Actually, two of them. But again, when you have Orclus just on the other side, it's simply too dangerous to try and drive off. Yeah, well, they are. They take the position away. Gustav got knocked. It does allow for Fex to run off now that Gustav kind of became the eye candy for Orclus to pull up on. But FaZe giving up a position, fall down to 3, but can't really take anything away from this position that they still have control over, being very important.
I will say, and I don't usually make requests to production, so I apologize, but if there's any world where in the break we can get the comms of what has gone on during all of this, that'd be kind of cool. Because this, obviously there's things at play here that maybe we don't quite know without knowing the exact comms of it all, but by the by, FaZe still has 3, still has a good spot here, but Orgulus has found themselves and wrestled away a great spot too.
And a huge spot for them to take as well, because look towards the east, all of that commotion, Baldinini, Broken Bones, No Tech, and Entropic, that commotion is what they left. They can, on the flip side of it, they can now sit inside the comfort of the compound and look in this direction and potentially get some shots off too. So huge from them to be able to force FaZe into the other position, kind of destroy their split, even get a point off it, and now avoid what will be a very clustered engagement up here any second now.
And Baldinini trying their best to kind of lay in ambush here against what we're seeing from Entropic, as their eyes are fixated elsewhere at the moment. Mogor, I mean, he would have to do a lot of work to be the spring trap to try and do a lot to Entropic, especially since they're just slowly moving forwards. They'll sit here for a little while, try and get some more scouting info, maybe a knock or two, and maybe push on.
See if Zedrix can catch anyone of them. The circle has just shifted away from all these teams, but I think they're aware now that they have Baldinini just below them. And if they're not, they soon will be, because Mogor is very, very close. So once Entropic turn these vehicles around, which they will now, they should be running straight into the open arms of Baldinini if they opt to wrap further south on this.
I just noticed that Howl are almost invisible on this map. And I've just noticed where they are.
Very camouflaged on
this
map,
what I mean?
For sure.
Yeah. I did not even realize that they were there.
If the viewers don't know where we are, how can the players? It's I like it. I like it. Very, very stealthy strats.
The polar bear strat against the snow. I like it.
Yeah, they're on Team Pete. I like it.
Pete.
I like it a lot. I don't like that though. Granny's. I don't. Usually we always blame the driver in these situations, but it's you hate to see it, especially now that Anonymous and mixing with nades in hand. This could be so costly. A small error, a little bit of a fat finger of jumping out could be the downfall of players as one goes down again.
Love that they were able to take initiative on this. It's a really opportunistic play coming in from Young Danes. They have to do this as well. They already lost one earlier on. They have to try and find some kills here and there.
Yep.
They are taking some shots, though, from Fex. Gonna have to move back from all of that and try and find some stability behind this hillside. Slows down for a moment, but we will have more shots coming in. James able to hit Anonymous as well. Young Danes have overextended now.
One vehicle mishap could be the death of Entropic, but as you say, a lot of help coming through here from FaZe Clan to kind of hold Young Danes off. They are lobbing more utility over, but doesn't want to commit fully to the fight just over the ridge line.
It's actually rough to anticipate that line of sight for the Young Danes as well, though, against them from FaZe, because it is a few hundred meters out that they're able to hit those kinds of angles. So very, very brutal. And now they're really caught against it here.
Foot trying to get out from the southern side in ours, and they will fall because of it. Winner Die, perfect position to hold them off. Keta with the MG3 in hand, able to find Hawkey. One more flash lopped over, but not sure they're going to try and make an aggressive play of it now with Mixon down as well. They have to really reconsider this engagement. BBL closing in as well.
If something's going to get you out of a tight bound in close combat, it is going to be an MG3. It is fantastic stuff to be able to really put in a lot of damage fast. As now, we have Young Danes still kind of up against it. BBL is pushing them from the west. We still have Broken Bones coming in from the east here to try and do something as much as possible.
See, Keta slowing down once more, trying to use the smoke to their advantage. They know they have BBL nearby, and I think this is the right decision to make, just kind of slow things down as best as you can, force Entropic to maybe look the other way. Now Broken Bones in here as well. There's too many unknowns in this fight all of a sudden. I think Anonymous might have seen Balderman over the ridge line. In the meantime, we'll hop over to Entropic and see if they can make the wrap of this.
Yeah, FaZe still sees through that gully as well, so they're still taking shots at them, but Dedrix will finally finish off. Free kill, he is gone and done, but Grandis does go down. Entropic is losing members as time goes on. And actually, now that I say that, as time does go on, all of these stalemating fights up towards the north are just causing all of these teams problems, because getting into this circle against the firing line that FaZe has set up, as well as potentially August looking at them from the south, is going to cause big problems. But Smash will alleviate a big problem in the Young Danes.
Indeed it will. Smash will be able to back off here. Again, I mean, they have the entire rich line up towards the north to play around BBL right now. And I think they really want... If you look at the map, Iroh is still outside. I mean, they're outside the map on each their side of the circle, BBL, right now. They know the importance of maintaining full control of this ridge. And that's part of the reason why you have so many teams now on the southeastern side, because BBL's effectively prevented anyone else to play towards the northwest.
And here comes the Invisible Army. Howl. They've got themselves 6 kills on the board so far, but they're either going to have to go up against no tag team in the north or cross the road against Augus's position, who August, yes, did wrestle that away from FaZe, but I think it's going to be a whole lot difficult to wrestle it away from August, given the circle, given the kind of concentration of power that they have in that location. Voldemort with another one on the board, thanks to Smash for the first knock, trying to do a little bit more to Entropic, but they're sending it through to find a spot in the hills.
Really liking this BBL approach. Again, I mean, the amount of control that they have, not just space they get, but their ability to just force all their opponents pretty much on top of each other. Because of it, Iroh taking no chances, wanting to make sure there's no sneaky snakes anywhere nearby. Of course, it wouldn't be the first time that they lose a player to something like that, so wise of him to be extra cautious.
Well, especially with this split, right? You've got to cross all your T's and dot all your I's, otherwise you're going to get caught out, my friend. But Byron, once again, is able to shut this down. We were anticipating this kind of push coming along, and it is not easy to make this breach happen. 4 players here to be able to shut you down. Good luck in being able to make that happen.
Yep, and it was all a bait for Marco to get further towards the circle center. Issue is, we know James, he doesn't just let a player chill next to you. He jumps up, lops the nade on over, it flies on down, and that got opponent ridden all over it. First one doesn't find him, second one will. No, third one not gonna happen either, and it's the vehicle explosion that's gonna take out Marco in the end. Howl eliminated, no points rewarded to FaZe, but if you're gonna go down, what a way to do so.
The second one went through the window of the car. I love it.
Style points.
Just James things when it comes to nading. The Bombarder is able to do very well for himself. August, though, actually cleans up a lot of Entropic as well, as they managed to try and crash on through to that. But August just had basically what was... They moved from their compound, from the fortification that they had, to be able to shut down any potential threat that does lie there. FaZe still gets the circle. Again, we have that shift going on. But one team we haven't been talking about at all was Fairy Tail. They have the compound down towards the south. They've been able to hold that nicely. Not too many kills on the board just yet, with only 1 for Zabila. But if they can take out Win or Die, the south side of the circle for a little bit will be theirs.
I think equally important, if they can find Iroh in all of this and somehow wrap West on it, that will be absolutely huge. But I think they too are aware that not, of course, only of Iroh's position, because he has been shooting at them for a bit, but they need to deal with Win or Die first. They have to make sure that there's no team sat just on the other side. But as I say that, you are seeing Sabilla wrap back down towards the compound. Bright side is, I think he caught an eye of Iroh earlier, and want to make sure that it isn't a solo player sneaking in, because obviously they don't necessarily know that it is a BBL player. So make sure that there's no solos kind of sneaking in behind you in the compound.
Yeah, leaving them back to make sure that that's not going to happen is important. But by the same token, yeah, it's a little bit unsuspected, right? Just in general, for some to be trying to wrap around there. So we'll see if they can kind of keep their wherewithal about it. As still FaZe is on lockdown, Smashed and Voldemort up towards top. I do think maybe that it comes a point where maybe BBL would be better off altogether now, considering there are only 3. It looks like Iroh is going to start making that transition to not together. So ignore everything I just said. Just holding it down.
This is the reward that BBL reaps for having maintained, like having dared to maintain such a wide split for so long. Iroh, while they were fighting Smash and Voldemort towards the northeast, Iroh had no part in it. He was just sat solo on the south, looking, waiting for opponents to come nearby, which never did. Huge that they have this much control now and forcing all these other teams into one another. James, he'll take down Honor again. Good game from Oculus here too. They've snuck their way into the top 8, and it's still a very close journey.
And Iroh knows now that he needs to get back with them. But actually, that being said, they're shut down not only by BBL, but FaZe has lines of sight again. This compound has paid big dividends here for FaZe, who now have 3 on the board here, trying to shut down a little bit more. Win or Die is now trying to push in from that south side. Vex can see them, dead to right. Leosh goes down. That's another one, another point for the FaZe boys.
Yep. See here, Win or Die, they want to take the fight on the southern side of this hill. They want to take the fight in the position from where FaZe can't influence it. Gedrox, double headshot over the top, finds April, continuing to dish out damage as he reaches towards the western side of this one. Nope, he's going to creep forward. Use the smokes to his advantage, slowly maneuver his way on through there, down to just 2 players, but he's going to have to come out on the other side at some point soon, and Brightside will be there, ready, waiting. No, as I say that, the timing is off and they instantly see him.
Reminds me of that Tommy gun from the previous day, but we've got ourselves another opportunity here. Brightside does take down Gedrox. It's going to be on to existence. The Blue's going to take him. Oh, and he gets taken down. Unfortunate here for a Win or Die to be taken out by Brightside. He salvages some of it.
Again, the solo impact from Iroh, and look at the reward he's given now from holding that ankle as strongly as he did. Solo player just denying entry from any team in that direction. Now he can back off. Now he can sit inside the circle and wait for this FaZe team to eventually push out of the compound.
It reminds me of BBL trying to kind of circulate around on that Tago game from yesterday. To see if they can control the lines of sight coming from this compound, but they are working with less than they were that time around. They also still have the bright side potential of being annoying in the distance, but it's probably going to be easier shut down. Yeah, we get on up.
I understood his frustrations there, jumping up and trying vault, and it didn't. We're like, what is going on here, mate? But works out in the end. James, looking for sneaky snakes in the grass. I don't think Voldemort has fired a single bullet from his position just yet. Now, he is outside the circle, but again, in order for BBL to maintain this split, Voldemort's position is crucial. He has to deny FaZe an opportunity to wrap around the eastern side of this.
An attempt by Brightside to move up. Curix, he hits him once or twice with the Dragonov, but not enough to be able to shut him down. I think also Iroh was shooting that way. So maybe Fairy Tail can get a little bit more, but it's probably not to be with everyone knowing exactly where he is. It's on the edge of the circle. By the time he wants to try and push in, if all of this utility doesn't kill him, the road will.
Speaking of, it's a lot of utility to commit, but again, of course, if you're alone here, you got to do what you can. I'm not sure if maybe he thought there were 2 inside the vehicle. That's why he's expending all this util, but Smash is here as well. Now ready and trying to fend off with him. Voldemort is on FaZe duty, effectively trying to hold up the entire team inside that compound.
I don't mind spending a lot of utility on it, because if you do shut him down, or if FaZe shuts him down as well, then for BBL, all of their focus is going to be turned just to the east. Yeah. And as soon as you come out of these buildings, because the circle is almost certainly not going to give any favor towards FaZe at all, you are going to find yourself a spot where, again, it'll be a firing range. So maybe this is the plan.
Yeah, I mean, even if FaZe gets the hard shiftest of hard shifts ever, they still have to come out of the compound. And I think they're understanding that now already, obviously. James pushing out of the compound, proning down on the Rich, wanting to be that surprise player. Circle does swing west as anticipated now for Smash for Voldemort. You can see they're setting up on the northern side, wanting to deny any opportunity for FaZe to wrap north around. Iroh is on the south, saying, guys, I got them if they come this way, but you have to hold off on the northern side. If the fight ensues, I'll be there with you, but you've got to get there fast.
Man, looks like I could go for a spray here, but Corexi will be able to take down Voldemort. That's a great start for them here. FaZe needed to get points off of this game. They have the compounds to be able to do it, and it looks like it might materialize here as Voldemort goes down, and Iroh has given up the alternate angle. So he's trying to reinforce here for BBL on one sole angle against FaZe.
Here is Smash, Orc in hand. Can he bait the attention? Can he lure them into Iroh's crosshair? And indeed he does, James. First of all of a sudden, we're looking at an even 2v2. Now, FaZe is still not inside the circle, but I love this Smash trying to bait the attention, trying to force them to overpeak into his possession, but he falls. Corrects down to half HP, though.
It's all on Darth Iroh. Can he make this happen? In the interview yesterday, he was asked about his road after retirement, coming back into PUBG, and he says if he doesn't change any of his settings, well, maybe he'll be one of the greatest of all time, but we have got him in a tight bind here, but the Dragonov answers back against Vex. The problem is that they were able to get that res off earlier, so James back up, good to go here. James and Corexi see what they can do. Now, no information being fed forwards as Smash has been flushed out.
You've got two nades, mate. You just got to knock over the ridge line. You have to throw one in that direction. Indeed, he will now, but it's going to be a little bit too late, I'm afraid. Should have thrown it instantly, but of course, it's easy for us to sit and pick and choose what they should do. They're playing with 9,000 heart rates right now, and he's in a very, very difficult, winnable, sure, but very, very hard 1v3.
Yep, these are two absolute peak veterans of the scene when it comes to EMEA. They will not give any quarter whatsoever. They've lost him a little bit. They've lost Iroh a slight smidge here, but they will be trying to cover as much as they can together. I think he heard something there.
Yep. The instant change of his direction. Iroh caught with a flash in hand, and Corexi, the young Finn, will find him. FaZe able to get themselves a win off of sure a lot of circles gone their way, but I think they're, in hindsight, very happy that Gustav fell and they had to back off of that compound because they got the circle in the end.
They got the compound they wanted when it comes to the circle. Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, this absolutely had to happen for FaZe, right? Considering they were in 8th place, it wasn't looking brilliant in the previous games. There were some rescue points coming from guys like James and stuff like that, but a win will push them higher. But anyway, let's go back to the desk here, see what they think about FaZe getting a win on a Sunday.
Thanks, Kel and Toby. I mean, you both said it. This was a big, big game for FaZe. Huge for them. They needed those points. So did BBL. It's just going to cement themselves, both those teams, closer to the top of our top 8. And, of course, those 8 teams that finish at the top are going through to the grand finals. They've only got 2 games left to do that. And for me, Jordan, I mean, we can talk about those 2 teams at the top, but I actually want to talk about the fact that there were so many silly mistakes that some teams were making, and it felt almost like maybe the pressure is starting to get to them. It is so close for these spots. The points are so close. Like these mad aggressive pushes that made no sense and didn't pay off at all. And we saw it right at the start, and it continued throughout the game.
Yeah, 100%. We're kind of getting to that point where it seems like the pressure is really mounting, particularly for those teams that are around the cutoff positions. And some of those little issues starting to creep in, you know, maybe some missed shots here and there, and awkward fights being taken that are leading to some poor outcomes, obviously, for some of these teams. And unfortunately, that's really not doing themselves too many favors. I mean, you know, August, Fairy Tail, No Tag, they're kind of keeping themselves in the discussion there. But August, being the team in 9th place going into that game, are trying to catch the team in 8th place, which was FaZe. And FaZe goes on to then win that game and get 18 points. And so the gap actually only continues to grow, even despite the fact that, yeah, on paper, they're actually, August haven't had a terrible game at all. The thing is, obviously, for FaZe, it was kind of a bit of a question mark. We were wondering, like, are they going to get anything done today? I mean, it's been a bit of a slow start for them, but that was very much a feed for them, and they continued to get the zone pull after zone pull after zone pull, and I was thinking, okay, this is going to be good. This is their chance to get a big game on the board. All that they need is to actually pop off when it gets to that late game situation, and after they've sat in that compound for a little while, they can start to fire some shots at some teams, and they did do just that. And now they've put themselves in a fairly comfortable position there after picking up that win, and they were really teetering on the precipice, which now, I guess, is the position that August is in, and that's something that we're going to have to follow over the next couple of games.
For sure. Obviously, they faced many themselves 69 points. I'm always going to do that when I see that number. BBL and Foot looking really comfortable. Hal as well. Might not have had the best game, but they still got the necessary kills and points on the board to make sure they could get into the top 8. It is starting, I think, to become a little bit more difficult. We're going to start seeing less and less spots available in that top 8 as these 2 games play out. So for a team like Hal, they're going to be really happy. Might not have been their best game, Saga, but points just keeps them towards the top of that leaderboard.
Yeah, I think realistically we could say, I mean, the top 4 is definitely in there, 80 points plus, and below that, it's not that far off either. But Howl, yep, they are one of the teams who is up there. And while this game, again, it started off so well, I have such good things to say about them. The way that they were sort of holding that southern edge of zone, they had teams ahead of them. In the past, they might have tried to make a push, but they play it slow. They catch out 8C from Foot Esports with a sneaky little play from Ketpa. They push out really aggressively to hold out Baldanini as they try to make their move in from the eastern side of the zone, but it isn't over aggressive. And that's always been the issue that we've seen from a lot of teams, over aggression. This time they do get aggressive, but it's controlled aggression. It forces Baldanini around the side. They send 2 out, it's Kepler and the Mad to push forward, and it just funnels them into the rest of the squad. They get an easy cleanup, a bit of a third party across. And then Kepper gets bored and just drives into a dip, sees that there's a car there, just keeps going, and then the rest of the team says, oh, we can die in this game? Let me try that. And they just get in their cars, they just send it into Augus's compound. Code Marco, you can see on the minimap, was not ready for this push. He was not at his vehicle, it was not synchronized. So by the time he's even in his car and starting to make a move forward, his team's already dead. And it's just a head scratcher of a push, considering that they just found out. Maybe they didn't know that No Tag was in that dip, but the fact that Ketpa just got killed off, surely making that play and crashing on the eastern side where you now know that there's a team behind you, it's just a little bit puzzling. But at the very least, he got the tactical points deny, and FaZe didn't get the kill credit at the end. Otherwise, it might have been 1 extra point that they picked up, and then you wouldn't have got to make your nice little joke at the end, Sam. So you got that.
Yeah, it would have ruined. Yeah, thank you. Would have ruined my day. Thanks, Hal, for sorting that out for me. Jordan, final 2 games, Erangel. I mean, are we going to see it getting a little bit more flustered? I think that's the best word from some of the lower teams. Or do you think everyone's going to kind of drop now, knowing the chances are up, there's no room for silly mistakes?
I mean, look, I'm taking a quick look at the performers on Erangel out of this lobby over the last, over yesterday. It was FaZe, Howl, BBL, Entropic, Foot. Those are the top 5 teams as far as average placement points are concerned. The only one in there to really speak to was Young Danes. So I don't know. I mean, again, it just seems like those teams that we expect to do well did do well yesterday are continuing to do well today, and there's not really any stopping them. So I'm still going to kind of keep carrying on with that storyline and saying I'm not sure that too much changes. Maybe 8th place, but that's about it.
We'll have to see if you're correct. Final 2 games of our last chance qualifiers are on the way. We're moving into the final round of our PUBG game show with 8C Jeems and Dedrix. Jeems is currently in the lead by 1 point. Dedrix and 8C are tied, and we move into the final round. Who dis? And I would just like to state categorically that I do believe Jeems paid someone off for this particular round. I'm not saying this is rigged, but it feels kind of rigged to me. So let's play. Tell me which player this is. First fact. He was born in Finland. Anyone want to take a chance and put an entry in now? No. Fair enough. Right.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
AT, this is a huge risk, but you go for it.
Oh, it's actually been so many.
Do it.
Nah, I'm not gonna do it.
Sometimes you just have to live on the wild side. Not gonna do it? Not gonna do it.
Ah, I kind of want to though.
80 for 5 points, you could take a risk and you could put in a name now.
I'll put in one name.
Do it. Do it.
I'm gambling. I'm putting it all on
This
green.
is, you are gambling. You're gambling all these points, but you just throw it in there. Fact number 2, he was very successful while playing for Team Liquid.
Okay.
Anyone ready?
We had so many Finnish players. I'm waiting. I'm playing it safe.
I'll take the risk.
The third, take the risk, throw it in.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Some people might be sad right now. Other people will celebrate. The third fact, he has a twin brother who also had professional success in PUBG. And it was at this point that Etsy and Dedrix may have been kicking themselves for taking those gambles.
Yeah. In Face Clan, we've been working on playing for the win, and that's what I'm doing right now. Playing it safe.
James,
when you're behind, you have to take some risks.
James, you're not ready to lock it in just yet?
No, I need some more facts, please.
Fine.
It's still two answers.
It's pretty hard.
2 options.
He started his professional career in Tempo Storm.
Oh.
Ready to lock it in?
Yeah, but can I hear after I lock it in, can I hear the last fact just in case?
With pleasure.
All right, I'm locking in.
And the final fact, we've got all our answers locked in. The final fact is that he's also known as Xiong. So, James, you got it correct. You played it safe. AC Dedrick, I mean, you had all to play for, but James, like I said, clearly rigged the whole thing. He takes the win.
Sorry, guys. Face Clan paid a lot for this.
And that's the PUBG Game Show.
It's automatic.
Re-knock. One knock, one here.
They rest behind. Nading in.
Good.
Go together. Go together.
On the right, outside.
Behind the bus.
Outside wall.
Behind.
1 HP, kill him. On the bus.
His teammates came. Nading. Nice, he's knocked. Last guy knocked.
On me. Here on green.
Go. Be together, don't let him flush. Here, in front of me.
On the car in front. On the front.
Different team, from far away.
You can rush. It's one guy. One is crashing, kill him.
Healing now.
I'm in the smoke, Sparta.
You're alone, Sparta.
On me, 1 HP. He had little free vest. Of course. On Doggy. He's inside that building. 1 HP, level 3 vest.
Oh, no one shooting.
I'm playing uphill here.
Yep, I'm just going in.
Coming with VOD.
Ooh.
People shooting.
All right, 2 more games to go, and as some of our famous friends in PUBG Esports say, it's the last chance to dance as we get ourselves Erangel on the way, the grassy pastures here. Between these 2 games, we'll figure out who are going to be our top 8 moving into that grand final, and there are still quite a few teams in the running here, Toby, but it's definitely narrowed down compared to the start of the day.
It is getting scary close, but as much as it is with just 2 games left, there's also a bit of a jump up starting to appear between 8th and further down, and we tend to see it happen where we go from everyone can still qualify to that 10-point-ish gap taking place, but it always gets that much worse when it's the qualifier spot that the gap is down from, and I feel like that's going to be the case now.
All right, the penultimate game, game 11 here as we move back on to Erangel for all of the action. And we have some of our teams very much in hot pursuit. And if you are in hot pursuit, maybe you have to take a few more risks in some of these games. Or you have a nice circle and then you play in the middle and then you get some placement points and it's all right. But we'll see, we'll see.
We will see indeed. Pretty straightforward playing path. Southern skewed this time around, so if you're North or South Georgia committed, it's going to be a bit of a stretch. It does open a pretty good chance for a melee circle, but with that said, no one opting to go melee this time around. FaZe going to have easy pickings, obviously jumping out of the plane when they did. They will see that no one has flown towards the right side of the plane, I should say, as it came across, so they will have full info on that. In the meantime, Boltonini and Carnivores opting to full YOLO it with, I suppose, nothing to lose, considering the Boltonini is just 15 points out of qualification.
All right, tough stuff. What are we going to get? I see a handgun in, well, it's not the best of starts. So let's see if they can get anything more. As moving around on the opposite side of all of this, he wants to make sure he's not vulnerable, but at least as a vehicle, just in case there is a potential for them to disengage. He could drive that round to the backside of this building, and they might be able to get out. But looks like they will be committing to this for the moment.
Let's see. It's a huge fight for... I mean, it's a massive fight for Boltonini. For Carnivore sat now at 32. Technically, qualification is within reach, but it's a very long reach that they have to get in order to make their way there. But for Boltonini, I'm at a point already where I'd say find a way to get out of this. It's awkward because you don't really have any vehicles, but find a way to get the hell out of there.
And they also don't have their 4th member, right? He's all the way down the road as Marcel. So that does also cause problems. It looks like they're also working with very limited ammunition. I mean, yes, okay, you can get a knockoff 12 shots from something like your Dragunov and maybe do a little bit with it. But if the thing's stalemate and you don't push, but that's 12K in hand.
Could be the difference maker in this engagement. They have gotten vests and helmets, all of them, I believe, as well, while the ammo count ain't high. When you know that your opposing team has pretty much only got a no loot to loot, which, well, the name is there for a reason. Very limited loot spots, despite the size of the building. We'll see if they opt to stick around for long or if they opt to leave. Gustav is near enough to hear this, so FaZe might creep on over and see if there's going to be any leftovers for them soon as well.
Marcel's also moving in, so they will have themselves an opportunity. He found himself a vehicle to get over here and try and make this a 4v4. But for now, Mr. Shimada, not going to be throwing any of those arrows from Hanzo's bow across the way. He will just sit around and wait for an opportunity to present itself with his gun.
Yep, as you can see here, no vest, no helmet, scar to work with, and just 4 more bandages for VC. It's suboptimal, to say the least, position that he's currently finding himself in, and I think that might be part of the reason why Boltonini is opting to engage on this, realizing that we looted 1 building, but our loot is actually not all that bad for a hot drop situation. So we'll see now if Moko and the boys opt to fully engage on this, if they're just going to sit around a little bit longer and leave eventually.
Yeah, it seems slow and steady at the moment, unless somebody shows ahead through one of these windows, but everybody is playing it super soft. He's got the PPs on.
You know what the worst part about this fight is? That they both had the option to disengage this, right? They both had perfect pickings for the best positions in this first circle. You jump out, you get cars instead of hot dropping this fight, you wrap further west, you have prime real estate that is only now being taken by Fairy Tail. Like, they could have had the best spots in this first circle should they want to, because no one was there. Instead, they opted to hot drop here.
Yeah, maybe a slow trash loot. Mogor, though, with the... I'm going to try and already get himself 1 done. I don't know if Mortmore can come off of that, though, because you get that knock, but yeah, and then he's just going to retreat back to the window. Oh, does something. Sees him well in the... Ooh!
The one-tap AK does work for something, and there you have it. Sprays on through, finds one connected, and that's going to be him down. Shotgun in hand, obviously not going to happen either. As Mogul finds him around the corner. Looks like good cleanup duty on the side of Baldinini, but no! The trade comes back.
An ump has knocked 3 people in this fight. An ump has knocked 3 people. I cannot believe it. But anyway, Mutant now trying for Kesh to do something. It's going to have to go all the way around here. Marcel finishing these guys off as well. Baldinini has an opportunity to completely finish this fight off.
Burst action Mutant. Pretty damn dangerous up close. They are committing to the resistance rather than pushing forward here. But there you have it again. Listen to the sound of that gun as he finds the double headshot connected. Goes for one more. Not going to happen, though. Saiga in hand of Axa will get the better of him. So they get kills, but as we said it just before, Gustav heard the shots. Face might want to peek over, and now they have.
Perfect timing for the perfect opportunity. Wow. They are gone. Now, I was just about to say, before we zoomed out in almost cinematic style by the observers, good job, was Fez was rocking up, that this is almost certainly Carnivores in the bin now, considering they've only got one more game available. But likewise for Baldinini, it's at least 11 points for them, up to 8th. So these fights early on have only just significantly hampered their opportunities.
Definitely. Newgate trying to get back to safety with their fallen teammate in the vehicle. Should be able to do just that as they wrap their way back up towards Gatka. Able to get the reset fully set through. In the meantime, Broken Bones and Foot quite a ways to the circle, but with 2 teams effectively eliminated on the southeastern side, there's plenty of space to come in. And I think if Broken Bones is aware of where this fight took place, not that they could hear it in-game, maybe Maruda could at a far distance hear some shots fired, but understanding, of course, where teams tend to drop and seeing FaZe engaging in the combat too, they should know that with 2 teams eliminated on the southern side, there should be plenty of space. Because draw a line, James, through the middle of this circle and see we have 3 teams down south. Make that 4 if you count Broken Bones as well. The remaining 10 all sit on the northern half.
Yeah, you're right. There will be a lot of room for them. And there are teams that still need to strike out and get themselves a lot of points. Like, again, Fairy Tail. Me and Saga were both, singing their praises at the beginning of the day. But, yeah, it's not been... What were you singing just then? Was that an anime thing?
No, you said you were singing Fairy Tail, so I just said Fairy Tail.
Oh, okay. I think there is an anime called Fairy Tail, though, right? For the Wii.
There should be, because I just made their theme song.
Yeah, they like it.
I do like it. In the meantime, BBL full speed forward, pedal to the metal, trying to maneuver their way through the northern side of Georgia Paul, trying to cross south, but little do they know, Para is here ready, waiting for them. Schofield able to take down Smash, a former teammate falls, as BBL tries to figure out how the hell do they end this predicament.
How the hell did they get here? Because Schofield, once again, man, he is popping heads with that Mini 14. Good stuff coming out from Schofield. And it's just one of those unfortunate rotations. You get caught on this spot, and neither team really wants to stay here. Neither team wants to be here, but this is what's going on. Voldemont's playing a very interesting game down there, bouncing about in that little UAZ, but he does find himself some cover.
Grand scheme of things, Para has a hell of a lot more to lose, potentially losing players here than BBL does. Now, 67 points, still sitting pretty comfortably in it compared to if we look down the leaderboard again. We're talking about that. It's only 6-point gap now from Broken Bones in 9th down to Fairy Tail in 10th, but still, there's pretty decent jump up to Para with just 2 games left to play. But still, should they fall here, you've got to be a little nervous coming into the final match.
Throws down a nade. Baron Peaks now has taken the hillside. It would be normally used to try and shut down maybe Schiller moving forwards. He realizes he's there. He sees the shots coming in from the Dragunov as well. Maybe he's not fully aware. He was trying to give him some reinforcing fire from that other side. But now, because of the man advantage that Para has, they're trying for a surround tactic here.
I don't mind it at all. Issue is Foot is on the doorstep. You can see them on the minimap approaching now as well, slowly making their way on forward. Schofield is shooting, so they will know there's one nearby. Nice shots from Baron. Headshot, body shot connected. Voldemort falls once more as he's going to bleed out very swiftly.
This seems like easy points for the pickings here for Para at the moment, because now a tire goes out as well. Iroh spins out. The car's on fire. One more shot will do him in. And never mind, maybe an explosion.
Why not? Why not do it a little bit more cinematic? BBL fall, again, it's not the biggest loss. Yes, they get one of those unfortunate situations going, but here comes Foot.
Rocking on up here. Again, they don't really need the points, but if you want to target a team and try and just have a bit of fun and get some decent practice in this lobby, third-partying a fight like this and seeing how well you can fare in it is not bad at all. That being said, though, Foot is quite spread out. It looks like they're not being super aggressive on this. T-Bone has already made his way to the other side of the river and is looking for a position to try and call their home as the circle does shift south, and that will be a decent checkpoint for them eventually to be able to move on. But look at this. 8C is all the way up at the top, still wrapping around this.
Still info not yet found, so it's going to continue the wrap around here. I think Vard now can feed the info across. That guys come to the cube bridge. It's the safe path, and you can see it's now as well wrapping back towards the eastern side. Simply no reason for them, even if they are already qualified again. If you're a team like Foot that fell short on so many global tournament opportunities last year, you want to again use every single chance you can, regardless of whether you're qualified or not, to get the best game possible in your hands.
No, definitely. And I like that Foot actually stuck with this roster because, I mean, if you think about, PGC 2023, what they got, like, I think it was 24th or something. Like, they were low down in the proceedings as a whole. But that doesn't diminish the fact that this is still an awesome roster. They got to the World Championships, technically speaking. So I do think that there is still a wealth of potential in this roster. So I am glad that there wasn't any big roster changes.
Definitely. Hera, well, they know now that they got surpassed by Foot on that rotation, and they're going to I would imagine, the South George Bridge further west. Just tank a bit of blue, grab around the western side. Be appreciative of your 2 kills. That should... every single point that Para gets from here for the last 2 games is it could be pretty much just, qualification points. It's even if they go out now with none or no more, they could still qualify, but every more point they get should be them being very comfortable.
Para doing the big wrap.
Again, not in a hurry at all. Phase 2, chilling.
Yep. Just get yourself... you can still keep looting, still keep getting as many medals as you like. Just move over that Georgia Pole Bridge. And technically speaking, there might be some resistance on the west side, but not a huge amount for this when a die is down there on this side of the circle. The only problem is that a lot of this circle is fields, whichever way it does go, be it down south of the Pachinki Hill into those fields, or the Gatka fields that do exist between Gatka and Ruins.
And again, with Baldinini and Carnivores out early, and with Broken Bones actually opting to go north around instead of coming in from the south, which I understand because FaZe do have tendencies of setting up camps. We haven't seen it too much in this in this tournament, but they do like to do that every now and again when opponents expect it the least. So smart from Broken Bones to go north. But with that, we can once again draw that line. Only 3 teams south. The remaining 10 still on the northern half of this. I know there's plenty of fields on the southern side of the map, but there are towards the center and the northwest as well. So a massive divide in where these teams are opting to play from. If we see a southern hard shift here, James, we're going to have more than half the teams having no intel on where the teams on the southern side are. So it's going to cause commotion because teams are not going to dare to just full speed send it as they would had they had the info on what areas were open.
Yes, especially Fairy Tail and FaZe, right? The Fairy Tail is one of the ones that's in those little compounds, kind of a bit clustered up together, but and they are taking a few shots towards teams like No Tag Team, for example, so maybe some audio cues for the most part, but yeah. I will say, though, whilst we look at this circle, I'm just a little bit sad I haven't got to see much of Boatyard since the change, Like, I watch a lot of pro play across the regions, and I mean, Atlantis was never really, or Sun Can See, whatever you want to call it, was never really a focal point anyway for the most part. But we are not going there. We're going chopsticks, man.
We are going chopsticks, and maybe even further south than that. And now we come back to that discussion. Who is going to dare to wrap south around? With no info to go off of, it's a scout on the fly kind of situation. Who is going to dare to go down and claim the forest? Obviously, FaZe are going to be down here because they are one of the 3 teams that played in from the south. They have all the intel. They've had a chance to scout forward. They know what areas are free. But is anyone else going to go? And if not, how are you going to have 10 teams in chopsticks? Because there's pretty much nothing else to play for up there.
You're right, and there shouldn't be that many teams, but how many times do teams try and fit that many teams in?
Exactly.
And they crash cars into the middle of it and sit in the middle as well,
Exactly. I mean, there is obviously one team that can take over Pachinki Hill or the western part of it. You're seeing Entropic coming in now. Again, Scout in the fly kind of situation. They're going past the compound here, realizing that it's probably free, but not wanting to stop. They want more than just this 1 2-story building. Granny's might set up shop down here. Yes, he is spinning the car around, setting up in a what could be a game-winning position if we get more eastern circles here. But I'm liking the split here. But even for Entropic not wanting to dip too far towards the south, saying, great, this is in the circle. We have no info to go off of. Let's just stop here before things get too scary. Every single position extra you try and take is you gambling more than what you perhaps have to.
Maybe. And whilst I'm taking a look at this position as well, I like the barrier that FaZe has set up. If you're watching the map as well, they've basically created what is a gate.
A wall.
A wall to anybody that wants to try and wrap wide on this circle. If anybody tries for it, good luck. You're not going to be able to get away with it. Here we are at the moment. They're even getting a crate as well. Smoking this off, but there's really not that many lines of sights onto it. An MK14 available for you. Not bad at all. It would only be potentially Fairy Tail trying to look up the hill. But here is the great FaZe wall that they have created. So good luck wrapping around. You will get blasted. And then this shores up. If they know that there's not too many teams west of them in this forest, which they should do at this point, it shores up a lot of defensive capabilities for that kind of location.
Oh, yeah. You effectively have 12 teams playing Battle Royale and FaZe playing tower defense. I mean, that's just saying no one shall pass. And, well, no one passed. So I guess mission accomplished. And now they can wrap up to the forest once more to try and make sure again, because they too are expecting, I mean, they see what's going on. They know, because they've been here for so long, that it makes no sense that there's no more teams down here. Ooh. And they're anticipating teams to try and push into that direction. And now that teams finally are, well, here we are, miles out in the blue, taking fights that should have happened minutes ago.
Yeah, all these teams on the west side here trying to get in against Win or Die, who had already set themselves up what effectively was a little bit of a contain themselves on this western front, are being able to get some easy pickings. Gedrox and Leosh putting in a lot of damage against them. Lazaro does trade in kind from the distance, but Baron Peak is already down. Teams like Pera, who needed good points in this game, taking casualties early is not the best of scenarios.
Nope, Circle swings west once more over towards Chopsticks, still with plenty of the forest in Circle. And I think now is where teams are going, you know, we can't just wait around anymore. We can't take, like, we can't just hope that we'll find something open. We just got to send it. We just got to start and see if we can claim something for ourselves. And that's why we're starting to see the casualties rack up pretty heavily. We're seeing Pera already lose players, and now FaZe well aware that opponents have made their way towards their position.
It was an extreme push into the center of the circle here for a foot, but it might pay huge profits here if they're able to lock this down. Now they're also aware, as you say, that FaZe is down towards the south of them, or at least a team is down towards the south of them. But this is not a bad spot for them to take and maybe mount a winning position off of.
Well, we were wondering how many teams could fit into Chopsticks. We're starting to see those numbers. I like that NH Rolls and Chat have kind of spread out and taken full control, at least of their side. But here comes Orclis with Chopsticks locked down and them realizing that the forest is close too. This is not going to be pretty. Orclis is in a position from where half the server can shoot at them, and they're in nade range for foot.
I get why they tried to go here because it's one of the most prolific dips in this forest at the moment, but you're just too late. You can't make it happen here, and T-Bone is going to say why you can't make that happen. A blue zone's already down. T-Bone actually does get knocked for his troubles, but he's already knocked to himself. They should finish this fight and easily get the res.
Yeah, you'd imagine that this one is going to be over rather soon. Indeed, there it goes. Oakless down and out. And as you said perfectly, James, they're just too late to the party. Even Foot were late, but not too late. But Oakless trying to do that literally 35 seconds later, it was never going to work.
Nope, just great read on timing by Foot to be here when they were, to be able to take those fights when they did. Just absolutely picture perfect stuff. And now all of these teams in Chopsticks, they're going to have to be picture perfect in their execution, because these fights, this what is effectively trench warfare in a very small no man's land, becomes really dirty, really messy, and you're slowing people down using smokes, using blue zone nades, trying to throw nades across as well. It gets really rough.
I loved that setup. It was small, but it's one of those micro things that you see people with thousands of hours in PUBG try and do. He throws a blue zone nade into the corner, into the turn of the gutter, and then lobs the nade over on the other side, saying, great, with that blue zone, he has to try and make a run out. Then his other teammate throws a nade over to try and catch him as he comes running out away from the blue zone nade. That was a really, really smart try that unfortunately didn't give them the reward that they were wanting to, but that could have been a kill. And it's the smallest things. I like players. I like to see players try and come up with these micro plays that can, in very niche, specific situations, really pay dividends.
Yeah, there's an opportunity. You're herding. You're basically sheep herding into spots that you want to push people. And now we have the circle pop once again. Half fields, half Forest Hill. But FaZe is pushing up against the foot position now. 2-2 split. I don't think they they're peeking over to see if there's been any kind of dispersion going on from foot. They do already see one. Meanwhile, in the chopsticks, Marselek's going to go around because it's Marselek. We're going aggressive, baby. Let's see what we can do.
Well, so we're going aggressive, but it's running around with the UMP. I'm not sure that's the... I'm not sure that's the way, but we'll see if it will indeed be, as any trolls in chat try and maintain full control of this position. Again, they don't have to over-aggress right now, but with more and more knocks coming through, maybe for no tag team, that's going to bait them into doing something aggressive.
A lot of teams up here that are absolutely in need of huge points.
Yeah.
So any kill that they can get is absolutely impactful against it. Young Danes, we got any trolls in chat. There's no tag team down here as well. Win or Die is already in very, very strong position up towards the north. So they're going to play these fields slow. They've still got a spot in this circle to work with. And anything they get is just a cherry on top, really.
But as you're saying, it's all the teams on the chopping block that are down there. Now Fairy Tail, yet another one, trying to make their way on through. It's a Hail Mary. They're stopping a bit further down than the other guys. And oh no, running one another over. Not what you want to have happen. I don't know if April jumped out of the car. But regardless, he is going to fall as mortars start flying on in.
Yeah, it looks like Entropics trying to send some of that over as well, seeing what is going on. A few shots from Dedrix there to try and do something. We've got 80. I'm finally able to shut down Brightside. For Fairy Tail, again, a lot of these moves are just a little bit too late. They had a compound, on the far east side, but the moves had to happen earlier. You can't let a lot of these teams leapfrog ahead of you, because when you try and make your transition, they are going to gun you down.
This nade could be huge. FaZe knows full well that it's foot that are just over the other side of this ridge line. And the reason why, Fairy Tail couldn't get here to begin with is because FaZe committed so hard to making sure they never make their way into the forest on their side. Because they want to be the ones to have a chance at sandwiching foot, not the other way around. So smart from FaZe to commit to holding off Fairy Tail, force them around the other side towards foot. And now FaZe can potentially push up on this. 80 will fall. Again, more info fed across the FaZe lane here.
It's a counter-attack from Zubila. He does actually get himself a nade connection with foot, so doing a little bit of counter damage. And FaZe might be able to exploit some of this. Again, it's already 6 kills. They're doing brilliantly here from the position that they found themselves in, trying to shut down, trying to control some space. Now it's all about this aggressive guerrilla warfare in the middle of this forest. How much can they do? Already James has gone down. Maybe continue to push this a little bit more aggressively with some of the nades in hand. Beamy is going to be pretty close to that, but not close enough, actually. Unfortunately, as Kurexi will find Vard, there's only Beamy left to do something with a P90.
Yeah, Foot, they're completely pinned down here. 6 kills, sure, for Foot, but not the end of the result they were hoping for, but just never could get a good angle on FaZe, and FaZe will clean them up. Now looking further towards the western side, they heard the battle between Hera, I believe it was, and Broken Bones before, but we swing straight on over to Entropic. Taking out the last few players of Fairy Tail, they're gonna stay alive, at least for now, but here comes FaZe full speed forward once more.
Yeah, very aggressive by them, and I think that they're not truly anticipating the severity of the third party. I guess they might be, but again, they really didn't have much of an opportunity or chance to make any other move other than this. Considering they were so far on this east side, they had to do something, and now FaZe is kind of mopping this up. Unfortunately for Janice, how are you supposed to revive anybody here? It's a full FaZe finish as they're able to blast them out of the lobby.
Amazing plays coming through from FaZe, and look at the amount of space they've garnered for themselves. That's effectively a quarter circle off of 2 fights they've been able to get. And while they've been fighting in the north, Gustav has successfully been forcing teams off towards the west. Broken Bones down, Win or Die trying to come in now, make some space for themselves. But this should once again be FaZe denying them any sort of space in this circle. Any trolls in chat do manage to make their way to 6th. It's been a while since we saw them in the top half of the leaderboard in these matches, but will fall with just 2 kills.
FaZe with 12. That means they are totally secure now. That is huge points for them. Huge points. Now we go back to Chopsticks. We turn our attention here for teams in the scramble, in the thick of it. what can they get done? Because they're positioning their cars, realizing that there needs to be an escape plan eventually for something like this. But it is difficult to get out of these trenches whilst there's teams looking down at you from the heightened southern positions, as well as Newgate, who, quite honestly, have been kind of quiet this game, but understandably so. The compound that they have has a lot of strength available to it.
And every team that's come close, they have managed to force off. And I think that's been the most important part. No tag team, Newgate, Young Danes. Look at their scores and look at what they have to beat. It's a 57 at Broken Bones right now. They all, I mean, this next circle could be tournament changing for these three teams. If we swing north, which I feel like is what we should, just because FaZe and Win or Die don't have as much to lose, it's going to be tricky, especially with a FaZe clan that feels this warm right now.
Bombardment coming in. Can it connect? Extens is too far away from that to be taking too much damage, and smokes will go down to alleviate some of the lines of sight that are available here to FaZe. But for Win or Die, they're still doing fantastic. Again, 88 points. We'll see where the circle's going to shift and how hard it's going to be for those chopstick teams. Yeah.
The three teams with everything to lose are the ones that get the circle. I like it.
Yeah.
then we'll leave it up for FaZe and Win or Die to figure out what to do.
Yeah, let's keep the onus on the teams that actually can try and breach into the top 8. I agree.
Exactly. It's only fair. And it only makes for a better final game as well. They're effectively, if you look at the leaderboard right now with Entropic at 67, these guys are effectively fighting for one spot. 8th is up for grabs. A phenomenal finish here from NoTech could potentially, and a terrible game for Entropic in the final match, could potentially open up a race for 2 spots. But right now, we're looking at 1 spot to fight for between all these bottom 8 teams.
And the issue for these 3 teams that actually still exist in the circle is that it's not just a case of you have to have a good game now. You also have to have a good game next as well, because they are, like Young Danes, for example, and Newgate are especially far behind. You've got to have 2 bangers of games coming in. So there is no compromise for what is about to happen right now for these teams up in the north. They have to do something big, and then they have to replicate that.
Sure do. Let's see if they can get at least something going here. As you said, it's been a quiet start to the game for Newgate, but a quiet start that I think they wanted. I mean, again, they forced off teams rather than trying to let them close, but now they can't force them off any longer. Here comes Win or Die. Think Pow will find the first. Underhand nade comes out. But that's going to be a mortar with the second. Or make that a Panzerfaust. Sorry, and just like that, they take out the entirety of Win or Die, exactly how they wanted it to go down, not allowing for FaZe to get any chance of following up on that fight.
Brilliant hold, brilliant control, especially all of the setup to it, right? Nades through, the Panzerfaust, the control of the roof, etc. So very nice to see. But now FaZe, well, they could really play spoiler. Gustav is down at the moment. They should be able to get him up. They're trying to fire through some of that smoke and have some of those bullets almost curve down behind that hill.
That's why you need your SKS.
Oh, yes, or even a VSS for the real bullet drop. But anyway, no, we've got ourselves an opportunity here for these teams to all end one another. But if FaZe somehow gets another circle, there's a world where they could ruin it for these 3 teams.
Anything that doesn't hard shift northwest is going to be in favor for FaZe. With that said, though, it's going to be hard for them to really focus FaZe because they know they have opponents right next door. So if you look towards the southeast too hard, you might just get shot in the back of the head by the guys right next to you. Circle as center as can be. Honestly, not really favoring anybody. Maybe you'd argue that Newgate gets the better of it because it's closest to their compound, but every single team has to move because as you can see here, there's not a single player in the final circle as of yet.
If you want conflict, here we go, because this is going to be difficult. Already, Young Danes is trying to be proactive, trying to make a little bit of a move, sending some smokes forwards. York's going to provide some covering fire. Oh, geez. Don't walk in front of him, as you will be taking a little bit of damage yourself. Explicit already opens things up on Young Danes. Anonymous is down from a nade. Do they have a response?
Well, if they do, they might want to hurry up with it. I'm looking at smoke counts here because we're soon to have everyone out in the open. I'm not seeing any smokes on the side of Newgate right now. 4 nades, sure, but Senka is still not in range to really make use of them.
Yeah, you have these roofs for now, but you'll have to give them up as this circle does bear down on you. So see how much you can get done. Use this roof to the best of your ability for the window of time that you have it, as Wadzag will have to move all the way back into the building. But again, Circle is now encroaching on their position here. Blind, they're doing a great job of keeping them in this building and almost forcing them to have to move when they don't want to.
I like the smoke setup actually kind of from Young Danes trying to isolate the opponents with the smoke issues right now. They're being used against them. One stack able to find the double around the corner. Now forced to make the push further forward. Explicit will be taken down, and that is going to be the end of no tag team. And it's FaZe that get the majority of it. 15 kills and counting.
Big use of the vehicle as well here for some extra cover to be able to get those lines of sight, those angles that you want through the windows and put on extra pressure against teams. They're really up against it, but Vex with an Orm says, you guys are all fighting for point? No, we're coming in to ruin your day. As he's able to move towards some of these trees now and get even more cover. FaZe is on the warpath.
How is Vex still alive in this? How are they continuing to rack up points from a ridge line with literally no cover?
One shot.
One bullet left in the chamber now for FaZe, and this was the one thing that could not happen. They are taking down all of them, and they have not taken a single casualty in doing so.
Sending the nades forwards as well. They are dead to rights. Think about how it's your time to go to the blows. And that is it. FaZe with a back-to-back. And they are gunning for #1 now, Toby.
20 kill chicken dinner off of chilling on the southern side for a while. They push up on the early fight in the compound and then just take full control. They slowed down. FaZe said, no, we're not going to fight foot. We're gonna slow things down. We're going to hold out Fairy Tail. We're going to chill. And then they just turned on demon mode.
The control game was good. We were saying it all game long. With the great FaZe wall, with the move into the forests, with the shutting down of teams ahead of them, that was FaZe all over. It was a red game. And let's head back to the desk to see what they think about it.
Cal said it after the first victory with FaZe. He was like, you know, surprise, it is a Sunday. And look at that, 20 kills. It is a Sunday. FaZe has come to play. I feel like this isn't even about qualifying for them anymore, Saga. This is about making sure that they end on the top of the leaderboard and just remind everyone who exactly this team is and why they deserve the respect.
Yeah, it's just about stomping the peasants as they pick up our second back-to-back win of the day. And it really just seems like all the momentum has been building up over the weekend. Should have seen it coming. Again, we know what day it is. We know that FaZe in the lower bracket should be hitting this level, and they haven't been up until now, but damn, when they're on form, yeah, it's a 30-point game one. Like, that's...
That needs swear words. 20 kills. This is insane. Like, what they have done here is just mental, Jordan.
Yeah, they just farmed their way through, didn't they? Like, it didn't even really seem like anyone wanted to fight back. And I guess, to be fair, they sort of all had bigger fish to fry in that end game, and FaZe was sort of left to their own devices. And you leave a team like FaZe to do what they want, they're going to do what they want, and that is pick up 20 kills in one game and win it with a great degree of comfort. So be interesting to see, you know, what this actually ends up doing for the overall standings, because again, going into that game, we kind of were saying, well, FaZe looks pretty clean. They look all right. They look safe. Well, now they're definitely safe. In fact, they're at the top of the scoreboard. Jesus. In one game, they've gone from I don't even know where to the top of the scoreboard. So that's just crazy.
Insane performance. I mean, let's just call it FaZe, Foot, BBL, win or die. I would even argue Hull. I think that they're pretty clear in there, Jordan, that they've got their spot in the grand final. We're now fighting for those last 3 spots. And if you want them, you're going to have to put on a big game. What the hell happened to Entropic today? Where have they gone?
I mean, I would even make the argument that it's really only one spot. Like, Entropic have got that 10-point gap, which it's... Look, usually that will be enough. Usually that will be enough going into one game. You'd need to have a really big swing for them to get overwhelmed by a couple of teams. But I don't know. I mean, yeah, I mean, it is possible. I think for Entropic, the thing that they have to focus on here is just going into this last game and saying, all right, well, let's make sure that we wipe at least one team. We get 4 or 5 points on the board. That should be enough to keep us safe, right? We don't need to have a big game here. We just need to have a game where we get some points, and then for those teams that are sitting on 7th and 8th, which is Augulus and Broken Bones, yeah, this is the time where you have to just be basically tracking exactly what's happening with your opponent and just trying to outperform them.
I think we should just jump right back on the FaZe Fangirl train, because that's where I want to sit for the rest of this saga. Walk me through from start to finish how they were able to be so damn good.
So fickle, Sam. You've been flaming them all weekend, and now you're the biggest fan? Well, understandable, because they finally started playing the game in the way that we know how, and I'm bored of saying it at this point. It's so easy to play this game. Just sit on the edge and don't troll, because if you troll and you run it down and you hot drop like this is the second time in a row we've seen it. There was an early fight in a position that didn't make sense for there to be an early fight. Knocks go back and forth, and then a team just comes in and sweeps up and you die anyway. Even if you win, you get those 4 points, that's all you get. But that wasn't job done for FaZe Clan, not by a long shot. They have pretty consistently been one of the slower teams, and it just tends to be that way. Like, the teams that come out ahead so consistently in these lobbies are the ones that don't get drawn into the chaos. They control the space on the edge, and that is saying very little about the way that FaZe controlled the edge, because, I mean, Toby called it the Great Wall of FaZe all the way across the field. They had the chance to go and take that hill, but they made sure that 100% that nobody could wrap around behind them and threaten them. It caught Howl off guard later on as they made this move up towards Foot. It took them a while because they knew that Fairy Tail was still in that compound that was just slightly out of the zone to the east, and they waited until Fairy Tail made their move before they then took the opportunity to pounce on Foot Esports, just making sure that there was no threat. And even there, Bibin creeping around the southwestern side, even Gustav was aware of that and cleaned up that threat before it could really put any pressure on FaZe Clan. So just 100% making sure that even though while their position might not be the best in the zone at all times, they always have options, and they're always making sure that their backline is clear so they can simply focus on what's ahead of them. Because when they have their guns trained on targets, it's just an open firing range, and the zone and Phase 8 forcing everyone to come out of their little hidey holes, out of their buildings, out of their positions, out of their shacks, and smokes are not going to provide enough cover against a team like FaZe.
They're just insane. I mean, Jordan, obviously now we move into the final, Erangel, there's lots of pressure on the line for those teams that are fighting for that final spot. But then you're also going to have the likes of FaZe, BBL, Howl, I think, who are going to kind of want to cement themselves as strong opposition going into the grand finals. Do you think we see more of these aggressive plays from a team like FaZe?
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like a scrim now for them, isn't it? They don't really need to focus on doing too much. They don't need to say, well, we need to get X amount of points, Y amount of points. They can go into this game quite freely and just have a bit of fun. You know, maybe try to drill down on a couple of things that might have been bugging them here or there. But I could see them definitely just looking to run through a couple of teams and just sort of have a bit of fun. Yeah, it's sort of the same thing as what we saw maybe from Carnivores in the early game of that previous matchup. It's like they know that they're pretty much without a chance of getting anything done. So they're just going to start things off with a bit of a wacky drop. And I mean, that's not necessarily something I'm expecting from FaZe, but like it's these kinds of situations that you run into when this final game, it matters a lot for some teams, and for other teams, it's like, yeah, we could literally not play this game and still qual.
I like to flame FaZe a lot, as Saga pointed out, but it is in fact because I am their #1 fangirl, and I am excited to see what happens on the final game of the day from them, as well as the other teams who are in contention for our grand finals. We'll be back right after this.
Yeah, one knock. I'll stop on the sack.
One team dead.
Insta.
2 knocks still. Inside jail. Not inside. One active.
Flash one.
No info where he
Outside.
is. Nice.
Let's not loot now. Let's go before someone else comes here.
Yeah.
Let's just get out of here. And go. Yeah. I'm watching Windstrike right now. They would want to come out.
I'm playing late from me. They are fighting on north, I think. Yeah, on like Blue Hill. Soon with ARs at least.
Yeah, they can still come really late.
They're running away. Go now, go now, go push the tunnel, push the tunnel, push the tunnel.
One is. I'm pushing. Wait.
Push the tunnel, come.
One peek. I was trying to flush.
YW on the other side. I
Max
knocked
3, max 3.
Don't go, fall back.
They're sending it below me. One
Probably FT.
I can smoke your airdrop if you want.
Yeah, I need
Two guys by the airdrop. Past the airdrop. Careful your shit. Careful your rock.
What up?
On the rock.
Knocked him on blue.
Nice. I'm kind of peeking the team front top.
I guess we need to start pushing left around and nading this. Dump all our util. What can I nade?
One is on orange mark, pretty deep in the ridge. Jump scouting.
We're in here, by the way, so like no rush.
On the tree here on blue, stuck.
Yeah. We're really good.
One bank is smoke from neutral.
Those right smokes are...
Left that smoke. Not the left one, but knocked.
Knock. I'm healing.
That's one going low from same team.
I'm healing.
I'm going close.
2 active. Oh, I'm trying to walk over you.
2 active only, guys. 2 active only.
Is the orange tree
1
alive?
active.
No info. I think I knocked orange guy.
Is there someone here
as well?
Okay. You need to fight that, Gustav. You need to fight that. We're open to that.
Yeah, he's one on me. I'm gonna kill him. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Still one up on Entropic. He's peeking the card. Dead. Focus on that Gustav guys now. Just fall back, you're good on our side.
I'm good.
Nice.
I'm good.
Moving cars, east, blue.
Try to pop wheels.
Headshot him.
Knocked.
Nice. For how many?
Full, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
2 guys in left house from no tech.
Tech. You can peek from me. Peek from me. Come out and peek.
One knocked. I'm flashing outside. I flashed.
Two knocked. They're getting fucked.
All dead. You can reset.
Nice. Combat is pushing out as well, right side.
I'm using my last smoke here in front.
Yeah, I still have no smoke gun.
I'm blue zoning the shack.
Yeah, fair. Did the compound die?
I'm knocked to face. Oh, you're on the wrong side. I'm safe inside the shack.
Nading left team now.
Yeah.
Flash one. One fine US.
On blue US.
Keep holding it, guys. I'm nading.
Last guy. GG.
Nice. Yeah, one knock.
Reno.
I'm stopping on the sack.
One team dead.
Insta.
2 knocks still. Inside jail. Not inside. One active.
Flash one.
You know, it's the craziest thing because just before game 4, I actually got a text from Sam saying, can't believe FaZe, I'll never root for them again. Haha, get wrecked, #nerds, #fakegamers. It's proper weird that now, all of a sudden, after they got 2 wins back to back, suddenly we're back on the hype train, Toby. Can't believe.
It is what it is. I mean, that's why I just don't cheer for anyone. I just want to see the world burn, you know. That's my approach to competitive PUBG. The more chaos, the better. I hope that you all know that that's not true. But yeah, we'll see. Final game on the line here. Effectively, James, as we looked at the leaderboard just before, 1 spot to play for is what I want to say. Unless if Orclist pull off magic and Entropic insta-die.
That would be rough. But it is, as you say, the final game, 12 of 12. And it's got to get serious now for those teams below the top 8. There is a bit to play for. I would say 1 or 2 spots max, considering the points that we actually have available on the board, and it is going to be difficult. We also do have to preface it with, unfortunately, I think Leosh is not in the lobby. He has a power cut, electric, but Win or Die's done enough. They seem to be in the final.
You sure would hope so. It would require something absurd for them not to qualify at this point, but we'll see. We'll see how things go down. Regardless, I think this is just Win or Die playing it a little bit more safe this time around as they wait for at least the first circle to pop and make their way towards North George.
Let's get it on. And we've got our eyes on some of these teams.
Really?
That's the same. Kind of. A bit more south than Pariah, but yes. Okay. Well, okay. Any trolls in chat are pretty much no chance, so...
The ruiner of dreams. Well, I mean, if you want to ruin people's dreams, maybe don't go for BBL.
Yeah.
If that's what you were alluding to, because I feel like they're probably qualified too. But now that we get a look at the leaderboard, as I was saying before, August sat tied with Broken Bones. Keep in mind, they had that full speed sent in the previous game that netted them literally 0 points. If they fall early here, it's a Broken Bones potential party. But if them and Broken Bones rag up a ton and Entropic fall, I mean, it will require one hell of a disaster for Entropic, but again, there is a world where that would be them out too.
Yeah, and obviously it was now basically 2 years ago that the updated change to kind of tie situations occurred, right? But it's placement points first in terms of that tiebreaker scenario that would go down if we get to it. And there's also multiple stipulations that happen if those placement points are then also tied as we go on. But anyway, that is by the by. We don't have to talk about that just yet. We have Fairy Tail here, who are kind of on the cusp. Zubilla's been putting in a lot of work like he was in the finals, or in the group stage even, I should say, but it's just not been enough. The rest of the team has to step up around him. They've not looked terrible around him. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that by any stretch of the imagination, but it needs to be a lot more. They have an opportunity, given it's Fairy Pia, to try and get themselves into a central position early, maybe just not linger in a compound for as long as they did and allow all the teams to leapfrog ahead of them.
Yeah, the kills today just haven't been there. I mean, their highest kill game today was a 7-kill one in the first match. Then it's been 3, 2, and 2. It's been too quiet. And I think, again, when you're kind of playing a one-horse race with Sybilla being the main damage dealer on your team and you're not setting that player up or in a position from where you can enable that player's skill set to be put to full potential, then you're going to have a hard time. But as you said, with this circle being favoring, they could get far in the game. I'm just worried that far in the game won't be enough because they're going to need a buttload of kills with it.
Yeah, that's without the moving goalpost, right, of the potential of if August suddenly does something. Because, again, for Entropic, I feel like unless something really goes awry, they're probably safe as well. It does depend. I mean,
to go back on the point from before, look at the damage dealing. Sybilla is 4th overall in this entire thing. And yeah, still a set in 10th. But again, it's 6 points up, still within reach.
August and PRB keep changing spots.
I was just going to say, did something just happen kind of out of the corner of my eye?
Either that alludes to they currently have... No, actually, there's no way. I'm not even going to... No, it's just a... Someone's messing with us, all right?
Stop it. Stop F5ing. I don't need to be refreshed all the time here.
All right. Well, look at Entrolls and Chat's back where they were prior. That's very fast that they're in here.
I mean, you might as well, if it worked for you once, you might as well go back and see if it can work again. And
did it work?
Well, I mean, they did it. James, don't do them like that. They got 6th.
Yeah, it was all right. It wasn't too bad, I suppose. You do survive, but then coming out of Chopsticks, right, it's tough. So they're actually taking the compound at the end of Chopsticks, which is pretty good.
James, August and Broken Bones have the exact same amount of placement points and kills coming into this game.
Aha!
Hence the Jumperino on the hence the leaderboard being a bit confused because we're then heading into a third tiebreaker,
which is placements in the last match.
Exactly.
So
or just effectively their best last game. So the one of these two teams that, depending of course on whether it's going to be a tie or not, if it's going to be a tie again, they're one of these two teams that had the best finish in this match will win. But that also it's kind of
requires
obvious since
a draw here.
Yeah.
which is impossible.
So if one team gets points off of kills, the other gets points off of placements, and they then stay tied, then it's the placement point team that wins.
Ta-da!
Ta-da! Math. And we're not even on the analyst desk.
All right, well, we're not there yet, so let's focus on what actually is going on. We've got ourselves BBL dropping in pretty aggressively.
Oh, no.
They actually didn't see much about this because it was a walk into these compounds. So Shill wasn't able to really identify that there was going to be vehicles near these compounds and has gone just straight for it. He survives, maybe gets in the compound. He's looking towards chopsticks, but doesn't maybe realize that there's people also in the buildings across from him.
I mean, Sparta's been forced to back off down into the dip once more. Double wanted to go out and peek, but now the entire team has landed. It's limited what he can really do. And then you have Masterlake kind of isolated from his teammates in the compound up towards the north. Any trolls in chat has split themselves thin, which makes sense for the position, but they were not ready for a hot drop, or e-pickup drop, I should call it, into this position by any other team with how they're currently placed.
Trying to see who else is going to be really impacted here. Broken Bones is going to be coming in so late to this. Look at how far away they are. All the way to Stalba. Very big split. Maybe e-pickup's the way.
Where is Masterlake in this? I don't think. I mean, there's no reason for BPL to expect there to be another player down here. And right now, they're hard focusing Sparta. If there's a way for Masterlake to get impact on this, that would be absolutely huge.
Maybe. He is, as you say, a bit disjointed from everything that's going on. Voldemort with the Sparta nade, and they know he was solo. They will clean him up. Nothing's gone the way for any trolls in chat. I feel like it's just been a bit of a not a catastrophe for the team, because I don't think people came in with huge expectations for this team. They looked, I would say, better in the groups than they did here, but sometimes it do be that way.
Indeed it does. Let's see now. It's Young Danes, yet another team who's been kind of struggling through the last chance here. They too set up themselves a wall of Great Danes. Just like I said in the previous game. Thank you, Saga, for making sure that I was the one that said it. Young Danes trying to replicate what faced it in the north, faced it in the south, they'll do in the north. Only thing being that Broken Bones ain't really coming this way. I like the idea, though, because Broken Bones did come this way in the previous game, and they are actually kind of going in this direction. The question is going to be, though, how much time is Young Danes willing to spend waiting for them?
Yeah, we'll see. As I am under the impression, okay, no, they're getting back in vehicles. I thought maybe they would start just doing a group up there, since they were just chilling out there for a longer period of time, and maybe e-pick-upping, but it's not to be the case. Maroon is already moving on the path. So, I don't know. I feel like a hold, or the Great Wall of Danes for this one, it's kind of too early and a bit more niche location. I guess, yeah, you're trying to hold some bridges for the most part, but they're already dispersing from this, so...
Again, there's more to be gained by crossing over now. Maybe take Everest control, wait for the next circle to pop and see what's going to happen. Even if you realize Broken Bones come in from behind, you can still try and hold from in and around the bridge area and take the fight there. So it's not a disaster. The only thing I'm worried about is Anonymous running in the opposite direction and his mouse not moving. So maybe he DC'd?
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, with his movement, it sure looks like it, which would be absolutely frustrating for a team. I mean, again, their chances of qualification very, very slim, but still not the way you want to finish off the day.
Either he's running very, very straight, and that's an amazing amount of patience this man has.
Car?
Or his
back. Welcome back, Anonymous. Welcome back. He has 3 first aids as well. He's good.
Yeah, it'll be all right.
And reconnected. There you go. Welcome back, mate. Now, just remember, those cars you're hearing, they ain't your teammates about to pick you up. They have abandoned you a long time ago.
They abandoned you. Yes, they did.
You're the one non-Dane. And they were like, wow, finally we can keep comms in Danish. Great. And then, he reconnected. Come on, man. That's a circle. Ooh, hard Western shift. This is going to get spicy.
Oh, yes. That is bad news bears for a lot of these teams. I mean, for some of those teams that haven't come in yet up towards the north, a great opportunity. Get moving. Get going right now. Wrap in on that west side. At the same time, though, there's going to be a lot of teams actually moving. Unfortunately, double runs over static to be able to get things going for any trolls in chat. That's not the best of scenarios considering they already lost one. But Fairy Tail, very important that they get big points on the board. How are you going to move in? It looks like they might try and dip in north side of Quarry and get something done. But bright side, it's not the time, mate. All right, you're back on your feet. Good stuff.
I just love people running each other over, flipping through open fields like, wow, get to the west. There's gold in the west. And everyone is going full aggro on it. In the meantime, now Foot trying to sit here and keep all the doors closed as the entire server is pulling up on their compound.
Gotta be scary. Gotta be scary indeed. No Tag's going to give rendezvous with one another as well. Foot is looking to hold off whatever they can. As I said, Fairy Tail's dipping in north of Quarry. Win or Die is on the west side. And as 3, they're trying to take some decent spots wherever they may. Who else is important here? Boldanini, where are they?
Oh, Face pulling up on ATC, and it's also in chat. Might be the first team to fall in this tournament altogether, and indeed they will be. Out in 16th they go, as Face stay alive potentially with all 4 up, if they can get Gustav back on his feet.
Yeah, it's almost been the entire story of their last chance qualifier, unfortunately, for ATC. Any trolls in chat, so they are gone, unfortunately, for them. And now our focus turns elsewhere. There are still teams in the running. Broken Bones. If you lose someone on this rotation, oh my, you are going to be sweating. So they're going to play this as carefully as they can. You can see, I mean, an anticipated move for them just then, whilst we have BBL e-pickuping, was going to be going south, or maybe even towards Hospital, but they've gone a little bit more north now to try and negate any lines of sight that Young Danes may have on them. But Carnivores, got to be scared too.
BBL learning from the 3rd on 5 playbook of why e-pick up once if you can e-pick up twice. Smash goes down, Sheila goes down, Aura goes down. Just Voldemort left alive now as they have been completely shut down on approach.
All right, early retirement for the boys for this phase of the tournament, baby. Voldemort's trying his best. He's been doing big bits for the team, and shots coming in from the other side. But BBL is gone, 15th place for them. But don't worry, boys. You'll be seeing them in the grand final.
Might not be a big deal for most, but it's 1 point for Orclist. It's going to separate them from Broken Bones, at least for now. Again, any small points they can get here could be them qualifying rather than have to wait for a couple of months for the next tournament to come around.
Yeah, the conflict here is lethal. And for Carnivores, I mean, they are so far out of the running now. They'd have to eliminate half of the lobby if they really want to do something with this overall. But Maruna gets a point on the board as well.
Tied again?
Keeping themselves in the running against Orglis. They're in the blue at the moment, but plenty of meds to be able to heal up and get good to go. They're playing it slow. They know that Young Danes is actually pitched up ahead of them. So Young Danes is just looking for blood all across the board.
Yeah, they sure are. Trying to just ruin everyone's chance of qualifying here, really. As we look once again towards Bibin, trying to run to safety. Should be able to do so if you can find the pathing there. There you go. In safety, he is as the circle. Hard shifts northeast once more. So Bibin by himself now in this position. Not going to be easy to play from.
Also, a crash going to be happening on towards the south side of Gatka. Stenka Pow Pow detached a little bit from Newgate. They are in a dangerous position here as Howl will be rocking up to them very, very quickly with this E-pickup. Stenka Pow Pow tries to get out, but the Mad will shut him down instantaneously.
Surprised he didn't opt to get in the car earlier. He was stood around it for a while, and with his teammates nearby seeing those parachutes midair, you would have thought that he would have tried to disengage, having his teammates so close by. But Stenka Pow Pow pays with his life as he is going to go down. And Tropic now in the meantime, wrapping over to the northern side. They have control of the electricity up towards the north already. So Yanni should be easy for him to split down here.
Yep, technically speaking, they have some great little spots to be able to work with. Grenda's already taking down Maruna. Taking him out. Free kill goes as well. This could be a big deal because Broken Bones are on the cusp right now. Losing people here is catastrophic. They were one of the teams that I didn't think was going to be able to get top 8, but they were so close. And if they fall out at the last hurdle, oh, that would be such heartbreak for them.
All they can hope for here is for Orclist to somehow fall with no points as well. And if you consider where Orclist are currently positioned, they seem fine for now. They're inside the circle. Yes, they're on the west, but they are all right in the position they're sat in. Squincy, half HP already. That's going to be a very good flash on point. Grendis finds him, spots him. That's going to be him down as well. And now all the hopes of Broken Bones Esports lie on the shoulders of Bibin. Oh, I might have said that too soon.
Maybe. At the same time, though, for Entropic, this is huge because there's only a few teams that could cause potential threat to them if multiple teams were able to get big points, and Broken Bones is one of them. So being able to hit these shots, Dedrix takes down free kill. They will be swarming this place. Young Danes, though, is also on the way here, but any little extra points Entropic's going to get here are going to shore them up for a top 8.
Definitely. And what better team to take out than one of the teams on the hunt? You're seeing it. The frustrations, the desperation for every single point here. It's setting on them. And now, as you said, Young Danes pulling up in this position. Entropic has to disengage, and smart decision making on their part. They already have good areas in this circle to play from. No need to go overzealous here.
Yeah, without Grandis really looking forward to be able to get an excellent off angle on this as well. It's not too bad, but at the same time now, taking the roof, looking for this. Ace 32 in hand. It's an absolute beast of a gun if you're able to connect with the full spray. Huge damage potential coming out, and let's see if he'll be able to spot here. Yes, he will. Goes for the spray. Dedrix gets one. Will he be able to get more? They now know he's on the roof. That will be a little bit of a giveaway for the other guys to be able to take some angles on this position. He sees Keter in the distance, I think maybe a pixel or two, but he can't be sure that he's there. Goes for a flash.
Flashbang comes down. Dedrix should be seen by Mixon on the roof, but nice info fed across from his teammate. There was one on the wall. Mixon, though, will find him. Gren is forced to miss a Shibata as well. So now Entropic down to just 2 Hawkey. Janny trying to get something going. Hawkey able to get Mixon down to under half HP. That flash is going to buy them a little bit of time. I would imagine, at least, as the rest should come through.
Very good covering fire as well to allow his teammate to be able to crawl back behind this wall. They're also using the blue zone nade to control some space. That gives him time to maybe get this res off if he can. Hawkey in the blue nade and will actually go down to Keter. A bit more of a commitment than I was expecting there from him. It's all up to Janny here to make something work.
This is a huge turn of events for Entropic. I mean, again, their points should keep them in the clear, but it's a pretty tricky fight. Nonetheless, they will be able to get the kill, and who is pulling up on this next? Baldanini, the next one to try and see if they can get the better of Entropic. All the players from Entropic could potentially get back on their feet, depending on how fast Baldanini opts to engage.
And it looks like they're coming in fast here. They've already been able to find themselves a spot in this swamp area. Just going to try and push on forward. Zubilla, meanwhile, looking for extra points himself. At 51 right now, they are really quite far away from being able to get that top 8 position, and it is Pera above them to try and maybe get some free kills off, but it's going to be difficult. Grendis is down as well in the distance from all of this. Baldanini did push into that compound and actually shut him down, but again, for Entropic, the 5 kills that they've got, it should be pretty much enough for them, guaranteed to be in, so we won't focus on that too much for the moment, as Fairy Tail is looking for big points in this last game.
Desperate need a good thing going here, that's for sure. They have a good center position. Well, I say good. They have a center position, which is going to leave them exposed to a lot of angles. The only reason they're able to stay put for now is because Face and Foot are still on the southern side alongside No Tag Team. So they should be able to take these shots if they wanted to, but April holding back a bit.
How have they got all the guys back on their feet for Entropic? I mean, yeah, they've lost one now, but it's still, I've been impressed at the recovery. Baldanini just didn't push in hard enough, I suppose, but nades will come through these doors once again. Baldanini also on the hunt for massive points. Let's be real about it. Massive points. So they've got to cruise from fight to fight to fight to see if they can get something done here for a top 8.
Well, this would be the start. Hold the fort down, wait for the rest to come through, reset and push once more. They know that they're up against an Entropic that's been wounded. They've seen them and heard them fighting for the longest time now as No Tag Team falls out. Newgate does the same. All teams eliminated from the tournament as our bottom 4 is already out.
Not too unfamiliar a scene. FaZe versus Foot. But again, kind of inconsequential unless FaZe wants to continue to hold on to that number 1 spot. Whoever comes out of this fight has a good chance of being able to take the merit of number 1 in the last chance, but they don't care too much about that. It's all about just being in that final and winning that out, because both of these teams, they have champion mentality. They will not stop until they have become the champion.
Nope, T-Bone, I think DC to blue. He's running around somewhere down there, far out in the... Oh, he's actually moving around, so maybe he got back just in time to die, I'm not sure. But nonetheless, it will be a 3 versus FaZe on the side of Foot, should they want to take this fight. Beamy, I don't think has been seen yet. It's a nice off angle he's been able to sneak into, but now Howl from the very far opposite end of this map, able to get a tag in.
And he will get the first tag in this fight as well. Going to be close. Idrix goes down to Baldanini. They're still doing a little bits over on the other side. Whilst we have the slow pace of FaZe trying to slowly move up on Vard, but Vard is waiting in the wings. Blinded as soon as Curexy was about to come across. Perfect execution.
Nice shot out the corner. Corexy able to take him down. Shots instantly traded in return.
Damn.
As James is able to find Beamy as well. 8C, solo player now left alive, and FaZe, I mean, they're feeling it today. Sure as hell are. Back-to-back wins already today, and here they clean up Foot once more as well.
All right. Yes, Foot looked great at the beginning of the day, and the FaZe was like, all right, it's time for us to come along in here. Hold my beer, boys. We're ready to go. But August, a few more points on the board, finding themselves a few eliminations. Honor is popping off. 4 eliminations, 4 kills already to make this work. Dropping down some smokes to get some coverage, because still this fight is not done just yet. And also there will be potential third parties coming along. Ruin's on the high ground from all of this. He actually steals away some of this from them. Yep. And Fairy Tail is gone. They will not be making top 8.
Bibbin desperately needs Oculus to stop getting kills right now. He's a solo player left alive, 4 points down, and he is now in the blue, having to make a play towards the southern side, potentially going to be backfilling straight into Oculus's position. So we'll see what's going to happen in that regard, as Howl tries to maintain control of Oculus, but now we're in placement point territory. They need them down. If you're a Broken Bones team fan right now, you need Oculus out now. They can't keep bunching up these placement points.
They might be set in stone at the moment, right? Like, Oculus also doing a lot of work themselves, taking out the man to CC Inex, being able to finish that and confirm it as well. Win or Die is gone, but again, they actually didn't provide as many points due to the fact that they had 1 player missing for this game to get things really rocking. But Howl tries to shut down Orb.
Where is Pippin? Pippin is the only player that can consequentially get something done to change this. And right now, he's solo running into the team he's trying to surpass. He's the only player on the bottom side of the leaderboard left remaining. So I feel like just for the sake of this match, we should keep our eyes on him until the very end of it.
I mean, he has to make the play of his life, of his career.
Oh, yeah.
To try and make this work.
And he can't do it alone. He needs the rest of the server to take out Oculus right now, because placement points alone, if they keep up racking them with him, he's 5 kills down. Yeah. Practically impossible to catch up, even without it. I mean, he needs Oculus down pretty much 2 teams ago.
He needs the killers from the last couple of games, FaZe, to start making some aggressive plays, right?
Oh, no. Oh, no. He sees them as well. And there he goes. Down goes Bibbin. Down goes Broken Bones. And that's going to set up our teams for qualification. But still, you want to finish with a cherry on top. You want to finish victorious in the final game of the Last Chance qualifier.
After yesterday's last game, I thought there was an opportunity for Broken Bones. They definitely made a play for it, right? They were 6th deep. They win a game, move all the way up to what effectively was about 10th place. So unfortunate for them to be taken out now, but August is going to be absolutely laughing. They're also looking for a little bit more in this game as well, but they're going up against Pera over in the distance. CCNX finds an opportunity here with his Dragunov to hit some shots. Doesn't quite hit too much, but does get touch of God in the end, trying to cover Ono wherever they can.
Yep, important knocks coming through here. Wanting to get Ono back on his feet, understandably so. He's been an absolute killing machine for the team in this half. Oh, Corexy though, perfect angle down below. Gets 1, gets 2, almost gets Lyron as well. That nade should get the better part of him. We'll see if it's going to be on target or not. Bounces up, bounces close, and he's going to find him.
Oh, yeah, another 10 kills for FaZe. All right, guys, calm down. All right, it looks like they will be calming down now.
There you go. They're calm. Back to being calm once more. Pera already with wins, trying to see if they can knit themselves some more. A team I did not expect to be able to turn back from what was a, let's call it what it was, terrible day yesterday, and now being able to get something done. Yes, they got themselves that 1 win yesterday, but outside of that, really nothing going at all. Today, though, back-to-back wins with 9 kills, and now looking to get more as Scoville finds Ruin.
We're going to end this last chance the way we started it, saying MEA has never been more open. And with Pera and Howl here having a shuffle around of their players alongside BBL, alongside all these other organizations, these are looking for blood. They want to perform as best as they can here when it comes to PEC Spring to get as many points for their region.
This is Lassa and Ruin trying, Lassa and Schofield trying to get the better of their former teammates. Now still here on Howl. Code Marco trying to lay low, trying to stay alive. Nice little divot that Code Marco has found. He doesn't have a vest, so you could argue that headshots are actually kind of better for the situation that he's going to go into soon.
Love me the MG3. Let's see if Code Marco, an absolute stunner of a player, can make it happen. Coming around the corner, MG3 absolutely blasting Schofield. Who's going to be the next one? Goes around the left-hand side. No, it will be Touches of God. Absolutely giving him the one-touch punch. As Quepa, though, goes big, he is able to take one. It's 1v1 for all the marbles.
7 kills for Code Marco. He does fall here in the end. Let's see, though, now if Laza can finish this one off a success. He knows exactly where he has him. Molly lopped on over. The trail alone should give the info across to Quepa exactly where he has him. Spots him, but no hit stun.
Goes for the flash, seeing if that can be effective here. Another flash goes forwards. Quepa going to play it slow. 11 kills for them. Just good stuff coming out from Howl. Once again, the potential on the roster pretty darn high as they're looking to just finish this off here against Laza. But likewise, Pera has done... Actually, you know what? Surpassed my expectations. I'm going to say it. They've surpassed my expectations in this last chance, and they will be a very welcome addition to the final.
Definitely. Definitely. Turkey in general, just a absolute beast of a country when it comes to competitive PUBG. So many skilled players. And you can see here the mind games have started. Who can outflank who? They're both effectively going for the same play here, but they will meet sooner rather than later. Quepa is sneaking. He has a bush for cover. Doesn't grant him anything in terms of actual bullet blocking, but he has all the info he needs. Spots Laza down below. Can't connect, but finally able to take him down. And Howl with 12 kills, a finish off the last chance qualifier in style.
Yeah, some of my intrusive thoughts were realized at that moment towards the end where it seemed like Laza had lost the tracking of where his opponent had gone. So being able to use that bush, being able to use that little ridgeline, great stuff by them. And as I say, MEA, man, it looks scary in terms of how volatile it could potentially be for that region in EMEA as a whole. But any final words before we finish things up, Toby?
I mean, I feel like you've rounded off perfectly. MEA is here to stay, and they are looking more dangerous than ever.
All right, well, let's head up back over to the desk to confirm our top 8, to confirm who is moving through into the grand final.
Thanks so much, boys. We do, in fact, have our 8 teams that will be going into the grand final, and it won't be any surprises. We'll get to that in a little bit. But, Saga, what did you think of this final game?
It was definitely Game 6, no question about it. It started off with ATC trying to prank BBL on the drop spot, and then BBL pranked them right back by emergency parachuting on top of their heads, and then everyone just drove into the swamp and started playing TDMs. And again, it's basically the teams that didn't do all the dumb stuff that came out ahead. Code Marco put the MG3 on 990 when you're fighting, you coward, but it's fine. They won the game at the end. They were already both qualified regardless, but it was definitely the story of Broken Bones versus August coming into this game, and the results speak for themselves. Broken Bones, they had a tough time of it. Young Danes were kind of trying to camp them at the start, and then they kind of camped them on the southwestern side of George when they were trying to make a wrap onto the western side of the zone, so they just ran out of options, had to drive into the swamp, and Entropic caught them out. They got that opening knock. Entropic wanted them dead. They were one of the teams that could have potentially dislodged them from their spot in the top 8, and it just started that chain reaction where everyone just started suiciding in the swamp. It was a lot of fun to watch, but in terms of professional macro, it was definitely Game 6.
And here it is, your top 8 that are going through to the grand finals. FaZe, Howl, Foot Esports, Win or Die, BBL, Pera Esports, Entropic, and August. Jordan, not so many surprises. I think had you have looked at this coming into the last chance qualifiers, a lot of those names in the top 5 would have already been on your list of teams that you would be expecting to see.
Yeah, most definitely. I think you could have pulled them out of the hat and said these are going to be probably the 6 teams, with if you include Entropic, that will be expected to go through. And then it was kind of a case of finding those next couple. And that was sort of the storyline that we set up today as well. After having seen yesterday's results, we were thinking FaZe, Howl, Foot, Win or Die, BBL, Entropic, all looking pretty safe as long as they do okay today. And with the exception, really, again, of Entropic, everyone actually had a pretty decent day for themselves. The benefit of the doubt obviously went to Entropic because they had a decent day yesterday, and while they slowed down a little bit today, they did definitely do enough to hold on to that slot by a fairly decent margin in the end. And as we said, it was really down to those last couple of spots, and Pera obviously did a fantastic job earlier on today, getting themselves a win or 2 on the board. And yeah, left one spot open. And so for August, they're very happy obviously about that. But yeah, a bit of a Yeah, a bit of a anticlimax as far as the finish is concerned. I think it's fair to say, like, we got those big games that were like really exciting, really hype at the start of today, and then going into game 6, it was kind of like, well, there's really only one spot up for grabs here, so let's just see what happens. And that was almost pretty much decided by halfway through the game as well. So didn't really come down to the wire, but that's fine. Obviously, you know, you want that big finish next week, more so ideally than actually this week.
For sure. So August was the team that clinched that 8th spot in the grand finals, Saga. And throughout this game, I mean, it was decided, like Jordan said, sort of middle of the game. But how were they able to do just that?
Well, August is one of those teams where 50% of the time they play well and the other 50% of the time they just fall grief. This was definitely one of the games that they griefed. It's just that everyone else griefed a little bit harder. They had this position. They saw the zone basically popping in the exact same spot. They made a correct move of pushing a little bit further in. This emergency parachute, I've got to say, was horribly timed. They got picked up 50 seconds after the zone shifted, so everything that was originally free on the far side of the zone, you see win or die already there, their only real option was just to go into the swamp with no vehicles, with no hope of getting out of there. They just got a little bit lucky that BBL emergency parachuted in on top of the carnivores down below them, and they got the chance to then third party onto that. And then the opposite side of the swamp, they had no pressure because everyone was just TDMing in the houses up north where Broken Bones originally were, and then Entropic sent into them, and then Baldernini sent into them, and then Young Dane sent into them. It was just constant fighting around them, and they would never really came under any pressure themselves. And they should really never, taking an emergency parachute into the swamp, have been allowed to get out from that position. But again, everyone else was kind of not really in contention or already qualified, so it's understandable that they weren't taking it, you know, quite to the same level of seriousness, but it definitely paid off massively and had a huge impact on who made it through to the grand finals. But August, I mean, once they got the chance to play out on foot, again, massively disadvantaged position. They're in the bottom of a bowl, surrounded by teams on all sides with high ground above them, but they're still putting up a fight. CCI next, still hitting massive Dragunov shots, and it's good to see that they're still capable of putting up a scrap. It was they were never really going to win the game from that position, but they locked that in as soon as they emergency parachuted into a swamp. But the fact that they got away with as many points as they did, it's definitely an element of fortune, but they showed what they can do towards the end as well. And they're worthy of locking into the top 8.
Right, so for many fans, there was a time during the group stages where we believed we would be seeing FaZe making it all the way to the grand finals. They disappointed us. However, they have now redeemed themselves. 2 wins today, finishing top of the tables. We have James with us now to chat a little bit more about that victory and the grand finals. Congratulations on making it through. Happy tonight, I'm sure.
Yay.
James, I can't ever take you seriously. I'm going to be a little bit harsh with my first question because the boys here, they're very nice. What happened during the group stages with FaZe? Because I think that we always hold you to a much higher standard, and it felt like your team never really showed up.
So after we broke down our games, we found out that we were having problems on a lot of different stages, I guess you could say. We had bad teamwork, we were not driving together, a lot of really small things that you can fix it kind of quickly, to be honest, but there was just a lot of small things that went wrong, to be honest. I could probably keep rambling forever about what went wrong.
You don't have to do that. You've obviously redeemed yourself, and I'm sure that the boys have some questions about what happened now during the last chance qualifiers.
Yeah, I mean, well, let's talk about, I guess, what happened now and more so what's going to happen next week, because you guys looked really good today. I thought you looked okay yesterday, but today was really obviously quite a standout performance. Was it just a case of things kind of going your way today? It felt like it was flowing comfortably. Did you change anything up, and how are you confidently looking toward next week? Is that confident, or is it still a bit up in the air?
We're definitely going to be coming in confident. I don't think confidence is ever a problem for us. To go back to what you said, I think today things worked better for us in the last 3 games. But Miramar has been hard. There's been a lot of compound-heavy zones south of Picado. Those are circles that we struggle a lot with. It's hard for us to get many points or even have a winnable game on those type of zones. We kind of just salvage points here and there. Even on Tego today, we drove into Swamp to try and fight somebody, Circle 1. It was not the play. We lost 3 people early, and I played alone for the rest of the game. I got 4 points, which I should never have gotten. Yeah, just many mistakes, kind of.
Yeah, there was definitely a few instances of, let's call it lower bracket gameplay over the past couple of days, which we're very much not expecting to happen in a couple of weeks' time in the grand finals. So you identified a lot of things that went wrong in the group stages, but some of the things that went right for you over this weekend. You defended your sides of the zone extremely well, and was there anything else that you kind of feel that you're going to take away from this experience and then apply into the games in the grand finals where it's maybe a slightly higher level lobby?
Maybe we shifted our playstyle to playing a little bit slower in the last chance now on today in the 6 games, and maybe we will bring that with us to the grand finals because our playstyle that we have been fine-tuning and working on works better in an international lobby than it does in EU. So we might have to play differently in EU than how we played international, which makes it very difficult to practice. But yeah, we might try and play slower in the finals now to see how that goes.
Yeah, makes sense.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. It's been a great day.
Thanks so much, James. Congratulations. I'm glad that your team made it through, and we'll see you in the grand finals.
I'm glad we made it through too.
You should be. Okay, cool. We'll see you in the next few weeks. It'd be super awkward if you'd planned like a holiday during the grand finals already, which I do believe has happened in the past, if you remember. We've had that happen to us. Right, gents, we've come to the end of the last chance qualifiers. We know which 16 teams are going to be going through to the grand finals. Jordan, any final thoughts from you as we end off the day?
I tell you what, if FaZe can keep that up, then I think they're going to be in with a pretty good crack in the finals. But that said, for me, actually over the course of the 2 days, I thought Foot was probably the most consistent team. Actually, over the course of both days, BBL wins day 1, FaZe wins day 2. But if we combine both together, even though they didn't actually top the charts, I thought Foot kind of looked the best actually over the vast majority of the games. So I'll give them some credit where it's due as well. I think going into those finals, I'd be keeping a bit of an eye on them as well.
And Saga, for you, are you in agreement with Jordan?
Well, I would never accuse Jordan of recency bias, but I would remind you to just think back to the group stages because yes, FaZe, they've said they made adjustments to their playstyle, that they may expect to take some changes in towards the finals, but in the finals, BB team is winning, and they completely dominated everyone. Mad Bulls dominated everyone on their first day of games as well, so maybe the fact that it was a lower bracket, that slower play style was a little bit more profitable for them here, but if they take that exact play style into the grand finals, maybe it still will require a little bit more fine-tuning, but thankfully they've got the extra day. It's a 3-day series of the grand finals, so they will have a little bit of time to adjust. It's just all going to come down to see what we get in the next couple of weeks.
We'll find out in 2 weeks exactly how things are going to shake up. We've had 2 days of incredible PUBG, tons of fun. Kale and Cabbage have done a phenomenal job as well. Thank you to everyone who watched. Thank you for supporting the EMEA region, and we'll see you in a couple of weeks.